Call now to lock in your $400 off holiday savings. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Western Nut is your one-stop corporate gift, decor, and holiday store. Fresh, daily roasted nuts, brittles, caramels, dried fruit, and sugar-free options. Home decor and more. Options for any budget. Western Nut. They go nuts to help you with corporate gifting. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
You're always in a help situation.
Mikhailuk drives the left side to the window, kicks to the corner. It's Bailey. It's for three. It's good. Ace Bailey's got 18 points. 119-112. Lowry, left wing three. That's who's supposed to make threes. That's the guy that's supposed to rip the cords from the left side. The one-hand pass to Keontae, who steps behind the three-point line for an off-the-bounce three, and he hit. 1 point game. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. This is electric. This is fabulous. One hand pass to the wing to Okongwu. Driving on Markkanen, twirls back, tries to go up and under, and does. 32 for Onyeka Okongwu.
Onyeka Okongwu, this is fabulous. This is also another loss, so that makes it fabulous. The Jazz go down in a slugfest. I thought I was watching Cal Raleigh up at bat. How did he not get the MVP?
Hey, hold on.
Oh, boy, man, the offense was on full display. The Jazz giving up 42 points in the first quarter. It got better, not by a whole lot, but it got better. But they lost. The Hawks without Trae Young. I didn't even recognize these guys. Who are these guys on the Atlanta Hawks as they move to 8-5, surging 6-2 on the road? Oh, well, bright spots, Markkanen scores. We're going to have Lock on as we usually do on Friday. I can recall several years ago, we were talking about guys put up stats on losing teams. What does it really matter? And we can ask him about that because Markkanen is sure putting up stats. And so is my guy, the Gondola. Get on board. I'll carry you to the top. Ace Bailey. Yeah. 4 of 7 from 3. Sweet. And 32 minutes. That's what I want to see. Now his plus-minus sucked. It was minus 18 if you're into that stuff. I'm not going to put it all on Ace Bailey as to why his plus-minus was bad. I don't know. I'm not a big plus-minus guy. I'm a big final score guy. But the Jazz go down. And how do you say that guy's name? Sivi Mikhailuk?
Svi Mikhailuk.
He and I had the exact amount of points.
Yeah, he had a tough night.
0 in his 25 minutes. But he was only a -4, so I guess he's, 14 points better than the Gondola, Ace Bailey?
If you go by plus-minus, yes.
Which I ain't going by. So the Jazz get beat, which is good news for the Lottery, and they fall to 4-8, and they're back at it Sunday, 5 o'clock for the pregame, 6 o'clock for the tip-off across the street at the Delta Center. All right.
Stay tuned later on in the show. We're giving away tickets to that game.
Tickets? All right. We got tickets later on. Please listen. Oh, I need you to listen so badly.
Hey, we'll incentivize you. We got you.
Yeah. And maybe DJ will be there and just ask him what's up. Away you go. We'll see. The Jazz back in action Sunday against the Chicago Bulls. All right, let's move on to the NBA.
Hashtag NBA.
Well, only a couple of games outside of the Jazz. The Suns, man, are they on to something? They beat the Pacers. Pacers only 1-11. Yeesh.
Yeah, and well, I don't know if you saw this. Aaron Nesmith now is down with an injury for Indiana. They're
gonna get.
They're depleted.
They need Rick Mount and Don Boozy, some of the old time Pacer guys.
Jermaine O'Neal, can you play? Reggie, no more TNT stuff. Come over here.
Yeah.
Oh no,
man,
what's Reggie doing? It's not TNT anymore, obviously.
Lose by 35 on the road. They're 0-7. We know that they were here at the Delta Center a couple of nights ago and got beat. And the Suns, 8-5. Good for them. 6-1 at home. And Raptors beat the Cavaliers. Donovan Mitchell, 31 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. What was his shooting? How many shots did he jack up? 7 of 18. Oh, wow. Getting to the free throw line 17 times. Man, those superstars always get the call. But his plus-minus was -18. Second worst on the team. No, tied for worst with Evan Mobley. Plus-minus, man. There you go on that. And, Steph, he's done. He's done with Under Armour. Are they to protect this house, people?
That would be them.
Well, didn't he do that? Didn't they were going to build some low income out by his home out there, and he didn't want that?
Oh, he protected his house.
Yeah. Oh, for power to people. What, you going to put him in my neighborhood? No.
He protected, yes. He protected his hood. There's no doubt. No, he's had this relationship for well over a decade, PK.
2013.
Yeah, so kind of crazy to see it coming to an end. But
isn't he building his own brand?
Yes, he has been doing a little bit of that, but the question is he going to partner with, let's say, a Nike or somebody else to continue to build that at some point?
No. Do like the Pac-12 and go out on your own. We see how
well that
works.
just branch out? Okay, yeah, got it.
So that's the NBA, and there'll be a bunch of games tonight, won't there be? For sure there'll be. I'm going to tell you, what are some of the games you may want to watch? We constantly tell you what happened. Did the Jazz win? We'll show you tonight. No, brother. That's long ago. Not a whole lot of good games going on. The Warriors and the Spurs. Now, the Warriors just beat the Spurs, and now they're back at it again. We shall see.
And it's an NBA Cup night if you're...
the fancy courts. Yeah.
Or in the case of Minnesota, the ugly courts, according to certain head coaches.
So if we're going to check out the cup, would that be a cup check?
It's a cup check, yes.
Not Mitch.
It's a
Did you
cup.
ever have a cup check in high school?
Yeah.
I played baseball. I had them. But I was so confident. I don't need no stinking cup. All right, that's your NBA. Let's move on to the sport of... What do we got next? We got college basketball.
Hashtag college basketball.
Okay, we got a bunch of games. Now the big game is tomorrow. We got the Cougars. They're playing UConn.
In a bit of controversy, though.
5 o'clock on Fox. Same time as Utah kicking off football in Waco, Texas. Now, obviously, Kennard Davis Jr. was arrested on suspicion and alleged DUI. That's the story that came out last night. And I think about what to say. You can go with the cheap shots and all. BYU, you're so different. No, you're not. Blah, blah, blah. And then you can have fun with that if you want. I've always thought they should tone down that rhetoric and just let it speak for itself. If you're different, you don't need to tell me you're different. I'll notice it myself. But they get new people in there and they get excited about it, so they want to tell you about it, and good for them. But at the same time, people are people, and that's people are going to make mistakes. Now, this kid, I don't know what happened, and I'm going to go on right now to wait until all the facts come out. It was before noon, and on the way to be able to fly over there I assume they go into Boston and we'll practice today and get ready. It'll be
Correct.
A fun game. I'll be looking forward to watching the game, flipping back and forth between the Utah game. I'll probably have my computer on so I can watch the football game and also watch the basketball game. This is not Delaware or Holy Cross. Obviously, it's UConn, which has won a couple of titles here in recent years under Dan Hurley. And Dan Hurley's fun to watch himself because he's my Jersey guy. Ready to blow a gasket at any time, as Jersey people tend to do. I can speak to that. Made millions of mistakes myself. So I'm going to hold off judgment on any of this stuff and let it play out and see what happens, because there's going to be any number of things that it could be involved in, and I don't know. And I'm not going to speculate and say he's guilty of this or that. Go ahead and do the thing, and then BYU will act accordingly, and then we'll go from there, right? That's about the best I can do. So reserving, not that I would have judgment either way, as it's not my role to be judging these people. It's my role to give opinions on it. I guess maybe that's a kind of a blurred line there. But I'm going to wait. Not going to say anything as far as he's this, he's that. The program is this or that. Kevin Young, obviously they're majority of their roster is not of the LDS persuasion. Not that an LDS kid couldn't make the same type of mistake, if in fact this is a mistake, or any mistake for that matter. We'll see how that plays out. It is on ESPN now. A lot of people don't like BYU to get that type of publicity, and there's plenty of people on the other red side who like BYU to get that type of publicity.
Oh, yeah.
And
social media has been...
Yeah, social media. Social media sucks. I can't say anything more. A bunch of anonymous people popping off. But Myron Metcalf has a story that was posted this morning. That's 6 o'clock our time, 6 a.m. And starter Kennard Davis Jr., starter for BYU, top 10 squad this season, was arrested, blah, 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 on suspicion of DUI following the crash in Provo.
The full police report is supposed to come out as early as today. So
yeah.
To your point, PK, withholding opinion, judgment, whatever it is, until that full report comes out is probably prudent.
Yeah, that's it. And I'm not, I use the phrase dancing on grave, and that's a metaphor. It's not literal, obviously. But if it's true, whatever, I'm not going to sit here and celebrate. I didn't when it happened to Max Hall, so I'm certainly not going to do it here. Nor would I do it to any young man, or young woman, no matter where they are in that regard. So let's see what happens, and then go from there. Bunch of other games, too. Utah State hosting UTEP at 2 o'clock. Scotty G at 1:30 with the coverage on the call. Is he going to get down to the football game then?
I'm thinking about that. There's no way that's going to happen.
So maybe he's not doing the basketball, he's doing the football?
It's got to be somebody else doing basketball, yeah.
Let's see. UConn's ranked number 3. Southern Utah at Omaha, 6 p.m. Utah, Sam Houston, 7 p.m. UVU at Fresno, and Weber at Irvine. And Utah Tech is out in the islands. Man, They played, the 2 Arizona schools. Now they're going to Hawaii. The Judd's brother,
Yep.
John.
John Judd.
Jeez.
Yeah, they played Manhattan 2 nights ago. They actually, and I didn't put this on there. I missed it in the initial. They actually played tonight. It's part of they call it the Rainbow Classic.
Oh,
out there
so
in the
it's a
islands.
tournament.
It's a tournament. So
Okay.
they play tonight and tomorrow night. As I think that's also Saturday.
Man, that's a heavy schedule for those guys. All right, let's move on to the NFL.
Hashtag NFL.
First and goal to go from the 7 once again. Henderson scored from this spot on New England's last drive. Double tight ends left. West over the fullback. Henry motions right. May hands it to Henderson. Cuts it left. Runs it to the left side. Into the end zone. That's 2 for Travion Henderson. And the Patriots take the lead. Snap to May. Looks to his left. He pumps. He throws. Floats it in the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots. And who caught it? Travion Henderson. A hat trick for the rookie.
Henderson with the hat trick on the touchdowns. Good for him. Drake May, 25 of 34. Drake May, man, coming into his own. Gotta love that. See this young man develop as the Patriots moved to 9-2. They may just well win the AFC East.
Pretty darn good.
Yeah, wow. Vrabel, runaway coach of the year. I don't think there's any question about that, right? That's about as easy as it comes.
Find somebody else who's outdone their expectations like they have.
Yeah, wow. Nothing comes to mind. Obviously, let's see. Bills, they're 6-3. They're behind, man. They got the Bucks at home. 2 6-3 teams. Now that is one of the morning games. So see what happens there. Both those teams can usually win. The Bears deserve some consideration too. They're 6-3, and that's a step. That's a step in the right direction. Faux show, I would think you would say, as far as that. And then in the afternoon, you got a big NFC West showdown between 2 7-2 teams, the Seahawks and the Rams. Now that is at the future home of the UCLA Bruins, SoFi. So the Rams are hosting that game, and we'll see what happens there. That's going to be a big game. Chiefs and Broncos, the Broncos are 8-2, and the Chiefs are already 2 games behind. So look forward to watching that game too Sunday afternoon. See what they got there. If the Chiefs want to get in, I don't think they can fall to 5-5. Certainly if they want any form of winning the division, they can't do that. And then we got a nice nighttime game. The Lions and the Eagles, 6-3 Lions, 7-2 Eagles. We'll have our locks of the day. None of us. We're like the BYU Cougars. We're no longer undefeated. Yak won the first of the double crown. Who could stay undefeated the longest among the 3 of us? And the Yakster, the kid of the group, who's not a kid anymore. It's just that we're old. But, compared to us, I guess. And so he stayed. I was gone after like 5 weeks. I finished second. And you were gone after like 9, 10?
Made it to 10.
All right. And then we're going to still total up the locks and see who has the most locks at the end of the season. And, of course, obviously, Yak would be in the lead on that. But there is still time to catch them. That is your NFL.
Hashtag Utah.
I think it was a nice show of respect for our program from the committee to rank us where we were ranked. But again, we got to take things 1 week at a time, and that's exactly what we're doing this week. And not to, not have a better answer for you, but that's just how we're handling it.
When Kyle retires, he's going to I'm taking it 3 weeks at a time. Coaches do that when they retire? No, they go down to Baylor. And they got 5 o'clock, ESPN 2. Now, I think they win, obviously. Baylor's AD is in a bunch of hot water.
Mac Rhodes stepping aside, personal leave.
And our guy, Mark Harlan, is taking the place. Now, the funny thing is that Tuesday, I went and looked and see some of the people who were on the committee. And I don't know if I pulled up an old one or what, but Harlan's picture was on there on Tuesday.
That was probably from the 2023 when he served the 1 year.
I know. I thought I put in 2025.
Yeah.
So maybe they've known for a few days.
He was a really natural fit because he has the experience of already being on it. There's no having to train him on that. And it obviously is going to have certain fan bases, a blue fan base that's going to be wary of it.
I'm sure Harlan will do a fine job. I have zero doubt on that. Yeah, he's been around the block. I find him to be an engaging guy. I enjoy my conversations with Mark, and we like to tease each other about where we went to school and all that. So others may have different opinions, but that's my opinion. All right, let's move on to the Ags.
Hashtag Utah State.
Aggies looking to break through on the road. They have not done that yet, and they go to Vegas. UNLV 7-2. Dan Mullen, former quarterback coach way back when for Urban Meyer at Utah. Now, Vegas is still trying to stay in the hunt. They're 3-2 in league, and so are the Aggies. So this is a big, huge game. Aggies want to get to bowl eligibility. You know, that's the first check off for these guys, and particularly where they were from last year. That would be another great rebuilding job in year one with Bronco Mendenhall, just like he did 20 years ago with the Cougars. So that is at 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock, man, it's 5 o'clock everywhere tomorrow.
Yeah, let's just put it this way. Your evening is going to be very busy.
Yeah, for sure. CBS Sports, 5 o'clock. So we got 3 games. We got 2 football games, Utah and USU, and then BYU basketball, all at 5 o'clock. My thumb and index finger may be bleeding by 8 o'clock.
Wearing out the remote control.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I may have to go with the phone on that. So I'm going to have 1 computer, 1 television, and phone.
It's going to be a multi-screen.
Yeah, because I got to pay attention to all of those 3 games there. All right, and the Cougars, they're up next.
Hashtag BYU.
TCU is very good in their own right. Very impressed with them, and Coach Avalos is a very good defensive coordinator. So we have our hands full, but we do have a good offense. We have a good identity, and we just want to get back to it. We just need to execute better.
That's Aaron Roderick, offensive coordinator. The Cougars look to get back on track, obviously. That is a late nighter, 8:15 kickoff, which probably means 8:25, unless they throw it on another network. So looking forward to that. That's on regular ESPN. And TCU, I know they got beat last week. That's a very disappointing loss for them, for sure, at home to Iowa State. And what can they do? You know, they've had a bunch of leads there. They led the Devils by 17, and the Devils came back to win that game. I think they were up double digits on Arizona. Just spoke about Iowa State. I still think they're dangerous. Any given game, they're dangerous. BYU is going to have to play well to win. And they need this win, man. They absolutely. Maybe they can get in the conference title game with 2 losses, and they got Cincinnati next week, but no way they get in with 3. So looking forward. I am so looking forward to tomorrow. Sports all day long, and mostly football, but that 1 basketball game. And we got college football, obviously. Let's get to that.
Hashtag college football.
College football, a couple games tonight. If you're interested, Minnesota's at Oregon at 7 o'clock, and then Clemson at Louisville. You know, we'll see about that with the obviously Big Ten and ACC. Tomorrow, a big game in the morning, right at 10 o'clock. You've got Notre Dame at Pittsburgh. That could have playoff berth implications, faux show. So I'll be flicking around on that one. Cincinnati, you got Arizona. Arizona's being an upstart. They're bowl eligible after bombing last year. That game is also at 10 a.m. So that's one with the Cougars and the Utes, for that matter, battling with Cincinnati. I mean, Cincinnati's still ahead of Utah. So would you want BYU to win? Because then you'd have the tiebreaker over Cincinnati. But, oh, my gosh, rooting for the Cougars? No way. Who could do that? So we'll see about that. The Devils hosting West Virginia at 11 o'clock in the morning. So I got some big games. And then at 1:30, you got some huge games, too. Oklahoma at Alabama. Looking forward to that one. UCF at Tech. I don't think that's going to be UCF having a chance to win. Iowa goes out to USC. Now, USC tomorrow, that's 1:30. It never rains in Southern California, but tomorrow it's supposed to be raining.
Yep.
And that'll be interesting because it hardly ever rains there. And I've covered 1 million games in the Coliseum over the years. And I'm trying to think of rain games, particularly in the day. I can't recall any. And I worked down there in newspapers for about 10 years. And this is supposed to be lousy weather, and it's obviously moving east here. It's going to be impacting our area. Time to put the golf clubs up. News in college football. Let's see. Arkansas AD, it was a Yurchek. He will replace Hunter Yurchek, who will play Rhodes as the chairman. Rhodes, the Baylor ones, has stepped down. I don't know what's going to happen there. And so the Arkansas AD will replace him as the chairman of the College Football Committee, and then he'll be speaking to the media the rest of the season when they do their rankings on Tuesday night. And Colorado Buffalo's AD, Rick George, he'll step down in July and move into an advisory role. So that'll be interesting. Does he not want to fire Coach Prime? What's going to happen there? Because they're having a lousy season. I don't know. We'll see how that plays out. Oh, and another big game that I didn't say was Texas at Georgia. That's at 5:30 between Texas, obviously 10th, and Georgia 5th. The implications on that. This is the great time of year for college football, so we're right down to the end. All right, baseball's over, but we got some awards to hand out.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Oh, my gosh. Your guy, Cal Raleigh, did not get it. Aaron Judge got the MVP, and Yak was outraged. He could not believe it, man.
Stupid Yankees.
I think he's going to New York and going to be presenting a sign in front of the MLB offices, unfair labor practices.
The shame on New York Yankees, like MLB. Get a big old sign and stick right outside the headquarters.
Yeah, I was torn. I would have been fine either way. I'm fence sitting on this one. So Judge gets it, second straight, and to the surprise of no one, the Shohei Ohtani Award went to Shohei Ohtani. As he unanimously, what's that, 4 times?
Yeah, first 4-time unanimous MVP, 3 straight, 4 in the last 5. He's
multiple leagues.
Yeah.
Both leagues, not multiple, but
yeah,
both
AL
leagues.
and NL, yeah.
Yeah, so what will he do in 2026? We shall see. And what will the Mammoth do? Let's go there.
Hashtag NHL.
I think, just how much belief there is in each other. Never giving up. We know how good we can be offensively. We know even when we're trailing, we can easily come back. So I think just that belief in each other in here.
That's JJ Peterka. We've got our own JJ. You can hear him from 3 to 6. And the Mammoth got their JJ Peterka, who was acquired off-season. Now they play tonight at the Delta Center, 7 o'clock against the Islanders. The Islanders are 9-6. So they're right in the Metro division there. They're right in the middle. So this is a decent team. This will be a good win. And the puck drop, as I said, 7 p.m. Coverage here on the KSL Sports Zone will begin at 6 p.m. with Hockey Night in Utah. Friday night hockey, man. How cool is that to be able to see in our see for that matter? I was going to say and see, I guess, in our town here as they're in their second year. All right, What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There is no job that is too big or is too small. You can get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Of that, I can promise you. 8:30, we got Lock, radio guy for the Jazz, and then at 9:05, the Squeakster, Kevin Graham. Good morning, Kevin. How you doing back east? Look forward to talking to you in an hour and a half. Always look forward. Now, we talked about Utah Jazz tickets, and we were giving away a 4-pack to the Chicago Bulls. That is Sunday. Okay, we got college football to get to, a whole bunch of stuff, BYU hoop. Stay with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Freeways along the Wasatch Front have been cleared up now after the crash in Provo earlier this morning. The only delays are in the construction zones eastbound at Pioneer Crossing and Lehigh getting to I-15, also northbound on SR-36 at that merge on Lake Point with I-80. This update is brought to you by our friends over at GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or once again visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
From the first twinkle on Temple Square to the last toast of the night, make your holidays shine 10 floors up at the roof. Perched high above the city in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building, every table feels like a front row seat to the season. The anticipation is over. We're reopening November 14th, just in time for your merriest gatherings and special occasions. Now with an all-new design and an a la carte menu that wraps Utah favorites in a festive bow. Share a plate of our house-made Utah scone, pass the reimagined funeral potato bites, slice into your perfectly cooked steak, then stop and linger over local honey-drizzled desserts, berry cobbler, and chocolate pudding that tastes like holiday magic. The delicious menu doesn't stop there. Why not try our birria short rib, pork ossobuco, maple glazed salmon, shrimp scampi, and our fried chicken mac and cheese. All dishes made to celebrate togetherness. Elevate your traditions literally. Preview the new menu and reserve your holiday table at theroofslc.com. This is The Roof, where the holidays taste like home.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Big game for BYU, bounce back game. Can they handle TCU? Kalani on facing the Horned Frogs.
They can run the ball if they want, and they can pass the ball every down if they want to. It's not like you're just going to go out there and impose your will on them. They have different ways to attack you, and they can throw the ball downfield. He's an accurate thrower where he can thread the needle if he needs to. We have to be a complete defense and defend it all, and that's easier said than done. That's why teams that are coached by Sonny Dykes usually find ways to score a lot of points.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time on a Football Friday to ask the question that we all care about. Don't we expect BYU and Utah to beat these two teams from Texas on Saturday?
I'd bet your life on it.
Thanks for that. I feel like I'd have a good chance of being here Monday, but I'm not real positive. Because while they ought to win, this isn't, we're not talking laughers here. These are teams firmly in the middle of the Big 12.
Okay, but Utah has played teams in this in a higher category and smoked them.
Yep, that's true.
Every time they win, it's a blowout. So I could see it. I can see them winning 31-10.
Have they blown out a good team on the road? All the blowouts I'm thinking of were at home. And West Virginia was a blowout, but that's a bad team.
It was bad at the time. They've gotten better.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
But, I mean, that's their fault. That's not Utah's fault.
No, I get it. But this would be if they win in a blowout, this would be, here's a weird category, this would be their best blowout road win of the year.
Yeah.
Or maybe you just say it's the best blowout of the year because it's a pretty good team on the road.
Yeah, I think Cincinnati is. I think they win comfortably. I see no reason not to go along those lines. My mindset is that they win comfortably.
They're going to run it. They're going to run it some more, and then they're going to run it some more after that, and there isn't much Baylor's going to do about it.
Yeah, that's not a big intriguing point for me.
It isn't.
I'm looking to see what Sawyer Robertson and that offense can do against the defense. You know, they took Sorsby and just locked him up. They didn't get an opportunity to play Levitt. And they did okay against BYU, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, they lost that game. Analytics apparently lost that game.
Yeah.
I guess you could say.
Fourth quarters, just talking because that analytics is more an issue of the offense and choosing to go with the offense instead of the special teams.
Yes.
Defensively, they gave up 24 to BYU, and 14 of those came in the fourth quarter of the game on the line. And they gave up 21 to Texas Tech in the fourth quarter when it had been a close game, and the 21 took it away. So, to your point, they've locked up most teams they've faced, and even the two games they lost, they were stellar for three quarters, and then in the fourth quarter, the other offense did enough. Even the 34 against Texas Tech in college football, that's not an outrageous number. Certainly not a good number for a defense, but when teams are averaging 28 to 30 points, 34 is not outrageous.
It is not. But I expect them to win comfortably.
So then, as you bet my life on this, The Utes being a 9.5-point favorite on the road at Baylor. That's at 5 o'clock, so I'm still alive at 8. But where my life might be at risk would be at 8:15 when BYU hosts TCU.
Well, this is a must-win, obviously. They can possibly get into the title game with 2 losses and things break their way, but there's no way they're getting in with 3. And then if they lose tomorrow, then you would make the assumption that they would
now
lose
you got to
in
go to Cincinnati, right?
And that's not a good setup for you. So, last year it was sort of not that they were fat and happy, but they overachieved expectation. And you can argue that they've overachieved expectation this year. But given the fact that they started 9-0 last year and then lose the last couple of 2 of the last 3 there, with Kansas and the Devils, left a little bit of a sour taste. And here, the guys like Chase Roberts, we're going to finish this. There's a lot of vowing going on that we've learned from that and all that stuff. And so, yeah, fine. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt until I see otherwise. The Texas Tech loss was not unsurprising. It was non-competitive, which I think was more surprising than not. So with that in mind here, this is a must bounce-back game. You can right the ship. The opportunity is there. I don't think you'll beat Tech the second time, but just get there and then surprise us all, and that'd be great. I would love to see it. I'd be the first one to say I was wrong on that. And things can change if there's injuries between now and then. But as we sit here this morning, you've got to win this game, and the idea is to get to the conference final. If you get to the conference final with only 1 loss, I don't even care if you got beat 80-0. If you go 11-1, that's a really good season. I mean, come on. There's no other way you can spin it. I mean, you can argue, well, Texas Tech, game days there, biggest home game they've had since that Texas game was that 08, 09 or something. Mm-hmm. The crowd is going berserk and everything. Mahomes is in the stands. I mean, it's sort of things conspired against you and they jumped on you and you didn't play well. So maybe you can understand it to a degree.
Yeah, but 11-1's super rare. There's 136 college football teams, and right now there's 10 teams that have a chance to do that, and they won't all do it. So if you get there, you're one of a small handful of teams that pulls that off.
And you will have accomplished something that you didn't accomplish last year. So that's advancement. That's improvement. And you're doing it with a youngster who we figure will be back. You never know with the transfer thing, but the future in the immediacy would be extremely high for next year and all that stuff. And Texas Tech is losing a bunch of guys. They've got a great recruiting class, but they brought in a ton of guys that were one-and-dones this year, and the quarterback would be gone and all that stuff. So it would really look bright for next year being in the mix to be one of the favorites, if not the favorite for sure. We'll see how that plays out. But you got to get this thing. I'm getting way ahead of myself. You got to get this home game. You lost that home game to Kansas last year. That's what did you in, not going down to Tempe and losing to a team that was hot, who was on a 7-game winning streak. That's no big deal.
The ASU game is comparable to the Tech game. So this game is like the Kansas game, and you can't have what happened against Kansas happen at home here.
And I don't care if it's a fluke hit kid on the helmet and whatever. You just can't be in that situation. You didn't score enough points, obviously, and you threw an interception there at the end of the first half. Fetching analytics. They just would have said, don't throw that lob in the end zone at the end of the first half. Maybe something good could have happened. But you got to get this game, and they all know this. There's nothing. And they're just, some of those coaches listen to us in the morning, but they know it full well. They know it burns 1,000 times brighter for them than it does for me. And so I suspect that they'll be fine. But I got to see it because I thought they would have beat Kansas. The ASU game was a toss-up, and you lost by, 4 points? Whoop-de-doo. That happens. There's going to be a winner and a loser. I was actually impressed the way they bounced back because they looked like they were on the verge of getting blown out, and they came back and literally made it as tight as you could possibly be. So that was impressive to get off the mat like they did and make that game big-time tough. So now, with all that said and the experience of that, they know it. They gotta get it. They have to get it. I think they will. I hope they will, but they must. This is a cool November game, literally and figuratively. See what I did with the...
I did. Just letting you savor that for a second there. I knew you were enjoying that.
Well, sometimes, though, in full transparency, I get sidetracked when I wallow in my greatness for too long. Sometimes I just need to hit it, and then, okay, that happened. Now I'm taking one great comment at a time.
You just put that 5-iron 10 feet from the pin, but you got to put it behind you because you got a 10-footer to make for birdie.
Right.
Okay.
One great moment at a time. Sure, that was a great moment, but it's almost like it's 40 seconds behind us now. You got to move on to the next one.
Don't we all expect BYU and Utah to beat those two teams from Texas on Saturday? Caleb, best QB they faced on the road. Caleb seeing the combination of things that could bring the Utes down. Meanwhile, Christy, Utah, yes. BYU could struggle. TCU can be tough.
Christy says that?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I would probably agree with Christy on what she's saying there. I assume that's a female.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right. That's logical. Yeah, if I had to pick one of the two, guaranteed, I'd go Utah.
Right. Vegas says Utah by 9.5 and BYU by 4.5. And that's with the 3-point accommodation for the home team, obviously helping BYU and working against Utah. So the gamblers are right there.
It looks to be that on paper, which has been proven wrong many times, but that's the way it looks. And so I would agree with that. I did not know the odds, but I could agree with those odds.
I mean, we got 9 games in the books now. TCU's slightly better at 6-3. Well, they're both 3-3 in league. TCU's slightly better overall at 6-3. Baylor 5-4. Baylor lost to Auburn. They lost their big game, and TCU beat SMU.
It just seems like Baylor's in a little bit of a
funk
quandary. The athletic director's basically stepping down.
Yeah.
And there's something going on there. And then he had the problem with the tight end, I think a while back. Aranda just seems like he's fighting for his job the last 5 Novembers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it's been 5, but it just seems like
No, it does. It does seem like that.
Yeah.
I bumped into
do you have a friend whose daughter went to Baylor?
No.
Oh,
close, though. Bumped into somebody we know whose kid was heavily recruited by Baylor and was leaning towards going there and then changed because Aranda was, the job was in jeopardy. And it seems like that was 3 years ago. So that job in jeopardy
So you bumped into Steve Tate 3 years ago? Or you bumped into him recently?
No, 3 years ago. In line at Cafe Rio. What a Utah experience that was.
Yeah, and I get that. That's uncertainty.
Yeah.
You're supposed to commit to a school and all that,
right.
but that is fantasy land.
I know.
The engineering program and all that stuff.
And Steve played, so he totally understands how it works. And he's like,
I never bought that philosophy.
He's like, my kid likes Aranda. I like Aranda. Everybody likes Aranda, but is he going to be there?
I've seen that TV show.
Which one is that?
Everybody likes Aranda.
It only had a 13-week run. They thought it was going to get canceled. And then they extended it for the rest of the year. Thought it was going to get canceled.
It seems like their program is in flux right now. And I read last home game, they had less than 40,000, which was the lowest crowd, blah, blah.
Right.
So the fan base is getting fickle.
Yeah.
Oh, we had David Smoke on.
David Smoke said that when he was on, yeah.
Oh, he said that?
Yeah,
he did. The crowd.
He said they're disconnected. He's disconnected right now.
Yeah.
And I read it.
Translated for they're not winning enough.
Yeah, it does. And they moved on to basketball. It's like the U of A in Tucson.
2021, they won 12 games, and then 6 wins, 3 wins, 8 wins, 5 wins. I mean, they're all over the map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, hence the disconnection.
And they're probably going to have a new AD.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Delays in the construction zone on northbound SR 36. You'll start to see those brake lights near Canyon Road if you're on the Tooele area. The slowing in the construction zone on Pioneer Crossing has eased a little bit, but heaviest delays still eastbound as you try to get over towards I-15 this morning. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now, pay later. Go to advancedwindows.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day-only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day-only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Nephi on November 11th, St. George on November 13th, and Orem on November 20th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry, Terry.
Keep awkwardly
Terry,
chanting your own
Terry.
name, Terry. You deserve it.
Woo!
Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have 2 locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Baylor tomorrow, 5 o'clock on ESPN2. Kyle Whittingham evaluating Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson.
He does not run as much as the quarterbacks that we faced this year, but he likes to beat you from the pocket with his arm, and so we've got to find a way to not let him get comfortable back there and just go through his progression. We've got to speed things up.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day, Blink-182. Drummer Travis Barker celebrates his 30th birthday. Should that be Travis? Yeah. Travis Barker celebrates his 50th birthday. Brought to you by Live Nation for all the live concerts and events in 2025. Check out livenation.com. The big 5-0. Kids are all grown up, PK. Blink-182 is 50.
That's a lot of blanks in his life.
There you go.
Why did Kyle just go deep into the response to Sawyer Robinson, but had nothing to say about the Grizz?
Because Sawyer doesn't play at BYU.
Mm-hmm. That team down there.
That doesn't hold water for me. I want to know more. Why not?
Why don't you ask him?
Why won't he mention BYU's quarterback and any of his skills? What was the point behind that?
I don't know. It didn't make any sense to me. I think the only two things I would guess, and I'd just be guessing, I've never talked to him about this, but I would guess that one, it's the rival, and he recruits more against them head-to-head, and so he just has decided not to talk about them. Or two, due to the nature of the rivalry, anything you say
can be held against you?
Yes,
in
exactly.
a court of law?
That's exactly it. In the court of the rivalry. In the court of the rivalry.
In the court of fan opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, you go down there to South Mountain, and you get right up on top of the county line in the courtroom there, and it can all be held against you. And so he's just like, I'm just not mentioning him. It's just, if you try to compliment him, it's a backhand slide. If you don't compliment him,
but doesn't it look petty without even commenting at all?
Yeah, but
that's another, but that is the danger.
This kid is, we like what we see on film. And
he's talking about every other quarterback they have played all year, and then he says, we're going to focus on our team this week.
Yep.
Why?
Yep. He's not talking about the rival.
If they would have asked him about Will Ferrin, would he have just elaborated? He's a heck of a kicker, man. Beat us last year. Clutch kick.
I don't know. Why didn't someone break down the place kicker? Missed opportunity.
Yeah. Would the question have been different if it would have been, could you speak to the quarterback play that BYU is receiving, rather than this focus on literal individual? Now, it's one and the same, because he's taken virtually all the snaps.
I get your point. I don't think he would have said anything.
No? Not even at that. How about the running game, which is more people?
I have tried to do that, getting sound for later in the week for these updates we do, and it doesn't usually yield much. And one time this year, he said, well, I don't look at that opponent until Monday afternoon, which is why I can never answer your questions. Or
okay, but he answered it about Sawyer Robinson. Was it because they had the bye?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe it was the bye.
And they need stuff to do?
I think it was about Cincinnati's run defense. I think is what I tried to ask him about, and he wasn't having any of it. But maybe the bye, you're right. Maybe the bye with Baylor gave him obviously more time.
Right, because he gave the kids off 3 days, he said.
Yeah, so they're ahead on their film work.
This time of year, he's not just sitting around watching TV. Yeah. So maybe that makes sense.
Yeah,
that he would have a lot more information because of the bye. Why not use that to your advantage and look at every opponent, but certainly the next opponent? I can buy that completely. I actually had not noticed that he waited, or he would say, well, I don't really get into it until Monday afternoon.
Yep.
But
yeah, he
specifically
said that.
I didn't remember
it
that.
would have been, I'm pretty sure it was the Cincinnati game that he said that.
Okay.
So the Monday before the Cincinnati game. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And coming up this morning, so many things still in front of us. We still have David Locke showing up this morning. David will join us to talk all things Utah Jazz at 8:30. Kevin Graham is here to talk football at 9 o'clock. Mark Harlan on the playoff committee. We'll get to that next. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The Garden Restaurant. All things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famous Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts? I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night coming. Did you steal my prayers? I don't know where I was. I feel numb and all or nothing.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Mark Harlan added to the college football playoff committee. Playoffs? So what do we think about that?
Well, that is bleeping brilliant.
Kevin, this spot was stolen from us. We were happy to be part of the college football playoff, but today we are not. Matthew, this is fantastic. When the Utes don't get an invite, Harlan will jump on the table and say this was stolen from us. I was excited about the 12-team playoff, but now I am not. It was absolutely stolen from us.
Yeah, that's going to live on.
Forever.
As it should.
Mark, he'll provide great perspective to the committee as someone with recent on-field experience. Vernon.
Now that one's funny.
Vernon.
It's good.
Okay, so that's the only vote Utah will get then. See, that's the problem with this. You have to, when your team's discussed, you have to leave the room.
Why is that a problem?
Well, you have to leave the room. You
can't
recuse
yourself.
Why is that a problem?
Because that's one less person who could vote for you. If they'd added a different Big 12 AD, that Big 12 AD could advocate for Utah or BYU or
Are you sure
Texas
about that?
Tech seating.
Are you
What?
sure about that?
What? Another Big 12? I don't think the other ADs have to leave the room.
Are you sure about that? I stand by my question.
No.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
I'm 90% sure about that. How about that?
Okay. It's a simple question.
Because the story I read
You
said
weren't
that
under
you have
oath
to,
here.
Well,
you're not gonna,
it feels like it sometimes. I'll just tell you that right now.
I know. I get that, but not this time.
So I'll tell you why. I'm pretty sure, but not completely sure. The story talked about how if you have a tie to your team, a tie to the team, you have to leave the room.
Tie goes to the runners, and Utah runs the ball well.
It didn't say the conference. So I assume that the conference is okay. It didn't spell it out in this story.
Oh, so it's the story's fault.
No, it'd be my fault for not contacting the author of the story and getting the footnoted edition.
You gotta report it. I mean, that's what Walt taught me.
Walt didn't teach you anything.
By example. That's so Jesus didn't teach you anything.
By legacy. See, Walt didn't write the Bible. Walt didn't write the Bible.
I'm just using a parable in the manner that you came to me.
Mark Harlan.
Get off the mount over there and finish your sermon, all right?
I'm just trying to understand logic.
Well done.
Trying to understand logic, that's all.
You are not.
I'm a devil.
That I believe. Finally, some truth.
So,
finally.
Everybody knows where my allegiances are. Yeah, I don't think that's a big deal.
Get the ASU AD on there, and then he can pump up Utah. The Utah AD can't pump up Utah.
I know. I think at this point in time, since it's late in the process, you need a seasoned guy. Or lady. And the AD is in barely his second year at ASU. Harlan has been around the block. He's had worked in athletic administration, 4 or 5 schools, obviously been an athletic director before.
He's been on this committee before.
He's been on the committee before, and I think that was a big factor. Right?
And he's in the conference. So to me, it's an absolute logical association that you would have him aboard. He can step right in. And he follows the game. I've talked to him about the game a million times over. And so in my mind, it would be an absolutely seamless transition to get a veteran person in here of his caliber.
Dax, BYU is screwed.
And you know, I disagree on that because
I do too.
I mean, obviously he's been here 7, 8 years now.
8.
And so he had an idea of the rivalry growing up in the LA area, going to school in Arizona and all. I'm sure he did. But, you know, he had and probably still has an outstanding relationship with Tom Homo. And now he's got to develop one with Brian. But I don't think he really gets caught up in that stuff because Chris Hill and his associate, they did because they were getting their brains beat out for years. And so it was sort of like a little bit of not necessarily revenge, but it was sort of sweet that they got up here and you got stuck down there.
Yes.
Mark comes in a different aspect. Utah's already there. So he didn't go through the struggles of the climb and getting your brains beat out. Like he came in and didn't lose for several years.
Yeah.
In football, obviously.
And they weren't in the same league. He wasn't interacting in league meetings the same way. And so they weren't the 800-pound gorilla. It's just different.
I have 1,000% faith that if Mark Harlan is asked to give a fair assessment of Brigham Young University football, he will do exactly that.
And for all the debates that we have had here in the last week or two and that we will have in the next couple of weeks, there might not be anything to pitch either way. It might be crystal clear.
And I think to a large degree it will be.
Yeah. Maybe Texas Tech with the seeding, that might be where he has more say because it appears they'll be in and maybe the seeding won't be crystal clear.
And that's not that big of a deal to me. The lobbying is done by Yormark. That's his job. He needs to have every one of these people on speed dial. He's like the coach texting the star quarterback high school recruit. Hey, you had a great game. How you doing this morning? How's your body feel? You know, there's a constant, whatever the communication rules are. Yormark needs to be pitching this because we already saw this very week, early in the week, the SEC commissioner telling us we ought to get 8.
Yeah.
At minimum 6. What he's saying is we ought to get 8, but I freaking darn well better get 6. And then that's what he's saying. And so that message rings louder. It's not Mark Harlan's job to pitch for the Big 12 in this situation. They're paying somebody literally millions of dollars to do this. And that's what he needs to do. And Mark has integrity on the line here. And I know he came out on the field and he popped off. Wow, he's a human being. Who knew? And so he made a mistake. Well, whoop-de-doo. It happened. It's not like it's a slew of mistakes. He got heated. I mean, I've talked to him about stuff that that's not the first time he's complained about officiating.
Said every AD ever.
Yes.
This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not.
That's a legendary comment right there.
That lives forever.
That's what makes this rivalry, man.
But it also, I think that final comment about not being happy to be in the Big 12 leads BYU fans to be like, okay, he's going to, on BYU.
I don't think he is. I don't think he is.
I would tend to agree with you. I'm just saying that's, I think, where that.
That's fine. And you're a fan and you have fun. That's what you do with this rivalry. That stuff, in a sense, is fun. Slugging another person, having foul language, being vile to somebody you see on the concourse because he or she is wearing a colored shirt representative of your team, that's over the top.
Yeah.
But this stuff, that's what it's about, going back and forth like that. And I'm okay with that. In retrospect, I would think, Mark doesn't really want to talk about it, but I would think he could see where, okay, I can see where they make fun of that. Because now we're well over a year removed from it. It's harmless from that perspective. But I have no doubt that he's going to evaluate fairly. Plus, he's one of 12 voices, right?
I thought the good part was that an AD left, so they put an AD on, and it was a Big 12 AD, so they put a Big 12 AD on.
So each one
maybe in retrospect that should be obvious, but the way things work in college sports, I didn't know.
Each of the Power 4 conferences has a conference representative on the committee, so they were replacing the Big 12 representative was Mac Rhodes. Therefore, they replaced him with another Big 12
like
AD.
the opinions of guys like Chris Ault, Mark D'Antonio, Mike Riley. These guys, they've been in the mud for a long time as coaches. And then they try to get some representation. They have a female on there, a lady named Carla Williams. I'm looking at it right now. Ivan Maisel, longtime respected media member, highly respected media member. I don't even know what he's doing now. But he has that deep voice. Heard him talk. So he's been doing it. You have veteran people here that just, that they may not, we may not agree with everything that they do, and I don't know that we ever will. You know what I mean?
Well,
last year we feel like BYU got screwed.
Yeah.
Okay, there's going to be somebody else this year who feels like it.
There
It's
always
just the
has
nature
to be a
of it.
bubble team, and when the tournament's 12, 16 deep, even when it was 4 deep, we had that whole Florida State fiasco. There's always going to be this stuff.
Right. Well, always, because there's not a professional bracket. If you do this and this.
Well, the Big Ten's pitching it, sort of.
Well, and I would like to hear the proposal, actually. We keep going down the road. There's no turning back.
Right.
So we've taken a significant step. If there are other steps to be taken, let's hear the proposals. Doesn't necessarily mean they're bad.
Well, the part that everyone objects to is the SEC and the Big Ten get 4, and the ACC and the Big 12 get 2. If the ACC and the Big 12 were given 4, just like the Big Ten and the SEC, I think they'd be signing on in a heartbeat.
Okay, but I understand that. I'm not making an opinion of the possibility. I'm just saying I want to hear discussion about the possibilities, and I get it. Each of these things are conferences they've got one interest in mind, themselves, and then the good of the game. But they want to take care of themselves first. Everybody does that.
Yeah.
When money's at stake. And it'll always be like that. But as far as Mark jumping on this year, it's a logical position to be in. They probably knew the AD at Colorado was stepping aside. He announced that. You're not going to put Santiago on it. He just got there. As I said, the Sun Devil guy just got there. And here you got somebody who has been around and has experience in athletic administration for many, many years. So away you go here. And hopefully for our sakes that one or both. I would be ideal. Personally, I'd love to see both, but I want one, and I really don't care which one it is. Give me BYU or Utah in the playoff, and I'll enjoy it. Give them both, and that's Christmas morning. Now, the great thing about it is Mark Harlan, if you take care of your business, he's got nothing to say about it. You can go get that bid, and nobody can take it away from you, and nobody can give it to you.
A four-game winning streak for BYU right now, and they're in. Win your last 3, win the conference title game, and then all that's being talked about is seeding.
Oh, yeah, if BYU goes on a 4-game winning streak, they're minimally getting a home game. Minimally get out of town. Well, they're gonna go.
No.
Minimally.
DJ.
Yeah.
12-1.
12-1.
They're getting a home game. Sorry.
Okay.
No,
they're gonna
because Tech might very well get a top 4 seed.
Yeah,
they're gonna leap Notre Dame. They're gonna leap Texas.
and
12-1.
Texas and Oklahoma will probably lose, so that'll just
at
take care of that.
12-1.
12-1. Yes.
Absolutely.
I guess Tech wouldn't get in a home game because
Would 12-1 BYU move in front of 8-1? 11-1 Oregon if Oregon wins out, which isn't a given.
We don't need to move in front of them. You just need to be a seed that gives you a home game.
It'd be 5 through 8.
That's all you need. That's all. I'm not going to argue your point. I'm going to stick to my point and Yak's point. 12-1 gets you a home game.
They're going to be 5 through 8, and they'll have a home game.
I don't care if they move ahead of Oregon.
Well, Oregon's sitting in the 8th spot. They got to move ahead of somebody.
They'd be
they would
Tech because they
they
beat Tech.
wouldn't move.
They would
They
beat
would
Tech.
Vault.
Yeah.
They'll beat Tech. Yeah.
They would Florence Griffith Joyner. Is that her name?
I thought she was a sprinter.
Right.
Did she do the long jump?
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, fly
Sprinting,
by.
man.
Oh, okay. I was thinking
Those
like
big
long jump,
fingernails,
high jump,
just
pole vault.
Coming down the track.
Yeah.
In
I
impressive
just
speed.
have no. I just
That would
Big
be
12
shocking.
Big 12 teams getting the shaft doesn't shock me.
No.
Okay.
12-1.
I mean, the SEC's got games where each other are going to beat each other up, and teams
We
are
have
going
that
to
this weekend. We have 4 and 5 versus 10-11.
Right.
No, I don't care who it is. Any 12-1 team that doesn't get
You're going to have
a home game, I would be outraged.
You're going to have Shahan J. Araja on our airwaves saying this is travesty if that happens.
Once Shahan J. Raja says it, you know it's true. The guy wears loud sport coats.
He does wear loud sports coats.
Electric blue.
That would just be an absolute given. I would fire all those people on the committee.
Oh, you may need to.
No.
Okay.
12-1? And you will have beaten...
you will have beaten number 6 Tech.
Yeah, and...
A ranked Cincinnati.
And
Cincinnati is 25
Utah,
right now.
And Utah?
Yeah, you'd also have a win over Utah, who's probably going to be top
Utah's
15.
Utah's moving up.
Yeah.
They're the Jeffersons. They ain't going down.
Oh, sing it. Come on, Yak, let's go. It's
Because
on
I
YouTube.
don't think they're losing. And you got that in the bag.
Yeah.
And last year, and this is where the human factor comes in, they know full well that maybe they hosed BYU last year. And so they're not going to do it again.
I like all those points, and then over here is they've got to hop over Big Ten and SEC teams.
No, they need to finish 5 to 8. That's not that outrageous. That's
There'll
that's
probably
an
be enough.
assumption.
There'll probably
on
be
that.
enough help along the way. You're right. They probably would get there.
Yeah, I didn't think you thought that all the way through, but now you have.
I didn't. No, I default
that's
to.
fine.
I
That's
default
fine.
to the Big 12 is going to get the shaft.
Not at 12-1.
Tie. What was that thing you just said? Tie
goes
base
to the
goes to
runner?
the runner. Yeah, tie base doesn't go to the Big 12. It goes to SEC Big 10.
Come on, move around with it.
We finally got a piece of the pie. You doing the sprinkler? What are you doing over
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
This has got to be high quality YouTube entertainment right now.
Yeah. Wheezy would pitch a fit.
Wheezy would.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying, man. And Tech, Utah, West Virginia, Oklahoma State, I don't care who it is.
Yeah.
You go 12-1 in this conference.
So over here, your mark could be saying 12-1, got to have a home game. And over here, you'd have the SEC commissioner saying, got to have 8 teams, even though you're right, he means 6. Or 5 if Oklahoma, gets beat twice. Even
But
he'll
see,
give up on
the
them.
SEC is so cocky that they wouldn't care. We'll play anywhere you want and beat you.
That's probably what they would think, yes.
Well, Sankey's been a broken record on that.
Yeah. So whoop-de-doo.
It's more Petiti in the Big Ten.
Texas had BYU, first-round playoff game.
Well, they've played in Provo before.
I don't care.
No, I'm just thinking, how juicy would that be? Here comes Arch Manning.
In mid to late December.
Sark.
Anybody.
Sark wasn't coaching
Sark
them when they
back in
came
Provo,
here, right?
yeah.
Anybody against.
I know. Any playoff game would be great.
Yeah. They're all good teams. We're not arguing that. No one's arguing that. They're all very good teams.
Number 9, Utah, and number 8, BYU.
Oh, that's the ultimate fantasy.
Yeah.
And if I'm Utah, I would love that because that's not really a road game in the manner of a road game.
Right. Yeah. That's not getting on a plane and flying across the country.
No. Each team has won in each other's stadium.
Well, first you got to win them all.
Yeah. And that'd be awesome. I just don't see anybody beating Tech.
Right.
That's
so that was a fun
line.
segment, but that was just a bunch of hot air.
Probably.
Like many segments we've done.
Yeah, what the heck? This is sports radio.
DJ PK, it's David Locke next. Stay with us. Utah Jazz with a beautiful loss. Also, we have Jazz tickets to give away on the other side of the break, so stick around for that. You might win. We might send you to a game. That's next right here on The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Good crash southbound I-15 in Murray just after 72nd South. They're blocking the left lane and shoulder, causing delays. They're creeping closer to the south interchange currently. I-215 looking good no matter where you drive across the Salt Lake Valley right now. You might see some brake lights in the construction zone on the West Belt near I-80. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA's Road Therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, it's SLC Fat Loss with huge news. We're having our biggest deal of the year. Over $400 off, now through December 31st. We know how hard it is to stay on track during the holidays. Most people without a plan gain 5 to 10 holiday pounds. But this year, you could do the opposite and lose 10 to 20% in just 60 days and still enjoy those special holiday meals. This plan works because it helps reset your metabolism and hunger hormones. Claim your free consultation at slcfatloss.com.
I found the exact program that works for me. Alex here, JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off during that full year.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Do it before, during, or after the holidays, in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. But hurry, limited spots available. Trust us, you'll thank yourself come the new year. Results may vary.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
More fiber and laxatives, eh? Who are you? I'm future you. Future me? Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots, built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for a home game against TCU. 8:15 kickoff on ESPN. Bear Bachmeier's thoughts on the TCU defense.
A little bit of Iowa State in there, and it's a very intricate defense, and Coach Avils does a great job of scheming up, and so we got to come ready to play.
This Cougar update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a Utah Jazz Ticket Friday. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We'll win a 4-pack of tickets to watch the Jazz and the Bulls Sunday at the Delta Center. Call right now, 801-575-ZONE. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah Jazz, beaten at home. File that one under acceptable loss, right, PK? 3-point game going to the fourth quarter. Oh, they weren't good enough in the fourth quarter. That's too bad.
Well, if you have a team that shoots over 50% from the three in the manner of the way the game is played today, it's not 6 for 10. It's 27 for 43 or something. You're going to win.
24-47 last night.
Yeah, I mean, come on. What are you going to do?
Find the 3-point shooters. Sometimes there's nothing you can do.
Right.
Other times it did seem like guys were kind of floating, not completely aware of what they were supposed to be doing.
Yeah, but I think on both sides.
Well, the Jazz were 19 of 44, 43%. I mean, they were lighting it up themselves.
And if they would have shot over 50%, they would have won.
See? There it is. 5 more threes for Atlanta and a 10-point win.
Yeah. Duh. We get that. So, this maybe you nitpick 42 in the first, and then they allowed 42 in the first and only scored 19 in the fourth.
Good. DJ PK, we're joined now by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
You know, what a gift you two have. I mean, I wake up, I go through my day, and then all of a sudden, at 8:30 on Fridays, I feel better than I have felt at any point all week because I get time with DJ and PK. I mean, truly, a gift you give to people to be so uplifting, make people feel so happy. Incredible. Truly, truly angels on earth.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said, truly angels on earth.
In a previous segment, he pointed out he's a devil, but now he's an angel on earth.
Sun devil.
Well, that might be
Sun devil.
That actually might be very deep, symbolic knowledge of how the world truly works. Frankly,
There it
right
is.
there, if you
There
want
it
to get
is.
You need guys like
fairly
me.
deep and philosophical.
An angel, yet a devil. 80 points at halftime. You were thinking, there's no way they're getting to 160. Something's got to happen. 52 in the second half. That was much better.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lights out shooting night. That, give them credit. I mean, Quinn's doing some really interesting things and running some good stuff. And they're really, really, really hard to guard. And they're harder. They are truly, not to get like into an Atlanta controversy, but they're much harder.
There will be no Atlanta controversy. David will be cut off.
Devil or angel.
I believe he was about to make a point about not having Trey there, who can be a little ball dominant.
Well, they had a lot of trays.
They end up with a lot of trays instead of one tray.
And they were arresting Kristaps Porzingis. The guy needs a blow. I mean, he is freaking Cal Ripken.
Well, it's game 13, so you know what the heck. Were you about to make a point about not having Trey?
Well, I said something nice about Quinn's not having the phone disconnected. I guess you're not allowed to do that anymore. Quinn's running some interesting stuff where they're just getting into their offense really, really fast, and they're doing it from a lot of different angles and a lot of different places. And where if you have Trae Young, they're coming at you kind of from one spot. And it's difficult because Trae Young's great, but you know where they're attacking you from and how they're attacking you. And, you know, they had Lowry high up on the pick and roll with Nurkic trying to deal with a Lowry. You know, those are the guys we don't want. I mean, Nurkic, we have no choice, but those are two guys you don't want in space having to try to guard pick and rolls or trying to guard early actions. And it was just a really, really difficult defensive night, and the Jazz got better as the night went on. And really the Jazz – you know, Atlanta shot – at one point Atlanta was shooting 54% from three with a lot of attempts, and the Jazz were still in contact. And you kind of knew the game was going to get back to even, and then the Jazz shot brilliantly, and it was 103-103. And, frankly, we turned it over 3 straight possessions. All 3 were pretty careless, bad turnovers. And, frankly – like, I'm not going youth on it. It was Nurkic, Markkanen, and George with 3 bad turnovers. So that was a game. We're within 1, have the basketball, and Nurk throws the same pass that had worked earlier in the game multiple times. I'm just not sure I throw it 5 minutes left in a game. It's a 1-point game to try to get Lowry on a backdoor cut without a lot of room. And then Lowry tries to skip over the top of the defense from the left corner to the right corner. Has more airtime than most flights these days. And then lastly, you know, Keontae ball fakes Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but then leaves the ball exposed, and now he takes the ball and takes it the other way, and the game's over. So that was the game, but boy, it was fun and exciting and played well, and you know, a lot of really good moments. But I think it is worth noting that the team made had of youth at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. Point taken. I've come up with a new name for Ace Bailey. I'm calling him the Gondola because get on board and he will take you to the top.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it is. I will admit, it is almost hard right now to not just be Ace Bailey, Ace Bailey, Ace Bailey, Ace Bailey. And if we're just honest about it, like the whole entire this is so unfair. He's 19 years old, but like the well-being of the franchise and our future, and like, yeah, it's on Ace Bailey right now. It's gonna be on somebody else and Ace Bailey next year, but it's on Ace Bailey. Like, there's not another guy on this roster who we should ever expect to be better than a top 50 player in the NBA. I think that's, if someone does that, they really vaulted themselves into a new category. I think Keontae could be really good, but he also is still shooting 26% from three. So let's give him still some leeway to get better. But no, I mean, it's awesome. Like, the talent, we'll see. Like, we'll see. This is what it's all about. Like, you have a piece, and it's, this is how I feel. Like, this, I'm going to take a little side note on this one, but, like, this is, to me, this relates to the Luka trade to me. It's a little bit like New Orleans with Zion, and Ace Bailey's not perfect, right? I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of things that are bumps in the road. I'm sure, he's going to have to figure out off-court living. Like, there's just a lot. That's our job. Like, our job being the organization. The organization's job is to have a talent at this level, and then your job is to foster it into its maximum ability. Like, this is my point on the Nico Harrison, why he's been fired the day he made the trade, is let's say every disgusting rumor that he spread about Luka Doncic is true, that he drinks too much, that he wasn't I don't care. He's the best offensive player this side of Nikola Jokic in the world. Like, I don't care if he does all those things. Your job as an organization is to find a way to get him better. Like, New Orleans' job with Zion Williamson has been to find a way to maximize the greatest talent in the entire league and figure out how to make it work. And New Orleans has failed at it. Like, and therefore their franchise is in disarray. This is our job for the next 5 to 10 years, is foster an environment where Ace Bailey thrives. And then we'll add another one, hopefully, in the offseason, and that's the job. But this is what it's all about. So, yes, it's Ace Bailey, and it's awesome. That pullback jumper the other day is awesome and highlight reel, but the pass to Markkanen on a basic fundamental flare action that we call Ray was awesome, and the pass last night on the drive on the right baseline, those are just not plays people make. They're just not, and he's great. Not to mention his jumper couldn't have been smoother last night.
Yeah, he had it going on. Last couple games, man, since he moved in the starting lineup.
Right.
Can't argue
right.
with it.
And also the jumper last night, I'm going to give the coaches credit. He's shooting it. If you go back and look at video, he's shooting it a little differently. Like, they've worked with him. We're seeing the beginning of the impact of the fact that you get to play basketball for 6 hours every day. Like, the NCAA is one of the worst breeding grounds for basketball players to get better. They don't get better in college because coaches don't have enough time. The NCAA restricts how much they can practice. It's stupid. We don't do this to a violinist. We don't do it to a ballet. Like, we don't do it to anyone else. We just do it to athletes. Oh, you can't practice. Like, great. That's super, because he's going to make $300 million playing this sport. Maybe he should be able to practice all day. They don't, and so you get him in this environment where you have a coach established to him who's not out recruiting, and players get better. They get way better, and Ace's jumper looks different already.
We haven't seen a lot of Isaiah Collier, but we saw him for 25 minutes last night, and that was a lot of assists and a lot of layups. Okay, maybe one time a little optimistic on scoring and got swatted. But, my gosh, he was in the paint the whole night. Now, maybe that's a team that doesn't have a lot of rim protection, so it's a game that's built for him, and I get that. But what do you think of watching him in the little bit you've seen him?
I've been really impressed. Like, I'm a little hung up. I like my numbers and all my other stuff, and I'm all hung up on shooting. Okay, let's just talk about what he's great at, right? You can sit here and talk about all the things that are missing. No, this is like what he's great at. He's great at his tempo, his speed, his power. Those are special skills. Those are elite level NBA skills. There's a reason why at a point in time he was the number one recruit in the country. I know it's kind of a silly thing, but like there's a reason. Now, since then, as he elevates, the game asks more out of him, and I do think, I think he's taken like 2-3 attempts in 72 minutes. Like, that's a hard one to live by in this league at this point in time for a guard. So he's going to have to figure some things out still. But, boy, you're right. His impact on the game is incredible. You're also right that Indiana without a center and Atlanta without Porzingis playing and without a center are two games back-to-back that match his gameplay, and fine. So maybe it's going to be that Isaiah Collier in certain nights of the year is a 30-minute-a-night player, and certain nights of the year he's a 14-minute-a-night player. But he impacts the game at a dramatic level, and it's pretty awesome. And I think he impacts how the other players play on the floor with him as well.
You remember many years ago when we were talking, you would talk about, some guys are going to put up stats just because people have to put up stats on any given game, right? And so maybe they're a little misleading. And I'm going this with Markkanen. He's on a scoring explosion pretty much the whole year. He's had a few off games. But how much of that is his ability? And I know if he was on a better team, he probably wouldn't get as many FGAs. But I'm trying to figure out how much of it is empty, how much of it is real, and you've made this statement that when the Jazz are their next playoff team, he'll be on it. And so as he progresses, when we get to that point, which I have no doubt will come, what type of player he would be versus the type of player he is now.
So I think you have to take and realize that Lauri Markkanen is a 7'1" shooting guard. And then the area where he's not quite the same as the other shooting guards is he's going to create his offense through activity without the ball, not activity with the ball. So if you actually look at him, his shot diet is the exact same as Steph Curry, Donovan Mitchell, and Tyrese Maxey right now. He takes 10 threes a game. He takes like 11 twos a game, and he shoots they're the exact same. Go look at Donovan Mitchell, Tyrese Maxey, Steph Curry. They're all taking the exact same amount of threes, the exact same amount of twos. They score the same amount of points a game. It's pretty crazy. That's what he is. And he's 7'1", and it's really amazing to watch. The one thing that he does not do, and the Jazz tried really hard last year and kind of derailed some of the stuff he does, was to try to see if he could just give him the ball and have him isolate and create. And so the way that Steph Curry, Tyrese Maxey, and Donovan Mitchell can bring the ball to the floor and then come off a high pick and create is just not his game. And so he's going to have to come off an off-ball screen. They're running way more pick and roll with him this year, both because he's good at it. He's gotten much better at catching the ball in the paint and making decisions or scoring around traffic, and because we don't have a big that can set a pick on the pick and roll anymore. And so that makes it – Nurkic can do it. He's just not very good at it, and he's not a good roller. So it's just not – the play now is a small pick and roll, a small switched onto Lowry and having Lowry slip into the lane and catch and make a play, and that's new. He did not used to do that, and it's helped him a great deal. And then Will Hardy last night was talking about how they watched him in Finland and how they used him, and they've gone to a little bit more of that stuff where Lowry really has gotten very good at catching in traffic around the basket and making plays. And so you're now seeing him run off-ball action, whether it's off double staggers, off the pick and roll, where not only is he playing to the three-point line, but he's also taking tight curls in the two-point range or coming off slips in the two-point range, and it's just changed his game. Geeky number for you, I think 78% of his two-point shots are assisted right now. It was 64% last year. Klay Thompson has never had a year of his career with 78% of his two-point shots assisted. You think the ultimate catch-and-shoot guy. That's literally Lowry is playing without the bounce at all. And so he's getting all of his actions off of things, getting the ball. That does get hard late in games. It will be interesting to see as we play more close games. We really haven't played very many close games yet this year. Can we get Lowry the ball? That's always been the problem is late in games. Can you get Lowry the ball?
But the fact that teams don't dare switch because now they're going to have to – if you're going to switch, you're going to have to put someone smaller on Markkanen. And if the Jazz get proficient at getting Markkanen to basically post up it's not old school Karl Malone back to the basket post up, but essentially get him within 3 or 4 feet of the hoop, and the smaller guy's got no chance. Mouse in the house, as Thurl Bailey likes to scream. Mouse in the house. Thurl always knew when he got a small guy on him, he was taking him right to the rim. Can the Jazz get teams now so the teams don't dare switch everything on the Jazz, as long as Markkanen's on the floor?
Well, Atlanta switched last night. Atlanta's actually a maintained team. Screens. That's not their defensive style, and they changed their defensive approach last night because of Lowry. They decided he was too big and too versatile, and they decided to switch everything, and that's why you saw all those backdoor cuts early in the game from Lowry. That's the other thing is he's reading the circumstances so well. He's now, it's been 3-4 years now where Lowry's the primary offensive player and coming off these sets, and now he reads the defense. And when you are switching, like, not to get too detailed, but if Lowry's coming from the bottom right corner of the court and on a route that's outside the three-point line to the top, and he's coming off a pick or two, by definition, if you switch it, the guy is on the top side of you. You now back cut, and you have a dunk or a layup to the basket if someone can find you. And he did that a bunch early last night because of their switching, read them perfectly, and had the answer. And last night, Atlanta broke their defensive schemes to be able to switch. It led to Lowry scoring 40-whatever points. So, to your point, yes, this is the answer if teams are switching. The league is allowing you to basically commit bodily harm on players off the ball right now. They have absolutely eliminated player movement, and basically you're allowed to just mug somebody all the time, which is kind of grotesque in my opinion. And I don't know why we're here, but I think we're here only because the offensive play, the league's allowing you to do it, and we scored 133 points last. Atlanta scored 133, and so did Phoenix, and so did Toronto last night. So if we do allow this, I guess everyone will score 150, but because the players have just gotten too good. So it will be interesting. And when we play Oklahoma City, I don't think it'll work because Oklahoma City fouls you every single minute of every single moment of the game, and literally, in most states, it would be a crime how much contact they make with you.
All right, we'll leave it right there, David. We appreciate it as always. You're the man, and we'll hear you Sunday, Jazz and Bulls.
You are angels that bring uplifting energy to all of us, and I could not be more thankful for my time with you.
David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. Kevin Graham's talking football at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The crash blocking the left lane and shoulder on southbound I-15 in Sandy just under 72nd South is causing heavy slowdowns as you approach the south interchange and let up until you get through 90th south at this moment. Northbound Redwood Road is also pretty slow in Bluffdale as you try to get over to Bangor Highway due to also some restrictions in that area. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions from system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, the rain is coming. That's in the forecast. Now, are you ready for it? Yeah, I bet you are. You got rain gear, right? You're prepared for it. Now, how about in your financial life? There might be some rainy days ahead. Are you prepared for it? And then if they're rainy days, you know what's going to follow? Sunny days. Are you prepared for those? That's where you want to certainly be prepared. And enjoy your time when that time comes. That's why I'm talking about Trajan Wealth. Because Trajan Wealth, they're fiduciary advisors, man. They will be able to help you prepare for the rainy day and then prepare for the sunny days, which will be down the road, hopefully for everybody, man. When we get to that retirement, doesn't matter where you are on that timeline. If you're younger, if you're older, go with Trajan Wealth. If you're just getting started, let Trajan Wealth help you create that financial plan. If you're down the timeline a little bit more, why don't you get a second opinion from Trajan Wealth? I did. Went down there, met with Steve, and listened to what they had to say, and I thought, well, that's pretty good stuff, man. Why wouldn't I want to get a second opinion? Maybe they can help me. And get this, that initial consultation, it's going to be for free. So you literally have nothing to lose and a whole lot to gain. Give them a shot. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. I'm telling you, with Trajan Wealth, you can plan smarter and dream bigger. How about that? Give them a call to set up a meeting. 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800 is the number. I met with Steve and Draper at their location there. But if you're up north, no problem. They'll come up north. They can meet with you in Farmington. How about that? Website, you can get a lot of information literally available immediately. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming to Utah.
Picking up barges on a long, hot summer day. Well, good Lord.
Wild America Tour. Friday, March 27th at Maverick Center. Special guest, Charles Wesley Godwin and Buffalo Traffic Jam. Turnpike Troubadours. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster. Produced by Mammoth.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
3, 2, 1.
This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah, number 13, preparing for a road game at Baylor tomorrow, 5 p.m. on ESPN2. Wayshawn Parker on Daniel Bray's emergence.
Oh, he's been doing a great job. I mean, all them flops, all the sweeps, and he's handling it. Coming in as a freshman, knowing what he's doing, and doing what he's doing to the best, it's opened up the game for sure. I mean, when he gets that ball, he's going to make it happen. That's why they're afraid of him and the running backs in the back.
This Utah Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Hercules First Federal Credit Union Salt Lake County High School Player of the Week award goes to Xavier Kachi from Skyline High. He capped his season by throwing for 298 yards and a touchdown, while also rushing for 133 yards and 3 scores in the Eagles' 28-26 loss to Green Canyon. Doma's KSL Sports coverage of the Utah High School Activities Association state semifinals at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Catch the action today beginning at 10 a.m. on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or on 102.7 HD2, the KSL Sports Zone. The Salt Lake County Player of the Week award is proudly presented by Hercules First Federal Credit Union. At Hercules, they're celebrating the everyday victories. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Rock and roll, Kachi-ku.
Okay. Don't know what to do with that.
Still playing words.
Okay.
We got to do our locks.
The lock of the week. You know, usually I'm prepared for this moment, and I've got it written down at home, and now I don't remember. I doped out the rest of the season. Yeah, I know.
You did?
I did.
Oh, he took it seriously.
I did.
Then
I left it at home, so now I don't have it.
I'm a seat of the pants kind of guy. Have I had Pittsburgh, Yak?
Consulting the cheat sheet, you have not taken Pittsburgh.
All right, I'll take them this week.
Taking the Steelers, all right?
We got to go quick. Come on. I ain't got time. That's not exactly quick.
Who you got, Yak? I had somebody written down. I think I'm taking the Texans over the Titans.
That's where I was going to go. So I'll let you have Houston.
One
you can take
over
it
the
too.
other T.
Okay, I'm actually going to go. I have not used this team yet. I'm going to go with the Green Bay Packers over the Giants.
Have I taken the 49ers yet?
You have not.
Dang it. I have this mapped out. Maybe I was going to take the 49ers over the Cards. No, I'll take the Texans over the Titans. We'll save the Niners for later.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, so we got the Pack, the Steelers, and the Texans.
Purdy going home.
Texans are 1-3 on the road. I'm not sure I like what I'm doing here, but whatever. Fine.
Sometimes you got to be bold.
They had a crazy game last week.
They played the Seattle on the road, Rams on the road. They played some tough road games. They had to handle this. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, Kevin Graham. What's he going to be whining about? We'll find out together. Next, stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, Let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 and come and eat with JJ and Alex today from 3 to 6 at Kenny J's at the District. DJ, PK, and we're joined once again by Kevin Graham. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm trying to the best of my ability to unsee in my mind the PK attempt at the sprinkler to the theme of the Jeffersons about 30 minutes ago. It had to have been maybe the most out-of-rhythm sprinkler I've ever seen in my life. It's like a legitimate sprinkler that literally, you know, you see a sprinkler in the yard, and when it gets a kink in the hose and the sprinkler just kind of falls over and kind of like does like a seizure or something.
No,
it was it was.
I've been in talks for a remake of Saturday Night Fever.
I don't even want to see you like attempt to dance after just seeing you try to do a sprinkler. Like it's and then to the tune, like what's next? Are you going to do the lawnmower to like the theme of Sanford and Sons? I mean, what are we doing here? 70s, 80s TV sitcom?
I may do the swim to the theme for Friends.
Swim.
Bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Bum, bum, ba-da. Come on, y'all, give me some Sanford and Son.
I like the theme song to Friends was pretty good.
friends. Yeah, there you go. That's that tempo. I don't know if you can hold that rhythm, PK. I'd go something a little slower on the rhythm there, but I'm just saying. I'm telling you, everybody should just watch that YouTube channel, man. It is entertainment. Yeah, every day, every morning. Yeah. You tell DJ, by the way, just rolled out of bed this morning and came in, right? With the Padres hat on and the orange sweatshirt.
You forgot the part where I rolled out of bed late this morning.
Yeah. Oh no, I actually wake up to you guys and I just heard PK doing the trending thing and I'm like, oh, I wonder where DJ is this morning. Yeah.
It happens.
I wasn't actually going to bring that up because I didn't want your bosses to be aware because I'm sure most of them weren't up that early.
You just did bring it up. What do you mean you didn't want to bring it up?
I just said you just rolled out of bed. I didn't say you were late to the
it was
show.
clear.
I just said you looked like you rolled out of bed.
It was clear.
Hey, it happens, man. It happens to the best of us.
It does.
Yep.
No doubt about it.
Yep.
We have come to the conclusion that Utah is going to run the ball and run the ball and run the ball some more, and they're going to be Baylor, and that's why they're favored by 9.5 points. And the good news is there's a lot of stuff happening at that time, and I won't be surprised if the Utes open up a lead here and I'm able to watch BYU UConn, Utah State UNLV, because the Utes will turn this game into a 4-con conclusion before the fourth quarter. Do you believe that to be possible?
Yes, it is possible. My only concern really is just the bye happening and whether that knocks them out of rhythm a little bit. I mean, they were rolling, since they beat BYU. Obviously, they blew out Colorado, who's terrible, and then they blew out Cincinnati, who was supposed to be decent. So, I could see that happening. I tell you, and kind of off it a little bit. I was just kind of thinking about this today. Especially the way BYU played last week against Texas Tech. If Utah can keep it rolling, I mean, don't you agree, that the best championship game and the team that has the best chance, in my opinion, to beat Texas Tech, wouldn't you agree it would be Utah? I mean, Utah right now is the number 2 offensive team in points scored in the Big 12 behind Texas Tech. Utah is the number 2 defense in points allowed in the league behind Texas Tech. The way Utah's playing right now on all cylinders and the athletes they have, I mean, they played each other earlier in the season. Obviously, Texas Tech dominated and won. But the way Utah's rolling right now, if they can keep that going, not only against Baylor and then keep it rolling through Kansas and Kansas State, or Kansas State rather first and then Kansas, that to me would probably be the better game. And Utah could be the better team at that point to have a shot at actually beat Texas Tech. I don't know, obviously, if that's going to happen with their 2 losses and everything else, but and whether they even get that shot. But and then obviously if BYU takes care of business, they'll get that another shot just based on their better record and beating Utah. But I don't know. I think Utah just seems to be rolling right now.
So that would lead us to believe that you've given up on BYU after just one game.
No, I haven't given up. I have not given up on BYU. I mean, what happened?
Suppose they get back on target and win out.
Well, they do. You know what? And if they do, they deserve another shot at Texas Tech. I just don't think they're not built in a way to, in my opinion, beat Texas Tech. I mean, I was very rare in my assessment last week of calling for a Texas Tech blowout, and I don't know. I mean. BYU getting a second chance at them, I would hope to think that they would change some things. I mean, obviously, everything that you guys and I talked about last Friday that BYU had to do to win that game, they did none of it. I'd say defense played a winnable game. I mean, holding Texas Tech to 5 field goals and being put in a bad position at times, field position-wise with turnovers and whatnot. But they held their ground. I think defensively they played a winnable game against Texas Tech. But BYU did nothing else. I mean, they didn't play clean football with the turnovers. They didn't play complementary football with the special team issues they had, which was very interesting and rare to see because they've been so good at special teams. They couldn't run the football, which I think we all kind of knew going in. I mean, heck, they only averaged 2.5 yards per game. And then the other thing Texas Tech did is they were able to limit Bears' playmaking abilities because of the athletes they have and the system they put together and a really good game plan. That's the other thing. They outcoached BYU as well with the defensive game plan of making Bear not be able to run the football. And then I thought the game plan for BYU offensively, I thought they played scared. They didn't challenge Texas Tech at all. I thought their goal was to try to be as conservative, it seemed like, as possible, where in my mind, I'm like, you got to throw the ball down the field, take shots. They did that one shot, and Roberts had a chance at it. They should have been throwing the ball down the field. So will they make all those changes if they get that shot at Texas Tech again? Yeah, hopefully, they do, and maybe they'll have a different outcome. But I mean, Texas Tech is just really good. And if they can stay healthy and they don't have any stumbles, and they're not going to stumble against Central Florida, West Virginia, they're not going to lose that game either, but I think it might be a little tighter than some people might expect because West Virginia is playing better football right now. I don't know. I mean, that's why they play the games.
You did predict Texas Tech 31-10, so at 29-7, you were way off, and you need to do better in the future.
I know, right? It's very rare that I even come that close. So I was, and I hate to say it again, gambling's illegal in Utah, and I don't recommend anybody doing it. But I put my $5 whopping on Texas Tech, and I won that bet too. So it's very rare. It's very rare where I actually win. So. But they're good. I mean, we all saw it. And PK, I think I was reading a little bit earlier this week. I read your column. I mean, they do. I mean, they have the best athletes, and they have loads of money, just like the BYU basketball program, to be able to buy themselves the best players that they can get. And I think by far, or not by far, because I do think Utah and Texas Tech, if Utah keeps playing at that high level, if the two of them matched up again, I'd pay to see that game. Yeah, I think that would be an interesting matchup.
I think you might be barking up the wrong tree on that. The way to beat Tech is through the air. The Devils showed it.
Yeah.
And Utah doesn't do that. They don't do that. That's not their game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're going to have to they can win a low-scoring game. The defense. Yeah,
defensively, I think they match up good with the Texas Tech offense the second time around. But, that's a good point.
What do you think of the SEC commissioner coming out saying that they should get 8 teams in? Certainly 6, but 8.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's what commissioners are paid to do, man. They're paid to sit there and trumpet their own conference. And as you know, the SEC feels like they're above everybody else. So if they deserve 8 teams, sure. But they don't deserve 8 teams from what I can see. 6 probably, like you said. I mean, be curious. I mean, Oklahoma's not going to get in because, I see Alabama beating Oklahoma. Keep an eye on that game if you're a BYU and Utah fan because you definitely – Bama, you might naturally want to root against, but you know what? Bama's going to get in. So let them win, blow out Oklahoma, who's sitting at 11, right ahead of BYU and Utah. So let them lose. I don't see it. But and I just, like I said, I look at that as propaganda crap. I mean, the Big Ten commissioner probably thinks that all 50 of their teams should get into. So
it makes me wonder what else is going on behind the scenes. Are they talking about 16 or even 24 team tournaments? Because I think they're always working behind the scenes. Remember all the glowing things they were saying about people while they were trying to pop Oklahoma and Texas away from the Big 12, and they did. So I figure the SEC's an iceberg, and only 10% of it's above the water.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. I mean the legit teams that could get in is Texas A&M, Bama, Georgia. They're givens. Ole Miss, I think is a given. But after that, you got to, watch, Texas. Texas to get in, but they're going to lose to Georgia. So
they're going to lose to A&M because then they're 8-4.
And then they're going to lose to A&M. So again, if you're BYU and Utah and you're fans of those schools, that's what you want. You want the better SEC schools to beat the lesser SEC schools, and then the SEC is going to clamor, well, we're the SEC. 4-loss SEC team should get in because look who they lost to in the SEC. Well, whatever.
They lost to Florida.
Exactly. So
Texas lost to Florida.
No,
be quiet.
Yeah. So you're in good shape. If BYU keep winning out, Texas, Oklahoma can dump out of the top 12. So now you move in now. Obviously you got to get to 11 because you got South Florida or whoever one of the lesser 5 conference schools are going to get that last spot. But Texas, Oklahoma, those two are legit that can fall. And then I guess you got to hope and pray that Pitt maybe knocks off Notre Dame this weekend to get them out of there. And if that's the case, you got a shot. Obviously a better shot if you're going to have to win the Big 12 championship game against Texas Tech, but you got a shot.
How come you don't like Texas? Is it Arch or is it Sark?
You know what? I like Sark, but Sark hasn't won the big games a lot of times in his career. Arch has gotten better as the season gone along. And Texas just is one of those schools is that they just, when it comes to the big game, they always just find a way to just not get it done. And so I'm kind of maybe going on the tradition of that more so than how they are right now. But I would be surprised if Texas, can win out with these next 2 really difficult games because they just haven't seemed to show it over the years, particularly as Sark as coach.
In the NFL, we're getting a little changing at the guard here in the AFC. For so long, it's been the Chiefs, it's been the Bills, it's been the Ravens.
The Jets.
Stop.
And
don't even get me started.
The Bills are 6
Pee-wee football teams have better offenses than the Jets. Do you understand that? Like, our quarterback can't throw the ball more than 5 yards down the field. Like, it's okay. Anyway, sorry. Okay, go ahead, TJ. Sorry to interrupt.
The Bills are 6-3. They're playing Tampa Bay at 6-3. I mean, if the Bills lose, they're 6-4. It's media. They've already lost to the Patriots. They'd be 2 games down. I mean, if they lose this game, they look like a okay but fairly mediocre wild card team through 10 games. And the Chiefs are sitting in the same place. I mean, they're 2 games behind the Broncos in division. If they lose in Denver, they'll be 3 games down.
I know.
Is it really the changing of the guard here, or the cream rises to the top? It's a long season. Calm down. Stop overreacting.
I think it's a combo. Like, I mean, look at the Patriots. They're 9-2, but they really haven't beaten anybody besides, I think, Tampa Bay is like their best win.
The Bills in Buffalo.
Well, in Buffalo, okay, they beat the Bills. All right, but because you're right, the Bills are up and down, so they got 2 quality wins on their schedule. Part of it is scheduling and getting it at the right times. Part of it is parity, because there's so much of it now in this league. It's a week-by-week league. Like, you can't predict. I mean, nobody thought the Dolphins were going to beat the Bills last week. It's getting strange, you know. But I think it's what the NFL wants. They want the very good. They want everybody to have a shot, and we're seeing it. It seems like everybody but the Jets. It seems like in the Browns. And then I guess you could put the Titans in the mix there too right now. But it's a week-by-week league, man, and no game. You can't overlook it. I think it's honestly starting to become it's kind of like NCAA hoops in a way. It's like who's playing the best once you get to the tournament, and I think that's what we're having with the NFL too. Like I think you just want to endure the season and get to the dance and get to the playoffs and hope that you're healthy at that point still, hope that you're on a roll at that point, and then run the table, you know, in the playoffs and have a chance to win. And so I mean, I'm enjoying it, but it's also annoying the crap out of me as I'm trying to bet because I just can't win anything because you just never know what's going to happen. But I don't see the Chiefs losing to the Broncos unless the Broncos can finally find an offense. I do find it interesting, though, the Chiefs are playing a very meaningful game in, you know, the 10th game of the season for a change. Usually they're, you know, atop of the divisions at this point and already have dominated the division. So, you know, but with the Chiefs, I think, you know, they are on a down cycle a little bit, and they've had a really difficult schedule as well. So I do think scheduling is a big part of how things play out, but it's also just the talent level is you know, every team's got talent, you know, and you just never know. You can't overlook anything, and you got to be healthy, and things got to roll right. And I mean, I still love it. It's my favorite form of football, but it's a lot of parity, it seems like these days.
I would have thought Pee Wee League, since you're such an expert on the offenses in Pee Wees.
Pee Wee League, I know, man.
Well, you
could run some good Pee Wee offenses these days, man. Remember in my days when I was a quarterback, we had the T formation. You know, we had 32 dive, or you hand it to the fullback straight up the middle. I mean, that's all we have. I watch Pee Wee football now, man. They're running the spread and stuff. It's pretty impressive.
Are you gambling on the Pee Wee games, you degenerate?
No, I draw the line at Pee Wee. No, I mean, you know. Yeah, fortunately, I don't do that, yeah.
Is there a superpower, though, in this league, either conference? Are we gone the way
right now,
of that?
I would say, I mean, I don't see I can't look at one team and say they're way above everybody else. I can say right now that I think Seattle and the Rams, you know, Seahawks and Rams are playing a step above everybody, in my opinion, which I think makes this game on Sunday going to be really fun to watch. Darnold is playing at an out-of-control level, as is Stafford, and they both good defenses. So I would say those two right now are playing the best form of football. Because, BK, I mean, if you look at it, it's a roller coaster. Like every week it seems like there's a new team that I mean, the Colts were the hot team and then they went and lost. You know, the Eagles, everyone was talking about them. I picked the Eagles to win the Super Bowl again. But then they've been struggling offensively and seem to be like a roller coaster every week, which still they're 7-2. I mean, I would give my left arm and leg to be 7-2 with the Jets and have no offense, but whatever. You know, they're 7-2. So I don't think there's a superpower. Let's talk about that when we get towards the end of the season and see if there's a team that's emerged into that level. I mean, like I said, the Patriots are 9-2 on what they've won 8 in a row now. But I mean, do you look at the Patriots and say, "Woo, they're so much farther above everybody"? No, I think if the Patriots match up, if they play the Seahawks or the Rams right now, I would say the Rams or the Seahawks would be the favorites. Probably with the Eagles too, if they played the Eagles. So I just don't think we have it right now. We have some really good teams, though, and that's what makes it intriguing.
I wonder if that's good for the league, and maybe the NFL is just foolproof and doesn't need that and is immune to it. Because usually when you have a dominant team, that helps the professional leagues have everybody be drawn in, because if you have a dominant team, then you most likely have a dominant player or players.
Yeah.
But I wonder if the NFL, they really don't need that. It just open the doors and let the people in and turn on the television, and they're good to go.
Yeah, no, I think the latter point. I think the NFL now is such the sport. It's our America pastime. I mean, look what they do now. Like the NBA owned Christmas. So what the NFL do? There's no reason why the NBA should own Christmas. We're going to take it over, and they put the games on Netflix, and they get more viewers on Netflix, people paying for it, than they get on the NBA games on the regular channels or whatnot. So I mean. The NFL rules our sports universe right now, and they now can do whatever they want, and teams can develop their own stars. I mean, you could look at most of these teams and say, wow, I'll watch that team because they have, like Patriots right now, I'll watch them because Drake May is just a stud right now. Josh Allen, I'll watch the Bills because of that. I mean, you could go down every team and say, man, they have this player, they have that player. Then add the fantasy football component to it, add gambling now involved in it as well. I think, they rule the sports universe.
Well, I guess we can leave it right there with total intergalactic domination.
Intergalactic.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Well, I hope, DJ, you get enough sleep over the weekend so you can make it to work on time on Monday. That's what I hope for you.
That's a low blow.
I know. I know. And PK, work on your dance moves. Like just the shopping cart. You ever done that before? Like the cha-cha, maybe move your feet a little bit.
Did you just say the cha-cha?
I think you did. That's what I heard, and I thought maybe I was the only one who heard it.
Okay, I wanted to verify.
Kind of like, don't make any quick moves in front of the camera. Pretend like nothing just happened.
I wish I slept late for this segment.
Yeah, right.
I don't even aware. I mean, I did not wake up this morning thinking the word cha-cha would be coming out of my mouth. Like, I just, that was not on my agenda this morning. I don't know how that happened.
All right. Well, you sleeping
you
late.
Guys are hilarious.
You sleeping late or get a nap tomorrow because that BYU game will kick off 10:15 your time. So that means like 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I know, but that's okay. I can do that. The Jets don't play on Sunday now, so I don't have to wake up early at 1 o'clock.
Get up for that Commanders and Dolphins game from Madrid.
Oh, yeah, which is ridiculous. I mean, again, why are we playing in Madrid? Money. Again, back to my point, money. The NFL taking over the world.
The answer to all your questions is money.
Well, I know that. And again, what annoys me is when you play these international games, the most excited these fans get is when the little field goal kicker goes out and kicks the ball. Like, I mean, they don't even appreciate the true moments of our sport. You know what I mean? So
I've actually read stories about this and that people walk around the crowd and all that there's a lot of Americans living abroad, and that's a big portion of the audience. As people are like, I get to see an NFL football game, you know?
Isn't most of Hollywood living abroad now?
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. They left our country. That's right. Good point.
They're at CFL games.
Oh, man. All right, gents. Love you guys. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Kevin. He's Kevin Graham. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Everything you missed on this show next. Stay with us.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming to Utah.
Picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Well, good Lord.
Wild America Tour. Friday, March 27th at Maverick Center. Special guests Charles Wesley Godwin and Buffalo Traffic Jam. Turnpike Troubadours.
And smoke and light.
On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. through Ticketmaster. Produced by Mammoth.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action. And together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit MountainHomeUtah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's MountainHomeUtah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
The Salt Lake Family Christmas Gift Show, November 13th through 15th at the Mountain America Expo Center.
3 days only to shop more than 400 booths.
Tickets available at FamilyChristmasGiftShow.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU and TCU kicking off on ESPN at 8:15 tomorrow night. Aaron Roderick on Facing the Frogs.
TCU is just a great program. They have been for years. I had a bunch of good battles with those guys when I coached up the road, and I know BYU's had a bunch of good battles with them over the years. 2 years ago, we had a pretty humbling loss down there. We know what we're in for Saturday. We know this is a good football team, a well-coached team, and they're tough, and they're super athletic, and we're expecting it to be a really tough game.
This BYU update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio headlines are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Ready for some college football tomorrow, PK?
Oh, yeah, right at 10 o'clock.
Kicking it off with Notre Dame and Pitt. See if a berth opens up in the BCS, in the college football playoff rankings.
Both 10 o'clocks. a.m. and p.m.
There won't be football from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. BYU ought to be at halftime at 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm. And I'll be watching. Yeah, absolutely. There's big games at 10 o'clock in the morning. So there's just no question about that.
Arizona, Cincinnati, with BYU playing Cincinnati.
Yeah.
A week from now, Arizona, Cincinnati's 10 a.m. on FS1.
Arizona's got a little upstart program. Can they knock off the, what are they, the Bearcats?
That's exactly who they are.
You already mentioned Notre Dame, Pittsburgh, Kansas State, Oklahoma State. Obviously, we expect Kansas State to win, but they come into Rice-Eccles next week. So, yeah, I'm all over it, literally all day.
There are games all day long. Enjoy them all. Michigan, can they win out and get in the playoffs and vault from way down? Now, winning out means beating Ohio State in the rivalry game. They have Northwestern along the way. That's at Wrigley Field tomorrow. I saw Northwestern play Illinois there a few years ago, and the way they had the field laid out, they only ran offense like right to left on TV. The field went from like third base to right field, but because of the brick wall in the outfield, the end zone, there wasn't much space.
Uh-huh.
You know, if the team's driving and they recover a fumble at the 20, then they stop the game and they go down to the other 20. So everybody's always moving. The offenses are always moving right to left. It was a weird deal. Oklahoma, Alabama, that is a game that we have to watch at 1:30 because that will absolutely affect Utah and BYU, with Oklahoma being right in front of them at number 11, with BYU at 12 and Utah at 13.
And we were talking about this earlier. I've been to the Coliseum many times, covered many SC games over the years, and never, ever do I remember rain during the day. And the forecast for tomorrow, 100%.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the rain that's coming.
Yeah, it's supposed to be pretty
there today.
So Iowa at USC?
Yeah, 1:30. They just don't do that there.
Right.
Which Iowa's thinking, yes.
It's the Big Ten Network game. Oh, yeah. Iowa doesn't want to play in some fast track with USC.
They like to play a plodding style and run the football.
Get in the mud and let's go.
So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
Texas Tech plays on Big Fox at 1:30. I can't imagine that UCF is going to go into Texas Tech and win. That would be the kind of craziness that everyone screaming, I never saw it coming. College football is so crazy, because Tech got to win that game by 40.
I think Tech has already suffered their conference loss.
ASU.
And that's it. And when they had their guys. And those two guys that the Devils had are better than a lot of other guys.
There aren't many schools that are going to put together experienced quarterback, potential NFL quarterback there, and experience with obvious first-round wide receiver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't see them losing the rest of the way.
5 o'clock, that window's got Utah State at UNLV and Utah at Baylor, so we got plenty to watch there, although Texas at Georgia kicks off at 5:30, so 2 local teams and that big game going on.
Yeah. All day long.
I know.
And then throw in BYU hoop at 5 o'clock.
Yep. BYU UConn. You can watch your guy melt down.
Oh, Dan Hiller? Yeah.
Yeah.
And he tends to get heated.
Get a little fired up.
Yeah. I watched during the COVID thing, I watched a documentary on their father, the St. Anthony's coach, Bob Sr., and he would go nuts quite often. They don't even have that school anymore. My grandmother, the last several years of her life, lived with my father's brother, and it was in Jersey City. I'm very familiar with that area where they grew up.
We talked about the Utes covering in a blowout. BYU, not a blowout. TCU 6-3. They're dangerous.
I think they are.
So just don't have the letdown of the back-to-back losses. But if BYU plays their best game, they ought to win this.
What is their best game? Can you play your best game?
I'm trying to think of another word that would fit. I mean, yes, you can play your best game. Whatever at the end, we can look back and say that was the best they played.
Well, but is that your best game? That was the best you played, and is that your best game? That can be two different things.
It could be.
I think they need to do what they've been doing, save last week, and then they should be okay. I think that's where I would go with that. But who knows, man? You know, these games now, at least from the mental standpoint, they take on a lot of pressure, which ultimately that's what pressure is. It is more mental than physical. And so how are they going to respond? Because they don't have wiggle room. They use their mulligan. How do they respond? That's what's going to be real interesting. And Tech here is just looking to ruin things. You know, they suffered a very devastating loss last week. Did I say TCU? Tech? Yeah. TCU suffered a very devastating loss last week.
They're 3-3 now.
But they still have a chance to go 6-3, which is
6-3 and 9-3.
It's not bad.
It is not bad. It's absolutely not.
So, that's, I mean, you don't accumulate the wins before you actually get them, obviously, but that's the way I look at it. Unless you're, if you're like an Oklahoma State or a team that just isn't prepared to be able to do that, that's one thing. But these teams that have 2 or 3 losses right now, they should be thinking along those lines of however many games you got left.
TCU's best win so far in conference is Baylor, West Virginia and Colorado. But they lost to ASU, lost to K-State, lost to Iowa State. And I don't know if they can play woulda, coulda, shoulda with K-State. I didn't see that game, and it was 13 points.
Well, they could with ASU because they're up 17-0.
They could with ASU, and they could with Iowa State. They're sitting there at 3-3 thinking we could be 5-1. We could be right there in the middle of this.
Right.
What are we doing?
And how does that affect your psyche, and how do you respond? I always felt this was an extremely dangerous team.
This is still in the stretch of games that we identified as this is just a brutal stretch, and we find out who they are.
Well, that stretch was elongated.
From 4 to 5 because of Cincinnati.
Arizona.
Okay.
You needed OT.
Yep. And Arizona, like TCU, is 6-3 and 3-3.
They should be thinking the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's got to be your mindset. And you're not going to get into the conference final, but so what? I mean, that's the goal, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't mean like it's a wasted season by any stretch. Yeah. I totally believe that. And these teams, if you only have 2 or 3 losses at this point, in my mind, you're a good team.
Well, TCU finishes with BYU and Houston and Cincinnati, so that's quite the run. They can have a big say on who ends up with 2 losses and a potential tiebreaker.
Very much so, yeah. And that you could take a level of satisfaction on that. And you're always building. It never stops.
We talked a little NFL with Kevin Graham. A lot of big games this weekend that look like massive games on paper. 7-2 Seattle against the 7-2 Rams. First place in the division on the line there. Chiefs and Broncos. Lions and Eagles Sunday night. Looks like a really good game. So plenty of options there. Plus, you never know what will just turn out to be a good game. Oh, Bucks-Bills. I left that one out. That's another good game. So,
all right. So, speaking of NFL games.
Yes.
When we were making our picks, you sped me up, PK, so thank you for this. Just kidding.
Okay.
I actually picked Green Bay earlier on in the season, so I can't take
Cheater!
Cheater! Hey, I'm acknowledging it now rather than coming back on Monday.
No, you spread it up, sped it up because you allowed these two last question guy over here to get in with Locke, and then we go longer than we need.
You think I have control over that?
You have control over me.
How did that speed him up? That gave him more time to get it right while Locke was talking about the NBA.
No, he needs to pay attention. We can only do that.
I do give you guys some lead time. You know
right,
this.
but when you say we wrap it up, I'm done.
Sometimes.
Always. Always.
All right, so I am
always
pulling back the curtain.
The mirror is pointed right at you, big guy.
Oh, I've definitely done it. I did it today. I'll plead guilty.
Again, I respond with the word always.
You're the one lying to the people.
Not true.
Team that's starting to really heat up, obviously, is getting healthy. I'm going to take the Baltimore Ravens to smash the Cleveland Browns.
Ravens over the Browns. Ravens have won 3 in a row. Game back at the Steelers.
They're heating up.
Could be the first 1-5 team to start 1-5 and win a division. I don't think that's been done. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next, including poll questions running today. You can go to Twitter, David DJ James, and vote who's winning this weekend. Utes, Cougars, Aggies. We got the polls up. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are just one win away from bowl eligibility as they travel south for a battle against UNLV. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, we've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utes are headed to Baylor. 5 o'clock ESPN2. Devin Dampier on how they keep it rolling on offense.
Just keep being efficient. I think that's one of the biggest things we do. We tend to stay on the field. We get our third downs. Normally get our fourth downs when we go for them. So, just keep that going. I think that's honestly what's keep moving the sticks for us, and that's what gets us in the end zone.
This Utah Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Jake and Ben Tuesday from 10 to noon at Belliston Jewelry in Ogden. 1155 36th Street. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you. Cherished for generations.
Sweet.
Time for your feedback. Chewbacca, is it just me, or does David Locke always sound like he's running a marathon, biking a Park City trail, or skiing the slopes when he's on air with DJ and PK? Treadmill, maybe? Does he do treadmill while he talks to us?
He has joined us from the Park City Mountain Resort. I'm telling you, I know where he's been. He's joined us when he's been on mountain bike rides. So, yeah, it happens.
I'm just grateful he joins us.
Who's going to win the big games? Does BYU bounce back? 71% of you think BYU is going to win and cover that 4.5-point spread. Overall, 84% of you expect him to win.
Okay, yeah.
Very few believers in TCU.
I think I expect him to win. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
That's off about 172 votes there. For the Utes, pretty much the same numbers. 83% think they'll win. 63 of them think that they'll cover that 9.5.
I think they will too. A discussion
Utes
not
by
for
double
now,
digits.
but a discussion down the road is when will they lose again?
Well, I guess we'd have to see the bowl opponent and who's playing in the bowl. That would always a key.
Yeah, well, that's assuming they're in a bowl.
Aha! If they're in the Big 12 title game, I skipped over that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Will Utah State be bowl eligible Sunday morning? 51% believe yes. Obviously, 49% no. 31% think UNLV is going to cover a 6.5-point spread.
Yeah, that's a huge game for the Aggies. If they get this win, success, because the schedule is tough down the stretch here. So this is a winnable game, but back to what you were saying about BYU, I think I could argue that they're going to have to play their best game of the season.
CBS Sports Network tomorrow at 5. Scotty G on the air here on The Zone.
Are we sure about that? Because he had Scotty G on basketball.
Aha! Scotty G will clone himself.
What is he? Somebody's dog? Tom Brady's dog.
Tom Brady's dog. Scotty G is Tom Brady's dog. Let's remember to tell him that, okay? Petty Ute fan here. It's coming. He's photoshopped Mark Harlan's. You've all seen the GIF where the guy's sitting at the table and there's the sign, "Change My Mind." And he put in, a 2-loss Utah team will be ranked higher than a 1-loss BYU team. And he's got Mark Harlan's head on the person sitting behind the table.
I don't think Mark Harlan is going to have much influence on that one.
We'll see if they get there. If they can win out and go a combined 6-0. That's even a question.
Oh, as far as what?
Well, for Utah to be 2
you're
loss
talking
and
about the
BYU
playoff,
to be 1.
that's where they're would be ranked higher. What ranking are you talking about? Next week or the final one? Where are we going?
The final one, the one that matters.
Is that what he's talking about?
I assume that's what he's talking about. He doesn't put a date on it, but yeah. I mean, the truth is, if BYU finishes with 1 loss, well, then they've won 4 in a row. I assume he's talking 11-1.
I don't see that Utah jumping them at that point.
I wouldn't think so. If BYU has a better record and the head-to-head win, I don't see why Utah would jump them.
Are we talking the conference game, the final, or not? Or are you just talking the regular season?
I'm talking 12-game regular season. I don't know what that key's talking.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, if they win the 13th game in the conference title game, then they're in automatically, and nobody's jumping anybody. That was your point earlier. You think they'll be number 8. There'll be enough chaos in front. It isn't clear where the chaos will happen in front, but there's just so many games to play. There's got to be some chaos, doesn't there?
Yes.
Something unexpected.
Well, you've got a lot of good teams playing good teams. And that may not. Somebody's going to win. Somebody's going to lose. It may not be chaos. It's just that we crown a winner every game.
That I can see moving our locals to 11 and 12.
I still believe if BYU wins out, including the automatic berth, there's just no way they're not going to get at minimum a home game. Your Mark is going to be screaming that they deserve a bye.
How does Oregon get handled if they're 10 and 2? I don't think they'll lose to Minnesota at home tonight. I mean, Minnesota's okay, and upsets happen, but they're traveling. It's at Autzen. It seems like Oregon will take care of business here. But then they have USC and Washington. USC at home, Washington on the road, and they certainly could lose either one of those games.
Man, they haven't beaten anybody yet.
The big win is Iowa. That's their marquee win.
I'm not so high on Oregon.
I get that, and I'm not even debating that.
Let's see what they do.
How will the committee handle it?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know what they're going to do. Okay. You're granting them wins that they haven't played yet.
I'm also granting them a loss they haven't played yet. I'm having them go 2-1 in the last 3. Oregon 11-1 is in, even with the schedule. Anybody at 11-1 will be in, yes. But at 10-2, maybe they drop and the locals could catch them. Anything else you'd like to tell the people about today's show? This is it. Final say before the weekend.
This is going to be a great opportunity to just savor college football for 12-plus hours. And I'm so fortunate and grateful that I can do it. My wife wouldn't do it anyway because she's awesome. But if it was something, hey, I'm tired of you watching college football all day, which she would never, ever, ever, ever do. I want to make that abundantly clear. All I got to do is say, this is work.
Yep.
And it is work. And wow, you're not going to find a person who has more gratitude than me that it is work. And now that we're deep into November, where there's all sorts of implications, and BYU is back in a conference, so they're not just playing East Tennessee State. Nothing against East Tennessee State. That is the alma mater of Kenny Chesney.
You just randomly picked that.
He's on a book tour. He just published a book, and so he's been doing a lot of interviews that I've been seeing about playing in bars in the area, how he got started, with the tip jar and all that stuff. So that's why I thought of it.
But Oregon State's coming off Sam Houston, and now they're playing Tulsa.
Yeah.
As an independent, essentially.
And BYU is past that, and it is just so cool. It's awesome. That I didn't want to see the Pac-12 leave, obviously, or dissolve, but one of the bennies is having the Cougars back in the same conference with Utah, and it just matters. And to be working that remote tomorrow, it's just I'm gonna run out of batteries. I'm gonna have to go to the store.
Jake and Ben are coming up next. Have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy?
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
You do countless things without a second thought to protect your family and home. Every time you're in the car, you buckle your seatbelt. Before the next load of laundry, you remove the dryer lint. When you head out, you always lock your doors. And one simple task, done far less often, can protect your family and home this winter. Schedule a furnace inspection by a certified heating contractor to check for safety and efficiency. A friendly reminder from Enbridge Gas.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer, 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday to everybody. What's going on over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
Living the dream.
Are you? You came in and you asked me how I was doing, which is fine. You usually do, but you seemed like you were deflecting.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay, things are all right.
Yeah,
okay,
I'm
good.
fine. It's Friday.
Life's good?
Life's good, yeah. We got a Saturday off, which is always nice because got wall-to-wall stuff on Saturday, as most people with children do.
Yep.
Hatch is filling in for Christian at the moment. Hatch, I'm sure your Saturdays are wall-to-wall.
This week especially.
Yeah, dance, swim. I've got dance and swim for
I've
kids
got
on Saturday.
Cheer, first big cheer competition of the year for my daughter.
Yeah,
so.
see, it's still, I don't know. I'm assuming that doesn't end until my youngest is like 18, right? Well,
sure feels like it.
I
Ben,
guess
Ben could kind of fill us in on that because he's a little further along in the process here, but.
Yeah, the 13-year-old gets a little more, they can take care of themselves a little more. Or you just don't put them in stuff.
Or you just say, roam the
Good luck.
neighborhood.
Activities? No, thank you.
Yeah, go figure it out.
Yeah, and I bet once you hit 16, like that probably is a new thing. Although I read a story today on car insurance, and I don't think either of my kids are going to get.
Not going to be driving.
No.
Yeah.
I read something that in California, like a 19-year-old. Do you know how much it costs to insure in California a 19-year-old?
Monthly or over 6 months?
Monthly.
Oh man, $250.
It's like 500 bones.
Wow.
It's more than a car payment.
Yikes.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So yeah, they're not going to be driving.
Yeah, not at $500 a month.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if that's here
Hopefully
in Utah.
it's not here.
Yeah, that varies or whatever. But you're gonna come up on that
very soon.
Before me.
3 years. Yeah, 2.5.
You gonna buy him a car?
You know, before I got in my wreck, my latest wreck, which was a few months ago now.
You're gonna save that one.
The idea was, okay, at that point, that'll be an 8-year-old, 9-year-old car. It's pretty safe. You know, maybe I'll give him that one. And now no. Fortunately, I had to upgrade to a newer car, so I'm going to have to get him something cheaper. But he's probably going to wreck it or, get wrecked. So Get him something safe, but not super expensive.
I told you, my dad gave me a hand-me-down car, similar circumstance to what you're talking about. And I absolutely wrecked that car within 6 months.
My parents gave me a Subaru Legacy, which was very nice of them. And I just didn't take care of it. I didn't wreck it. I just didn't take care of it. I was a skateboarder, and I was just driving all over town. And I don't think I ever got an oil change, which is just like stupid stuff I should have done, But I was also 16. When was I going to go I didn't know how to get an oil change at 16 years old. I learned it was valuable.
Speaking of insurance, that accident taught me a valuable lesson, because then I had to take the insurance, and then I had to go find a suitable replacement automobile and stay within a budget and all of that. All that stuff.
Yep.
All those good life lessons. But yeah, my kids are getting no way they're getting anything.
Yeah. What does a gas powered GoPed cost now?
I see those
$125.
I see those stupid electric biker gang kids.
But you get it.
Well, not the biker gang part, but like the
electric bike?
The electric bike. It's basically a motorcycle.
$800 goes, 40. And that's as much as, 2 months of insurance is going to cost me? Great.
So why does every teenage boy have to travel in packs then? Why does it have to be 30 of them at once?
Yeah, I don't know. You're out with your crew. You're a motorcycle gang.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
An electric bike.
I'm going to call the police next time I see one of those.
It's a good idea.
There's no way they're up to any good.
Probably true. I wouldn't have been.
Right.
So.
Yeah, those kids are vandalizing something. Or terrorizing a neighborhood or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Ben, we've got a busy football weekend to talk about. We've got a Jazz game last night to talk about. Jalen Johnson had
one of the best games I've ever seen in my life.
It's one of the best games ever played.
Yeah.
If you look at, and I don't love that type of hyperbole, but if you look at this stat line, 31 points, 18 rebounds, 14 assists, and 7 steals.
All of them career highs. And it's not lost on me that he's doing all of that without Trae Young on the floor. And
they're way better without Trae Young.
And the fact that they held the Jazz to 4 points over the final 6 minutes was like, I don't know if we want to start Jazz, but yeah, that was notable. That was a truly brilliant performance. 7 steals is anytime you do that, it's a big deal. And to be that close to a quadruple double, which would have been only the 5th in NBA history, is pretty wild.
I'm still like, I can't believe the Jazz aren't losing by 40 in these games.
Looked like it was headed that way. They were down 18 in the first half.
I mean, no moral victories and all that sort of thing, but I mean, it was much like the game against Detroit. I mean, how did the Jazz not lose by 30? Yeah. They really should have.
Yeah. Which is progress, I guess. I don't know if there's a good loss. I don't know if that's such a thing, but it's progress from just getting blown off the floor.
Honestly, if the idea is to thread the needle and to try, and lose, well, then that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then everybody, it was a moral victory.
Yeah.
Well, what's the point? Well, I mean, are you cheering for him to tank, or do you actually want to see a team pour it on out there and come up just a bit short?
Yeah.
Because that's what happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do have a busy college football weekend. I don't know how competitive it's going to be. Is that underselling TCU?
Is it fair to even call TCU and Baylor dangerous?
I think it is with TCU. I don't know about Baylor.
TCU, give me the map of how TCU beats BYU.
They score 40, and BYU can't keep up.
I guess that's it. Bear has a random bad game at home. He's not played bad at home yet, but he has a random bad game at home. A hangover from what happened against Texas Tech last week for Bear specifically. And, yeah, they get gashed by TCU's 2 wide receivers, who are the best in the conference probably. That's, right there with BYU. Those 2 receivers that TCU has are probably as good as anybody in the conference. Maybe that's how they do it. As we saw, who was it? Iowa State scored on the 75-yard touchdown on the first play of the game. Like, maybe BYU's secondary hasn't been tested enough, and a couple of deep threats can really gash you. But, man, I don't see it. I rewatched Baylor TCU, and I just am not impressed with either of these teams. And certainly when you think of the toughness of BYU and the steadiness of their run game and their ability to have big plays as well, I do think BYU probably beats TCU by more than Utah beats Baylor. But I think both of these teams win this weekend.
I do too. But if you want to look at the blueprint, Ben, if that's what you're asking, 2 years ago, TCU beat BYU 44-11 with Josh Hoover at quarterback, who threw for 439 yards and 4 touchdowns. That's how they beat BYU. I'm not predicting it.
Sure.
I think BYU has a much better team.
Was that Jay Hill's first year then, technically?
And
Say 2 years ago?
And a much better defense.
Yeah.
Keaton Slovis was quarterbacking that day. So apples to apples, it certainly is not. But if
Right.
you're looking for the blueprint on how the Horned Frogs beat BYU, that's it. Josh Hoover throws it all over the yard. BYU can't slow it down. They get to 40 points, and the Bear can't keep up. That's the blueprint. And that could happen.
Technically, anything could happen.
But that's how you started the segment. You want the blueprint? That's the blueprint. That's what
Yeah.
TCU is going to try and do.
In TCU's wins this year, I'm trying to do this quickly. Okay, they did beat West Virginia 23-17, which again is just a sign that, A, maybe West Virginia's playing a little bit better. But more importantly, the TCU really is not much to write home about. Outside of that, scoring 23 points in that win, they've had to score 35 points or more to get a victory. Because they only scored 28 against Kansas State, they lost. They only scored 24 against Arizona State, they lost. They only scored 17 against Iowa State, they lost. So, yeah, they have to get into a shootout. They have to outscore you.
Yeah, it's an air raid team.
They're not going to slow BYU down at all. BYU, I'm sure, is going to feel backed up after what happened offensively against Texas Tech, and I think you're going to see them come out and be able to move the ball with a lot of vigor. So I'm just not expecting much of a game tomorrow night. I think the 8:15 factor of it, is it 8:15 tomorrow? Whatever the 8:15 factor of it all is really going to burn both producer Christian and host of College Game Day and TCU. It's just a bad setup for the Horned Frogs.
You know what's interesting? So TCU in the country, where do you think they are with passing offense?
11th.
9th.
Okay.
With 303 yards per game. But that only puts them, Ben, at 2nd in the league.
Okay.
Behind
Texas Tech?
Ballor.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that surprised me a little bit too. Texas Tech is 3 in passing offense. TCU in scoring offense, of course, which is all that matters. They're 7th, so they're putting up 32.5 points per game. I think they probably have to get higher than that to beat the Cougs.
Eric McAllister and Jordan Dwyer are 2 legit threats. Probably NFL guys. I don't think first round picks necessarily. I don't know.
Well, and Hoover can throw.
And Hoover will throw the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll take some shots. So those 2 guys are extraordinarily productive and dangerous and can beat double coverage and can take the top off all the cliches of what good wide receivers do. They are able to do that. So I don't think BYU is going to win this game 31-9. I think TCU is going to be able to score some points, but
if it's only in the 20s, they're going to lose.
But yeah, I think it's going to be in the 20s. I don't think you're going to score 40 at LaVell Edwards Stadium. If you can't score 40, you can't win.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And the Bear is going to have a much easier time moving the football against Texas Christian than he did against the Raiders. And LJ Martin's going to have a better day, and the offense is going to look significantly better.
Yeah.
And I would bet BYU can get to 30 points pretty easy in this one. So if you keep TCU in the 20s, it should be no problem.
I would think so too.
But that's the recipe. That's what TCU wants to do. Whether they can or not remains to be seen. But they are more of a threat, I think, than Ballor, even though Utah's playing on the road.
I think the fact that Utah's on the road and actually the way Utah squashes teams doesn't apply to Baylor as much, because Baylor will be happy to continue to throw the ball even if they get down early, because that's what Baylor does. That might allow them to, because I told you I watched the TCU Baylor game. TCU was up 42-21 with like 4 minutes left in the game. And if you look at the final score, I think they lose by 6, because Baylor gets a scoop and score, and they can move the ball down the field with big chunk plays. That Trigg kid who got assaulted by Mac Rhodes, their athletic director. He's really good. He's a really dangerous player. He's big. He's got great hands. He's fast. Like that's a very good tight end at the college level. And then they have other good wide receivers. So I think they're also going to break off some big plays against Utah's defense. I just think over time, Utah's ability to run the ball, they're just going to hammer Baylor into the ground.
Well, yeah, I don't think Baylor's going to have the ball.
And that's probably the game plan.
I'm sure it is. I mean, Baylor is 15th in the conference in stopping the run.
Yeah, well, that's bad.
They give up 177.5 rushing yards a game.
Yeah. Well, that's not going to help them. It's not going to help their prospects.
No. How are they not slinging it all over the Utes? Well, they're standing on the sideline as Wayshawn Parker runs over them.
And it is, of course, the danger. You get 1 3 and out, and it's like, oh, man, we haven't had the ball in 18 minutes of game time.
We might get the ball next quarter. Yeah.
Yeah. And that is Utah. Yeah, and now all of a sudden Utah's up 14-0 or 21-3 or 17-3.
And you're one-dimensional and it's over. Yeah, I mean, it's the Python thing we were talking about.
Yeah.
And that's what they do.
And by the way, that's a real credit to Utah and BYU. Both of these teams to be in these situations this late in the year against two teams with above 500 records, one on the road, one coming in to Provo, to have the type of confidence I think you and I both have in these games is a testament to both BYU and Utah because they're really good teams, because they are among the cream of the crop, maybe behind your Cincinnati Bearcats in the Big 12.
Certainly in this league, they seem to be among the top, and there is a level separating, I think, the top from the rest. And maybe maybe I'm underselling TCU because there is that recipe for them to win. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Haven't seen it for a couple of weeks now, which, again, maybe they're overdue for a big offensive explosion because they didn't have it against West Virginia. They didn't have it against Iowa State. And maybe things shake loose. And, again, it's why you play the games. You know, every Saturday is a chance to win a game. Every Saturday is a chance to lose a game, as cliche as it sounds. And BYU, again, cannot allow themselves to be hungover from what happened last week. So, I don't think they will be.
I know what happened last year, but I wouldn't expect that to happen. I don't think.
No, it's a more mature team. You have to go through what happened last year. And I know Bear is not the quarterback from last year, but you had to go through what you went through last year of letting go of the rope for too long to learn not to do it this season. That's just part of the growth of a football team.
Plus, I think Kansas was in a different spot than TCU is. Would you say, the Kansas loss for BYU, I think Kansas was sneaking up on teams. I think they were a better team than their record, and then all of a sudden it's like, holy cow, we lost to Kansas, and then followed that up losing to an Arizona State team barely on the road. I don't know. I don't expect BYU to follow it up with a loss. Let me put it that way. I don't think the two scenarios are
Well, BYU already had the Arizona State loss, which is their Texas Tech, because Texas Tech is the best team in the conference, and Arizona State was last year.
And then Kansas. That's right. I had those backwards.
But how do you avoid? I don't know. Maybe you don't. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe you are right in the right order. I can't remember to be honest with you. But I just mean it's okay to lose to the best team in the conference. They're the best team. That's how you win the conference. You beat all the other teams below you. Kansas was playing with absolutely nothing to lose last year. I don't think TCU can feel that way right now. I don't think that's where TCU is. I don't think they're playing loose, spoiler, whatever we want to do. Let's just go out there and go crazy. If they do, that makes them more dangerous, but I don't see that.
Kansas was first.
It was first, okay.
And then they barely lost. Remember, the crowd stormed the field a bunch of times at Arizona State?
Yeah.
And that was 2 in a row. So Kansas was a way better team than their record was last year coming into that game. I don't feel the same about TCU, which was my point.
And I think BYU is better this year than they were last year.
I agree with that. I think the Bears better than Retzlaff.
Think so?
Yeah, okay. I do. I think Retzlaff had a little bit of the Cam Rising where
gamer.
He made some plays when it mattered most, won some pretty spectacular scenarios, but was he an All-American quarterback? Not really. I think the Bear is actually more talented and a better quarterback than Retzlaff, but maybe that's a hot take. I don't know.
I'm curious.
And again, I'm not trying to drag Cam Rising, who was fine and won a bunch of games, and his stats were fine too. But he wasn't. Alex Smith was a way better quarterback than Cam Rising was, in my opinion.
I'm curious, would you rather have year 2 full-time starter of Jake Retzlaff this year than year 1 Bear who has to learn some of these things?
I think year 1 Bear. I think year 1 Bear is better.
Even with the experience. Even if you had the chance of just saying, like, everything that happened over the summer is gone, Jake Retzlaff's here, he just picked it up and went. I don't know.
So what
Interesting
game?
question.
What game was it? Let's see, where the Bear truly won it with his arm. Iowa State, right? Did Retzlaff ever do that? Did he go out and say, "Okay, we need 350 from you tonight, Jake, or else we're gonna lose"?
Look at his games. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, to be fair, I'd have to look at his game log too, but I don't remember that scenario.
No, I don't either.
Right off the top of my head.
No, you're right. He had far more gamer games than just being the best player on the field games.
Right.
And Bear has had those. I don't think you're wrong at all. Oh, here, let me pull this up really quick. Let me see what his best passing game was last year. His best passing game was 346 on the road at Arizona State in a loss. He also had 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions in that game, so it wasn't like he was brilliant.
No.
No, you're right. Bear at his best has been better than Retzlaff at his best last year. I think that's fair to say.
Bear protects the ball a lot better, too.
Yeah, he does. Though Jake Retzlaff only has 3 interceptions this year.
How many fumbles? Probably a lot.
44. No, I don't know.
Yeah, he's playing at a different level with
He also only has 10 touchdowns through the air.
Yeah.
Now he has 6 on the. Oh, this was last year. He has 10 through the air this season and 10 on the ground. So he's accounted for 20 and only 3 turnovers. I can't find fumbles.
He punched above his weight last year.
He's a good player. He's a really good player.
So, all right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Nephi on November 11th, St. George on November 13th, and Orem on November 20th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at UCCU.com. Visit UCCU.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at UCCU.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back Nine Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back Nine will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full-swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougs at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Kalani Sitake talking about the team looking to bounce back from a loss.
I've said it before, to stay humble and stay hungry. Unfortunately, when you experience a loss like this, it makes it easier to be humble and hungry. And so we'll bank on that, and then we'll also bank on the opportunity that we can still learn from it, and that we can still play better football. I just didn't feel like we played our best, and that was the worst timing. So that's my job as a head coach, to get these guys better, playing at their best, try to get that done this week.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. It's Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com. It's brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, BYU basketball's Kennard Davis Jr. was arrested yesterday morning for alleged DUI.
Yeah, this is a bad story. It's kind of a scary story. He got into a wreck yesterday, according to the police. And I don't see the time that it happened.
It was in the morning.
Yeah, in the morning.
It was like quarter to noon. It was like 11:30.
Right. That's kind of what I had seen, that it was early in the day, and there was a 2-car wreck. And, he explained the damage of it, and it sounds like he went straight to the police station, not to the hospital, which I guess I'm glad he's healthy, obviously. But, you can't be getting DUIs anywhere, any school. Really hard to get them at BYU because in addition to the normal rules and laws that everyone applies to, there's the honor code. And he's a starter. This is a big transfer. This is not A.J. DeBonsa. This isn't the biggest name on BYU's team, but this is a big player to transfer in who was expected to be a part of the team and really help them this year.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with all that. And a DUI is never good. An accident, all that. I'm happy everybody is healthy. Right. Honestly, first and foremost. Also, young people make mistakes. This is a bad one, but young people make mistakes. So all that context, Ben, I think the relevant conversation is, how is BYU communicating their honor code? I'm trying to think of a better way to put that, but how are they selling it? How are they enforcing it? I think that's the relevant discussion. And it's because there has been an influx of non-LDS athletes at BYU in this new atmosphere. Now, Ben, I do this a lot, and I apologize for it, but I'm old enough to remember when Gary Croton was here. I was just starting my career, and BYU was doing something similar, where they were bringing in more non-LDS outside athletes. Now, I know, not from official reports, but I know from talking to people that the message was, there's an honor code, but not really.
Yeah.
Just don't tell anybody about it. Keep your nose clean and, stay under the radar and don't worry about it. That was the messaging going to athletes. It backfired big time.
Big time, yeah.
Big time. It did. It really set the program back, honestly, because people didn't know what they were getting into. And one thing that Bronco did, and he talked about it often when he had the BYU job, is he led with the honor code.
Yeah.
He said, this is how it works here. And you don't have to convert to the religion, but you have to adhere to the standards. And if you don't, there will be consequences. Like Jamal Williams, for example, it's amazing. Like I was always impressed in a weird way that he stayed.
Absolutely.
Because probably he knew the rules. He knew what he was getting into, and he knew what the punishments would be. None of it came as a surprise to him. And so I don't know currently how they're selling the honor code when they're recruiting these players. I really don't. I have no idea. But this can happen when you change your recruiting strategy at a unique place like BYU. And I think that is relevant. Are players coming in with the understanding that there's an honor code and it will be enforced? Or are they coming in with the understanding of, yeah, there's one, but don't really worry about it? Does that make any sense? And I don't know, but I do think it's very relevant.
It is relevant. I'm very hesitant to speculate about it, and I don't think you are either. You're not speculating about it, but I recognize the question. It's also, and look, now Kennard Davis is 20 years old. He can't be drinking. Well, we don't even know what he got his DUI is for.
I'm more broadening the question as opposed to this circumstance.
You're right.
There's nothing acceptable about the current circumstance, as you put it, at any school.
You're right. And the DUI and being 20 years old. And again, we don't know if it actually is for alcohol. I didn't see that. I've looked at the stories. I didn't see it was alcohol. I don't know if it was weed. I don't know what it was.
I'm not trying to talk about this situation. You know what? He's got enough on his plate. Like, we'll see how it goes. But I'm broadening it out to, how are you selling BYU's lifestyle to non-LDS outsiders who don't know?
And Kennard Davis is actually a little bit interesting here. And Jake Retzlaff was a little bit, though it has since been cleared. They said there was nothing illegal about what Jake Retzlaff did.
No, but there was premarital sex.
But no, so that's the interesting thing.
Yeah.
So what happened with Jake Retzlaff? What happened with Brandon Davies? What happened with Jamal Williams? Did they break the law? None of them, according to the law, did anything illegal. Jamal and Brandon Davies were never accused of it. Jake Retzlaff was, but he was cleared. Okay, nothing illegal at all. And BYU still can't allow them to play or has to suspend them for a certain amount of time. And that's where, of course, this just becomes a bigger story. Now, look, 20-year-old driving under the influence, illegal regardless of where you are. That's not just BYU. But there are 21-year-olds who are going to transfer to BYU. This kid that just committed to BYU, who's 25 years old and played in the G League, he can go get a beer after if he wants to at every other school.
So how are you enforcing it and how are you selling it? I do think that is relevant.
I'm with you, and that's where I think it does get interesting for BYU. And if there is a point where whoever is in charge puts the clamps on where the NIL money comes from or where it gets spent or who it gets spent on, or if you're not as comfortable with transfers coming in, because while they're not doing anything illegal, they're not living the lifestyle that BYU is comfortable with or allows, period, then yeah, that could change the outlook of things.
And there are plenty of non-LDS athletes that can thrive at BYU.
There are. We've seen it.
We've seen it a bunch of times. But they shouldn't be buffaloed about the standards, because then you're messing with accountability. You know, Ben, I'm more than happy to be accountable for a decision that I make good or bad on my own. But if I don't know the consequences, or I don't think it's a big deal, or I'm told that it's not going to be then all of a sudden accountability goes out the window. You know what I mean?
Right. If you are stealing headphones from the station all the time, like you are, but everyone just says it's fine, it's not a big deal. But if all of a sudden it becomes a fireable offense.
And then, and you know who suffers? Me.
Right.
Like the athlete will suffer.
Yes, exactly right.
Because BYU win, and I'm trying to make sure this isn't controversial, but BYU when confronted with a public situation will not pick your side. And I don't mean that to be, I'm not trying to bag on BYU here.
No,
I'm just
saying.
saying.
The honor code is bigger than the player.
Right.
That's fine.
Thank you for putting that better than I would. But yeah, so the athlete doesn't think it's a big deal, breaks the honor code. It's public and BYU has to do something. They're not going to back the athlete.
Correct. And again, it is important to remember that while, yes, this does break the honor code, he broke the law.
Right. And again, that's why I'm trying to move on from this particular, or not move on, but the conversation isn't about this. This is wrong. I feel for the bad decision that this kid made. He's going to have to face the consequences. It's going to cost him in his personal life.
Yeah, dearly.
It is. There's no one today that is coming out and going, well, this was a good decision.
Yeah.
Or I know that fans get loose on the internet. There's not actually a Utah State fan out there that is happy that this person made a bad decision in their life. That is not a thing.
Agreed.
So I don't think there's actually a whole lot to talk about with this particular circumstance other than, God, we got to make better decisions.
This isn't necessarily specific to BYU, though I'm sure there are some schools that have lighter punishments for kids getting DUIs than others. And BYU will not be one of the ones that has a lighter punishment.
No. All right, what's next?
Number 2, the Jazz fell short last night against the Atlanta Quinn Snyders.
Interesting game. I actually thought a pretty fun game. No defense until the last 6 minutes from Atlanta, and they were really good in those last 6 minutes. Like we mentioned, they only gave up 4 points. They held the Jazz to 2 of 11 shooting and forced 4 turnovers, so that was impressive to see them locked down because that's not necessarily been a staple when they've had Trae Young. But Lauri Markkanen scored 40. Ace Bailey set his 4th consecutive career high in scoring with 21 points. And, as you mentioned, he just does look like he's becoming a star.
Well, a little premature there, but I get what you're saying. He seems to be getting better every game, and he's really smooth out there, and he has
I thought we had a drop for that.
A nice game. We do. But it is 4 good games in a row. I think moving into the starting lineup obviously has given him a little confidence. I think that's probably a pretty good thing. Last night, though, was an absolute layup line, which is hilarious. You make a good point till the end of the 4th quarter when Atlanta decided to not have it that way. I don't think setting the defensive culture is going well.
Of course not. You've given up
part of the plan. But the problem is, though, Ben, is they're so now fatally flawed, they really can't play defense, which is weird. Like, how do you set a defensive culture when...
How do you yell at Bryce Sensabaugh about not playing defense when Lauri Markkanen and Yusuf Nurkic don't play defense?
Yeah, How do you do that? So maybe that's an unfair criticism that setting the defensive culture isn't going well, but it isn't going well because they can't stop anybody at the rim, and it is a layup line. And then when you try to commit resources to stopping guys at the rim, then you give up open threes, right? And then Okongwu is setting career highs with 8 made threes because
they hit 24 threes.
There's nobody in the same county as him. And Jalen Johnson is having a just historic night because there's nobody that can stay in front of him or get a hand in his face.
Vic Ricci off the bench hit 6 of 8 from 3.
Yeah, and so it's weird because the Jazz are flawed. But like I said, they really should have lost that game by 30 points. They had no business. I mean, they had it within 1, midway through the
It was
fourth quarter?
119 to 118, and the Jazz finished with 122 points over the final 6 minutes.
Right. I mean, they really had no business being in that game the way that Atlanta was playing. And the fact that the Jazz turned it over 24 times, which is wild.
Including 18 live balls, which live ball turnovers are basically
It's a
layups.
dunk.
Yeah, it's a dunk. It's a layup. It's a wide open shot.
Or an and one, which the Jazz are weirdly bad at that. Like Jerry Sloan, I've told you this, Ben, but his biggest pet peeve ever, like you could set your watch to it. If you fouled a guy on a fast break and he still made the shot, you were coming out of the game.
Uh-huh.
It was like his number one pet peeve.
Yeah.
If you were going to foul him, he better not make it.
Yeah.
You might as well just give up the layup.
Foul, but use your foul.
But use your foul. Don't let him make it. And he would pull out anybody on the team. You could plan it. You'd be like, oh, Howard Isley's coming out of the game. Because it's kind of inexcusable, honestly. And the Jazz kind of give up a lot of those, which is strange. But
Will Hardy was quite optimistic, I thought, after the game. He says he sees a really good team here. Talking about the Jazz.
There's not much to be bent out of shape. I mean, the T-Wolves game last Friday, by all means, get bent out of shape. I mean, unless you're really going to get after Yusuf Nurkic for being borderline worthless.
It's not.
What are you going to say?
It's not hard to see what the Jazz's problem is. They can't defend teams that play on the perimeter. They can't. And it's not everybody. But because you have a center who simply cannot leave the paint, and Yusuf Nurkic, and now you're saddled with him. As much as I enjoy watching him play, because he almost had a triple-double last night, and he did have 5 steals on top of it. And he's just kind of fun to watch because he does weird things. And I'm not a fan, so I don't care if he's costing the Jazz game. So I enjoy it, but I understand why Jazz fans wouldn't. But you know why they lost last night. And it's because Yusuf Nurkic can't do anything defensively. You're playing 5-on-4 every single, or 4-on-5 defensively every trip down the floor. Because his backup is Kevin Love and has similar issues.
I can't watch Nurk miss layups.
Well, he was better last night.
You can't enjoy. He was a little
4
better.
7.
He was a little better.
Yeah.
He misses so many layups.
He does, and he turns the ball over a lot.
And he insists on dribbling for some reason.
He does. He likes to bring the ball up the court. And I like it. I support it.
Okay.
But the story is Ace Bailey, 8 of 13, 4 of 7 from 3, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and he truly gets better every time he's on the floor.
What's next?
Number 3, it's a football Friday. That means it's a big weekend ahead for Utah and BYU.
Big for both. You know, this is the nice part. Again, I'm glad they're in the same conference because I think it makes the football season more fun. And I'm particularly glad BYU's in a conference, period. Yeah. Because these two games, now granted, the opponents are not boring opponents, but they're not super awesome opponents either. But you know what? Both games are interesting because both games really matter.
They do
If
matter,
Utah loses another one, they are out of conference contention.
But mathematically eliminated.
Eliminated. Yeah. So they have to win. Ben, I'm not usually the one to throw
Say
around
it.
this tag.
Say it.
It's usually you. But if the Utes want to win the conference title, this weekend's game against Baylor is a must win.
Must win. Must win. Sound
and you
the
get to say
alarms.
that every week from here on out.
Now, it is not a must win for BYU. But if they want their road to remain clear, which it is pretty clear to get to the conference title game, then they need a
to
win
keep winning
against TCU.
Yeah, if they want to make the college football playoff, I would suggest they keep winning games.
They don't have to.
They do not have to.
It is not a must win if they want to make the playoff.
No,
it is not.
But if I were to offer my 2 cents, I would think it would be a high value for them to win this game.
But can you imagine if we were talking about a stupid non-conference game against San Jose State or something?
No, talking about Utah last year stunk.
Oh, I'm more referring back to it's November, and BYU is playing a meaningful game, not only in a conference, but on the national stage.
Right.
And it just never happened in Independence because it wasn't possible. And then we're left to fluff up like BYU and San Antonio or whatever in November. It doesn't even matter.
No, if let's set the scale. Utah, BYU, everything that was on the line in that game, or even BYU, Texas Tech last week, everything that was on the line in that game. If that's like a 90 game out of 100, you know, it's not the Sugar Bowl, it's not the greatest game, but it's like a 90 out of 100. Super important. Where would you put Utah Baylor? Like, what? Give it a number score.
Well, I mean, Utah can still win the league.
They
so
can.
I'd put it
so it's
at,
not nothing.
No, I'd put it up above 50.
It's above 50,
Yeah,
right?
like
I think that's
60
very
or
fair
70?
because we have seen Utah Air Force or Utah New Mexico or whatever these games that didn't matter.
But there is something on the line, and they're playing against above 500 P4 team.
It's only a slightly above 50 game, and when's it on TV? It's 5 o'clock on ESPN. Like, this is a huge game.
Yeah.
This would be the game that you circled before the season. Like, Utah got 2 games on national TV this year. Holy cow, they're everywhere. And now it's just like, yeah, that's just where they play against a team that's above 500 that, yeah, it has a chance to derail Utah's final hopes of making the college football playoff or going to the Big 12 title game. So, yeah, it's a relatively huge game compared to what they have played 15 years ago. And for BYU, these are all brand new.
All right, Steve Bartle at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. Stay tuned for that. Greg Wrubel, voice of the Cougs, will be with us at 11:30. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and so craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Witt giving his thoughts on Utah's number 13 ranking.
I think it was a nice show of respect for our program from the committee to rank us where we were ranked. But again, we got to take things 1 week at a time, and that's exactly what we're doing this week. And not to not have a better answer for you, but that's just how we're handling it.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. It's Kenny J's.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars return home for a battle against TCU. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
I said settle down. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Want to remind you about Belliston Jewelry. They design and manufacture fine jewelry right here in Utah. We're going to be up there, Ben, next Tuesday in Ogden, 1155 36th Street. And, we're going to be hanging out with the Weber State fans. Excited about it. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations. Ben, did you see that we have a new gambling scandal?
Oh, finally.
This one,
the third one this week?
This one, less connected to pro sports, certainly. Is it the third one this week? Has it been that many?
I'm sure. Yeah, probably.
Well, arrests have been made. Apparently, Joseph Little Joe Perna is a member of the Lucchese crime family.
Okay.
And apparently he enlisted his son, who was a college student at Rutgers. So Perna financed the gambling ring. His son and his son's buddies at college basically pulled it off. There were a couple of wrestlers involved.
Okay.
But I don't know. There could be speculation that they fixed some wrestling matches, but this is just your run-of-the-mill story, not really anything all that exciting, other than you wouldn't think that college students could execute a gambling ring that had over $2 million in transactions.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wild. But the reason I bring this up, Ben, is because I love a good quote. You're a writer, beat writer. You of course love a good quote. I'm trying to get this guy's name. The cop who was publicly speaking for the New Jersey State Police. Anyway, his last name is Platkin. I don't know what
Matt Platkin.
Matt Platkin.
Yeah, Matthew, but I'm going to call him Matt.
Here's what he says. Quote, any college student listening, yes, if you're of age, you can gamble on your phones. However, you should not be gambling in a mob-backed operation That's free parental advice, unquote, which I thought was a hilarious quote. Little advice. Don't pick the mob back.
Yeah.
You have many apps you can download.
It's really
these
easy
days,
to do. It's
apparently.
legal in New Jersey. You can go to Atlantic City. How far is it?
Probably not that far.
Yeah,
from
probably not
Rutgers.
far.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can probably get there in no time.
I'm sure DraftKings or whatever is available in New Jersey.
You can do it on your phone on campus.
Yeah, it's
using campus Wi-Fi.
So don't pick the mob one. I thought that was a great quote.
Allegedly, this family is also part of the Chauncey Billups one.
Okay.
The Lucchese family is part of the Chauncey
Right,
Billups one.
this crime family is also involved in that scheme.
But like all 5 families were involved in that one, right? Or was it 4
it was
out of the
4
5?
of the Cosa Nostra, everything, yeah.
The big 5 in New York?
Again, this doesn't seem like there's no allegations here that anyone is throwing gambling or throwing wrestling matches, right? That's not the
They
implication.
said maybe.
Maybe.
But
I went to a Halloween party. A friend of mine had one. His sister played volleyball, and I won't say where she played. It wasn't one of our local schools, but she went back there for kind of an alumni thing, and she was talking to me about NIL even infiltrating relatively, I'll just say mid-level, D1, but mid-level women's volleyball.
Mm-hmm.
And the top player was making, I think, $15,000 a year in NIL, and everyone gets $1,000 for signing. And it's like, you do recognize, I guess, if you're getting $1,000 and you think, well, I should get paid, and, well, I can make quadruple that by missing a serve. You know what I mean? By losing a game, not the match, a set. I guess I can make that money back. And what does a college wrestler make? Maybe the top in the country at the big wrestling schools probably does pretty well. Might make 6 figures, but yeah, I'll make a little bit extra money, take care of myself. All the rest of the athletes in my department are getting paid. Why am I not getting paid? Ace Bailey's at Rutgers. He's making how much? $4 million. I'm the best player I'm the best wrestler on the team. I can't get any money. And I'm not alleging.
yeah,
what
point are you making? Is it sympathetic? Because I do not find it.
No, not sympathetic at all. But it's easy to look at what your neighbor's making and say, why am I not making that much, and how can I get there? That's really easy to do.
Yeah, but when you go down that road, what's the end?
No, there is no end. Yeah,
Right.
This is the end.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
right.
This is the end. I watched the John Candy documentary last night on Prime. It's interesting. It's good. John Candy was pretty interesting. A wonderful actor and a great guy. But, they talk about he was so nice, but the one time he got angry was on SCTV, which was kind of the counterpart to SNL, when he was looking at the rest of the comedians that were also getting paid for being writers also. And he got mad that he wasn't getting paid as a writer because, what do you mean? I'm improvising stuff. That's writing. I'm doing my job. How is that not writing? Why am I not getting paid enough? That's just the human instinct of why are they getting more than I am? I'm equally good at what I do, even if it's different than what they do. So I think that's where it does get sketchy. And these athletes now feel like they deserve to make money, and everyone has told them they deserve to make money. So, again, not running illegal gambling schemes with the mob, but I understand why people are trying to get paid at that age when that was just maybe not as at the forefront of what the goal was of their job 10 years ago.
Ben, I had a buddy in college who drove a DeLorean.
What year did he come from?
I don't know, but he drove a DeLorean.
One day he appeared out of the blue.
Now, I would have loved to have driven a DeLorean. I could only afford a Civic.
Right.
Now, did I start selling cocaine?
No.
So I could buy that
I hope
DeLorean
not.
because I was jealous of my buddy who drove
I
a
hope
DeLorean?
you had the sense for that not to be the case.
No, I fixed my Civic and I drove to work. That's what I did. Now, when I was at work to afford the DeLorean and when I was working at Sears, did I empty the till into a bag and try and get it to my car?
I would hope you didn't.
No, I didn't do that
'cause
either.
You worked with Lloyd and the till was empty by the time Lloyd left.
Yeah,
work.
exactly. The Portuguese mob had that cornered. I don't know what to tell you. I don't have any sympathy for any of this stuff.
I'm
don't.
with you.
I
I'm not
don't, and I
condoning it.
don't care if the $1,000 a year volleyball player is looking at the star quarterback and going, "Why me?"
I'm not condoning it either.
Care. I didn't care that Pete Rose had all sorts of stuff going on in his life. I didn't care that he didn't bet on his own team. I've said this a million times. There is one rule in sports. One. That's it. You can't gamble. You can't do it. I don't care.
I'm with you, and I'm totally with you.
I'm not sympathetic.
And you shouldn't be. Well, all the crimes you're
don't
talking
care about their
are
context.
not. I do understand that 18-year-olds are dumb people and 19-year-olds are dumb people. I was a dumb 18-year-old and 19-year-old.
And
now,
managed
I was
to not break the law.
You're right.
Strange.
I didn't. You're right. I never got caught
You
breaking the law.
didn't look at your neighbor and go, wow, they have a nice SUV.
I definitely did not get caught breaking the law. But
I don't think you were stealing from the hotel you worked at.
No, of course not.
I don't think you were dealing cocaine on
Of course
on
not.
campus.
No, and that's not necessarily what's being alleged here, but
No, you see what I'm saying, though. You compromise your moral integrity or whatever because of jealousy. That's it's written in the 10 Commandments. I mean, it's a.
I totally get it. I also understand why the temptation is there, and it's because there was so much money with these college athletes that one day there was not.
Boo-hoo. Deal with it.
Okay. I'm not saying I condone what they're doing. I'm saying I recognize that they are facing probably different pressures than college kids did 20 years ago.
Christian became a cat burglar because of the big money rolling around Brigham City.
Mm-hmm. Got to.
He's like, I'm going to steal those jewels. That's what I'm doing.
Notorious Brigham City for its jewel collection.
I know.
Yeah, rubies.
Stay tuned. Steve Bartle joins us next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, the holiday season is basically upon us, and it's money kind of comes top to mind during holiday season, right? You're talking about what kind of Christmas you can afford to provide for your kids or gifts, or you're thinking about it. Well, have you ever thought long term, not only past the holidays, but past next year and the year after, and when what you want to do when you retire? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live? What do you exactly want to do? Maybe you want to travel the world. Maybe you want to play a ton of golf. Whatever it is, you can get there, and Trajan wants to be a team, and I mean that, a team of very capable folks on your side to help you identify those goals and show you exactly what you have to do to get there. So give them a call, 801-210-6800, 801-210-6800. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so there's one close to you. Sit down with them. Let them show you exactly what they can do. You can also go to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 801-210-6800 or TrajanWealth.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
SLC Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale. Over $400 off, making it our lowest prices of the entire year now through December 31st. With a doctor-developed plan designed for busy adults, imagine starting now and finishing the holidays lighter, healthier, and more confident, while others are gaining those dreaded extra 5 to 10 holiday pounds. With our proven plan, you could lose 10 to 20% of your body weight and still enjoy those holiday meals with friends and family. Go to slcfatloss.com now and save big now through December 31st only.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year. But hurry, limited spots available. You can even start the plan in January, but you must call now to lock in your $400 off holiday savings. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bring it. What? On your mark, ready, set, let's go. Dance floor pro, I know, you know, I go psycho when my new joint hit.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to talk some Ute football with the man who covers them for KSLSports.com, the one and only Steve Bartle. Hit it, Christian.
Covering the Utes better than anyone else. This is Ute Insider Steve Bartle of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Steve, what's going on, man?
Jake, Ben, how we doing?
We're doing terrific. Steve, I feel like the Baylor noise off the field over the last 48 hours has grown louder, maybe taking a little bit of a step back today. Do you feel like that's hanging over the program, or is it far enough aside that it doesn't really matter?
You know, it's interesting. So I just landed at the airport and was on the shuttle to the car rental spot, and sitting next to me were a couple of football folks, and they were actually talking about the Baylor situation. And so, it's certainly a hot topic of conversation right now. And I have no real sense for what sort of impact it's going to have on the team. But, listening to Dave Aranda's press conference earlier this week, he started out that presser with, I think, 4 or 5 straight questions about that situation. And so it's certainly something that I think there's enough noise where, it could be a distraction, at least, in the sense of what I'm able to gather. but I have no real feel for what, the whole Mac Road situation is going to mean for Utah in the game tomorrow. But I do think it's certainly a hot topic of conversation, not only in the Big 12, but just, college football, in general.
What was the reasoning for tapping Harlan?
I think obviously his experience. He was just recently on the college football playoff committee 2 years ago in 2023, and kind of given the situation we're in, in where we're at in the season, right? We've already seen 2 playoff rankings, and we've got a month until the final rankings debut, and so to have somebody with that sort of experience, obviously, is a big thing, and so I think that above all else is why Mark Harlan was tabbed as the guy to fill that spot for the Big 12. And I think, talking just to some people, Mark's going to go about this the right way. He's going to put the conference forward. I think there's been a lot of conversation, maybe crashing out by some about Mark Harlan and stepping into this role and what it means for the conference. But I think Mark is going to put his best foot forward and do what's best for the Big 12.
I have watched Baylor, and they just don't seem particularly threatening. I get that they can move the ball through the air, but am I way off? Is this a more dangerous team than I'm giving them credit for? Am I underselling them?
No, it's an interesting, conversation with Baylor. I think Sawyer Robertson is, one of the best quarterbacks, not only in the Big 12 but in the country. And when you have a quarterback like that, you're going to have a puncher's chance. But I think the rest of this Baylor team, outside of the passing game, it's just they've been hurt by injuries. They've lost a couple defensive linemen. The offensive line is a mess. And so there's just a lot of things when you look at the matchup between Utah and Baylor that point in Utah's favor. But again, like I said, when you've got a quarterback like Sawyer Robertson who's, playing as efficiently as he is while still being able to capitalize and create a lot of explosives, that's kind of the worry in this matchup is, Utah has been susceptible to the explosive plays through the air. And with Robertson and his collection of pass catchers, that's going to be a tough test. That's going to be the biggest test for Utah on that side of the ball. I think Utah is going to be able to get the ground game going. I think we're to the point where Utah's done it enough where the question is, can the opponent limit Utah's rushing attack more so than it is Utah establishing it? That's just how efficient, how effective they've been in establishing the ground game. And so I think this is another favorable matchup for Utah on the offensive side of the ball. Now with Dave Aranda and Baylor having a bye week, and obviously Utah coming off a bye week as well, but, with Dave Aranda, what sort of adjustments can he make defensively? That's going to be an interesting element as we get to tomorrow. I think, Randa and that Baylor defense, did a pretty impressive job against UCF, which is, a pretty solid rushing attack in their own right. It's not Utah's rushing attack, but they still limited them to, pretty solid numbers on the ground. So I think that's going to be a fun test. But just in terms of the overall matchup, I think Utah's pretty heavily favored, and that's that speaks to just the totality of offensively, defensively, special teams. I think Utah's favored. It makes a lot of sense. So I think you're gonna have a puncher's chance with a quarterback like Sawyer Robinson, but I think you're fair to make the assumptions that you have, Ben.
Yeah, I don't think Sawyer's going to be on the field enough. I mean, we looked into those rushing stats, and Baylor just cannot stop the rush at all. So unless Aranda adjusts in new players, I mean, matchups, you talk about this a lot, Steve. Matchups in college football matter so much. I mean, there are teams that can limit Utah's run game. I just don't think Baylor's one of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think what we've seen this season is that the one team that could, have elite defensive linemen, and that's Texas Tech. And they've done that to a lot of opponents this season. And so, I don't think Baylor has the sort of defensive linemen. Well, I know they don't They haven't invested in that defensive line the way that Texas Tech has. But again, just with Aranda and some of the things that, he can do schematically, he's a brilliant defensive mind. I'm curious in that sense. But in terms of just the personnel, Utah fans should go into this feeling pretty optimistic, pretty confident about how Utah is going to be able to establish the run, especially with, the emergence of Daniel Bray, the progress that Wayshawn Parker has made as a running back over the last couple of games. And then a week off, we saw what that did for Devin Dampier and, his athletic ability against Arizona State. And, is he going to be able to is he going to have more of that elite athleticism we saw against Arizona State? That's going to make it even harder for Baylor to stop the run as well. So, yeah, I think when you look at this matchup, that phase of the game favors Utah pretty favorably.
What do you think about Wayshawn Parker's emergence and I guess what it means for that backfield?
I think this has been part of the plan, right? Is limiting his touches, limiting the usage early on in the season, so that when you get to late October, November, he's in great shape. And you look at his workload to this point of the season. I think he's still under 90 carries, 87 carries if I remember correctly. And you look at where he's at in terms of rushing yards in the conference. He's top 10, but then you compare some of the rushing numbers in terms of his carries, rushing attempts, and it's he's 40, 50 carries short of everybody else in the top 10. And so I think this is where you're going to see a little bit more of Wayshawn Parker as we get into these final three games. And, he's really meshed well with this offense in terms of what they ask the running backs to do in the run game. He's a really great fit because he's able to run inside. He's able to get outside, and having that sort of back, hitting his stride in the month of November, that's a really exciting thing for Utah because he's now had back-to-back 100-yard games, and you look at the schedule, Baylor, Kansas State, and Kansas, those three teams are in the bottom half of the Big 12 in terms of stopping the run. So when you're talking about Wayshawn Parker, what he could be capable of this month, I think, he's at 600 yards right now. I think he's very capable of getting to that 1,000-yard mark.
Steve, if you had to read the tea leaves right now, how many teams does the Big 12 get into the playoff?
Yeah, I think they get two. I think the Big 12, I think they get two. And I think the key for the Big 12 is going to be two former Big 12 programs in Texas and Oklahoma. You look at their remaining three games, they've got two ranked opponents, and then, LSU for Oklahoma and Arkansas for Texas. That's going to be the key for me can LSU, can they upset Oklahoma in the final week? If they do, regardless of what wins they get against, Alabama, I see that. I don't see that going their way. And then they've got Missouri, who's playing good football. So that's going to be the key for the Big 12 is Oklahoma, Texas, and what they do. But I think just on their own merits as well, with the way that Texas Tech has played, with BYU taking care of business, getting wins, regardless of how it's looked and how they've performed in the metrics, at the end of the day, it's a win-loss sport. And, BYU at one loss, they're in a good spot in terms of how they look right now. Utah playing great football, 7-2, and really hitting their stride. Obviously, the league is going to need help. And I personally, I think they're going to get help. I think there's going to be a little bit more chaos over the final month of the season. And I think the Big 12 gets two bids in.
Steve Witt just likes sunsets, or is he hinting at something else?
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. So Utah football posted a little clip of Witt, not necessarily enjoying the sunset, but obviously with the sunset as the backdrop. And I think just kind of given where he's at in his career, it was certainly interesting. And so, yeah, I asked him about sunsets, and he got a laugh out of it. But I think, we're all to that point where you see something like that and you're just like, okay, that's not nothing. Now, do we see something anytime soon? I don't know. I think Witt is, he's committed to this team. He loves this team. He talks about it all the time. He really enjoys coaching this team. He's having a lot of fun, and I think that's the thing for him in Utah is, he seems pretty determined to finish this season the right way, and then, we'll see.
How do you like Waco?
I'm staying in Dallas. I did Waco the last time we were down here in 2023. I'm also a little terrified to drive around in Texas. Within the last time we were here, within the first hour, we had a runaway trailer almost run us off the road, which was crazy. So yeah, I have I love the barbecue down here. That's where I'm headed right now. I just landed, and first place I'm going to is Goldie's Barbecue. So I enjoy that part of it. But the rest of the trip, I'm going to be dealing with a little PTSD, I guess, everywhere I go, worrying about the trailers, the runaway trailers.
Well, stay safe out there, Steve, and we'll be following all your coverage tomorrow. Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Steve.
Steve. Thought you were asking if he was, like the Waco Siege. I didn't know where you were going at. Just the town.
Just the town.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never been there.
No?
No.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Balor looks like
crossover before.
Yeah, well, I think fans around here are interested in actually the new destinations. A lot of people like to pick a road game or two to travel to occasionally, and the Big 12 destinations I don't think are quite as enticing as the Pac-12 used to be. But
Probably not as easy to get to.
Probably a little different, though, because I'm sure the Balor atmosphere is pretty awesome. I mean, Ames isn't anything to write home about, but yet I bet an Iowa State game is pretty cool.
Texas Tech, Lubbock. Cool stadium.
Right. A little different than going to, say, Seattle, where maybe the city is a little bit more of an attraction, even though the environment for Washington games is great.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit different. But I don't know, if I think of places in the Big 12 I'd like to cover a game or visit or whatever, like West Virginia is right at the top of the list.
Central Florida.
Not at the top of the list.
Yeah.
But Texas Tech.
Sure.
I mean, go see the Raiders throw around some
Manhattan, Kansas.
tortillas. I'd love to go to Manhattan. Now, I know several Kansas State grads, so I've heard good things about Manhattan.
Okay.
But again, that has more to do with like the university and the students and all that than it does the actual city. Whereas you go cover a Cal game or whatever, you're going to San Francisco.
Yeah.
We all know Jake's dying to get to Cincinnati.
Not particularly, no. Although Hans seems excited about it. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Hans is excited for the Skyline Chili, which apparently is a thing.
Ohio, not one of our finest states.
No? I had a buddy who lived in Cleveland who loved it.
Bottom 3 of the 50.
What's the bottom one?
Florida.
Well, it's harsh on Florida. All right, stay tuned. The voice of the Cougs, Greg Wrubell, joins us next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder. At 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday throughout the NBA season. On your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. so we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at UCCU.com. Visit UCCU.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at UCCU.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake's thoughts on TCU quarterback Josh Hoover.
Yeah, he's even more deadlier. Now he has more experience. He understands the offense. You see him making checks. He's just a veteran now. You see in the way he distributes the ball to all different receivers, the way that they run the ball, the way that he reads RPOs. And I mean, he's a really good quarterback, coached really well. This isn't going to be easy, but we're going to have to find ways to be better than we were against him the first time around. And we get to have him at home, which is going to be helpful for us.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today from Kenny J's Barbecue. Text them 801-230-5396. Text them 801-230-5396.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars return home for a battle against TCU. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougs going to try and bounce back coming up tomorrow against TCU. Let's talk to the voice of BYU, the one and only Greg Wrubell. What's going on, Greg?
Hey, Greg.
Hey, guys. Good to be with you.
Appreciate you jumping on with us. Obviously, a very tough game last weekend. As you've been around the team some this week, how has the response been? This is something they have not experienced yet this year.
Yeah, they did experience it last year, though, and didn't have the best response to it, right? They went 9-0 after beating Utah, lost at home to Kansas, and then had a terrible first half against Arizona State. Were out of the game, got themselves back into the game, lost a one-score game, but it was the response to that first loss that really took BYU out of any shot of getting to Arlington last year. So they've been given the chance for a do-over is what it comes down to, right? They know how it felt to lose a game after being undefeated last year. They've done that again this year. And then now can they avoid, the hangover that afflicted the Cougars last year in going to Tempe? The big difference this year, of course, is they get to come home for this next game. And they haven't been home for 4 weeks. It's been a long time. The Utah game was the last home game for BYU because you went road game, bye-week road game. So it's actually been a while. No better time to get home and ideally get a little bit healthier. The hope would be LJ Martin is better, in his second week off the bye instead of the first week as he was last week, and they certainly need him to have a good stretch run. I think it's encouraging that Isaiah Glasgow and Jack Kelly looked like themselves again last week, and so the hope is for this 3-game stretch run, your best guys can be your best guys, and a lot of that is health dependent. And so, crossing fingers that the healing hands can do their work and BYU can have close to a full-strength group of their prime players for these final 3 games.
How do you think BYU matches up against Texas Christian this year?
Well, I do like the fact that, TCU's not overwhelming on the ground. I look at some of their recent rush numbers. This is the last 6 games. You see a 10 rushing yards. You see a 94, a 72, a 96, a 113. Good rushing game against Baylor, but that's 1 in 6 games, really. And so what that does is put it more on the arm of Josh Hoover. Well, we know what Hoover did to BYU in his first start for TCU 2 years ago in Fort Worth. He went for 460 and 4 touchdowns and threw the ball 60 times. Now, this year, BYU's pass defense is much better than it was 2 years ago. In fact, the Cougars ranked 13th nationally in pass efficiency rating defense. And so should this be a big throw game for Josh Hoover, I think BYU has the manpower to match up that way. And so from that standpoint, they appear to be strongest throwing the ball, and that's where BYU appears to be strongest defensively.
How do you expect Bear to react? I think what has been so amazing to me is that, and I've said this earlier this week, not just from drive to drive or game to game, I mean, literally throw to throw. He will throw an interception and then make the best throw of the game the very next passing attempt. I've been so impressed with his, ability to keep his head in the game.
Yeah, when you ask how he'll respond, I think it'll be how he responds to everything that's happened, good or bad, through the last 6 months, quite frankly. He's been, the word that comes most to mind when people talk about him is composure. You don't always get that for a true freshman, but you do with this guy. So, yeah, I don't expect him. I mean, clearly he was hard on himself after the last game. He felt responsible for the way things went in Lubbock, but they know that he's a bounce-back guy. He's going to be a bounce-back guy, and nothing really rattles the dude. And so you like that about your guy, and they don't need Bear to go out and win the game by himself tomorrow. But he's a guy that's proven that when a play has to be made, you want the ball in his hands. I like that about him.
I'm sure we asked you this at the time, Greg, so I apologize if I'm asking you again, but what were your expectations for the Bear at the beginning of the season, and has he exceeded those?
Well, second part of the question, yes. And the first part, I expected him to be eased into Aaron Roderick's playbook, and that's exactly what happened. But what didn't happen was the training wheels be kept on for too long. They came off rather early. I thought by the time BYU hit conference play at Colorado, the whole playbook was kind of open to him. And he'd already shown the ability to make, line of scrimmage decisions that were the right calls. And so, and you don't expect to be 8-0 with a true freshman quarterback. You expect a hiccup here or there, but they didn't come. You could argue BYU maybe didn't dominate teams, but they were winning games and doing it with a guy that was doing it for the first time at the P4 level. So, that part exceeded expectations. But there came a point once the training wheels did come off where you just thought of Bear as any other quarterback, not necessarily a true freshman quarterback. But, if you throw the scenario at anybody saying, okay, Jake Retzloff, your would-be senior starter goes out 2 months before the season and you're bringing in a guy that's never taken a snap at the FBS level, is that team going to be undefeated going into November? I'm not sure how many yeses you get on that, but that's where BYU was. And so not that they're exactly playing with house money right now, because, there's a lot on the line here the next 3 weeks. Clearly, it goes without saying. But the fact that they got to where they got with a true freshman quarterback, if you'd said, back in July or when training camp started in August, okay, we're going to have, Bear Bachmeier 9 games in, fully acclimated. And what you've got to do is you've got to win 2 home games and a game at Cincinnati, and we'll put you in Arlington. How about that? I think you would take that and say, let's go with it. And that's where BYU finds himself right now. Now, TCU is no slouch, and even the UCF season ender you can't look past. But, not a bad scenario to be in if you're BYU. And, again, they had this experience last year. They knew, going into their last 4 games, you go 3-1, you're playing in the Big 12 championship. You go 2-1, you're playing in the Big 12 championship. They didn't get there. This year, the task is a little taller. It's 3-0 in your final 3 games, but it's a doable thing. But it all hinges on tomorrow. Tomorrow's kind of the linchpin game. If you can beat TCU, a program that's beaten you 5 times in a row, if you can beat TCU, you can probably beat Cincinnati and UCF.
Going into these last few weeks of the season, the target on BYU's back grows bigger. The better teams find a way to take their game to the next level. Can JoJo Phillips help BYU add maybe another dimension or strengthen an already very strong positive they have on the offensive side of the ball?
The musical intro you had coming into my segment was Higher Ground from Stevie Wonder, and that's where BYU needs to get to in these next 3 games, and JoJo can be a part of that. I think people maybe overlook the loss of JoJo and what he might have brought to this team. I think Aaron was planning on him having a pretty big season as a different kind of outside threat for BYU. Chase and Parker are super reliable, but JoJo was a different kind of player. You think about where BYU was last year with Keelan Marion, with Darius Lassiter, and with JoJo Phillips. And I'm sure there was a point last year where Aaron thought he'd have all 3 of those guys this year. Well, for most of this year, he had none of them. With Keelan going to Miami, Darius not getting an extra year, and JoJo being hurt. So I think the attack Aaron Roderick hoped to have, he had to really modify and adjust. We didn't see that yet. And so, how much can JoJo do? Well, we saw last week that we saw rust. We saw inconsistency. We saw a big drop at a big time, a guy playing his first game in about 2 months is what you saw. So the hope is he's shaking the rust off and he can actually be a lid lifter here over these last 3 games, because I think he was a big missing piece of this offense. And I think when it comes to missing pieces, guys, the Sione Moa absence maybe doesn't get enough attention. BYU's running back room took a massive hit, and he would have been a huge compliment to LJ Martin. He would have been the thunder to the lightning, and it would have created less wear and tear, I think, on LJ's body. Sione is a big loss, and not getting him back to this point in the year, that's one of the reasons BYU's been in so many of these battles. They've been winning games, but not really dominating games. And I think Sione was a force that could have helped BYU to dominate out of the backfield this year.
Greg, if we had you on 10 years ago and you jumped on the show and you said, Jake, BYU is going to be playing a top 10 showdown in basketball in 10 years, I would have said, Greg, put the lid back on your Sharpie. I think the fumes are getting to you. How wild is that? 2 top 10 teams going head-to-head, college basketball, UConn, BYU tomorrow. That's wild. It's wild where things have come.
As Johnny Carson might have said, it's wild and wanky. And yet, everything changed when NIL came in without the guardrails, right? And Power Conference membership was the other, half of the equation for BYU. So, yeah, when you're toiling in the WCC 10 years ago, it would have been tough to see. You were still trying to just take care of Gonzaga and St. Mary's on a regular basis and hoping that the WCC can be a 2-bid league. And now you find yourself in an 8-bid league or a 9-bid league, and you can attract pretty much anybody that has interest in BYU the way the rules are currently. So, yeah, there's no way anybody could have foreseen our current environment 10 years ago, maybe not even 5 years ago, although it was starting to, maybe inch in toward this territory. The way that things have exponentially changed has changed the game for not just BYU, but so many other programs. And, yeah, it's great to be a part of it and attached to it and have these kinds of games. Of course, I won't be in Boston for the UConn game, but heaven knows there are enough big-time and big-name games for BYU all season long. These non-conference games that BYU is getting at these neutral venues, Villanova in Vegas, UConn in Boston, Wisconsin in Salt Lake City, Miami, Dayton, or Georgetown in Orlando, Clemson in New York City. that just primes you for Big 12 play, where, yes, you're going to be in Lawrence, Kansas, playing Kansas. You're going to have Houston at your place. You're going to have Arizona twice. And so the big names just keep on coming. So UConn is the tip of the iceberg for BYU in terms of marquee opportunities. But, the more important game for Cougar Nation clearly happens at LaVell Edwards Stadium. UConn and BYU, that's mid-November basketball. It's a good game. It's a good RPI. It's a good a net rating game, let's say. But just one of many, many opportunities in a 35 to 40 game season. You get only 12 cracks in the regular season in football, 13 or maybe 14 at max, and it's a game of the year for BYU in football. And it's the next game of the year because last week was the game of the year, and now this week's the game of the year. And if they win tomorrow, Cincinnati's going to be the game of the year and the next most important game in BYU football history, because all these games really are, guys, with so much on the line, with Big 12 title and CFP in play. BYU's never played more important football games ever. And so tomorrow's just the latest, next, biggest, greatest game.
Before we leave basketball alone, I've been extraordinarily impressed with A.J. DeBonce's maturity. A lot of five-star freshmen come in and want to score as many points as possible. He truly seems to be doing whatever he has to that night specifically to put the team in a good situation to win, and they are 3-0. What have you seen from him?
Well, I've seen a parallel to Bear Bachmeier in terms of a guy that appears ready to do it at a high level. And it's a little different. Bear didn't come in with all of the national and international acclaim that comes with the career of A.J. DeBonce, playing, for Team USA for years now and coming in as the number one rated high school recruit by most sources in the country. That wasn't Bear's entry to BYU. He was well thought of. I mean, when Stanford signed Bear Bachmeier, it was a big deal. And he had a lot of big names after him, but it wasn't the AJ scenario. But the common tie, guys, is the composure, the steady hand, the not phased. And AJ's been around this at such a high spotlight level for so long. It's just another year of attention for him, and he's handling it well. And I do think of him not just as a guy that's got to be, a 20-point-a-game guy or a 25-point-a-game guy, but a true playmaker. Whatever the play is to be made, he tends to make the right one. Whether it's taking it himself or finding the open guy, that's who you want on your team. A guy that can dominate when domination is needed, but a guy that's not going to forget about his teammates and is going to make, generally speaking, the right play. That's how you get to be an MVP of an international tournament over the summer, is you make enough right plays over enough games against high-caliber competition that everyone observing says he was the most important guy on the floor.
Greg, we appreciate you jumping on the show. Thank you very much. We'll be listening tomorrow, and good luck keeping Hans in line. I know it's a hard job.
Thanks, Greg.
Well, I appreciate you guys as always for the invite, and give Hans a poke in the ribs today for me, and we'll be seeing him and all of Cougar Nation tomorrow. Appreciate it.
I will not be doing that, Greg. No, I will not be doing that. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
See you, Greg.
All right, take care, guys.
There you go. Greg Wrubell, voice of the BYU Cougars.
I thought Greg might be taking his own private jet between TD Garden back to LaVell Edwards.
I think they're basically at the same time, aren't they?
I think one's at 5 and one's at...
Like 5:30.
Well, BYU's 8:15 tomorrow night.
Oh, is the basketball game at 5? Is it that early? I don't know. I was thinking they were at the same time for some reason.
So it's BYU and Utah. BYU basketball, Utah men's football.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Because David James was rattling off the calendar yesterday when we were watching the Jazz game.
I believe it. That's a DJ move.
David's like, first I've got to watch this, and then I've got to watch
He's
this,
right.
and then I've got to flip it back to this.
Right.
And
he just preps well.
He does. He mapped it out for all of us.
You have to figure out.
I just got it wrong
because it's on Fox Sports tomorrow. I don't think it's on Big Fox, is it? Yeah, it's Fox 1.
Oh,
Fox
give me a second,
Sports,
and I'll tell you.
Big Fox. Well, that's good. I can switch between ESPN and Big Fox easily with my current setup. But yeah, that's a great game.
Big Fox, yeah. Big Fox at 5 o'clock.
Man, going head-to-head with college football is not ideal. But, yeah, you're talking about the number 7 team in the country and the number 3 team in the country and one of the most highly anticipated players in college basketball in, several years. He's up there with the Zions and with the Cooper Flags of the world. So very cool to have A.J. DeBonce out
I'm
there.
going to be watching St. John's and William & Mary on True TV.
Good.
What?
Yeah, right. Catholic schools, right? Good schools.
Is William & Mary a Catholic school? I don't think it is.
I think I just assume that they have an actual name in it. I assume they are.
My,
I don't know why that's the
my
case.
grandmother went to William & Mary, and she is definitely not a Catholic.
Whoa. Outing your grandmother.
As not a Catholic.
Big deal.
You don't have to be Catholic to go to a Catholic school.
It's
But
not.
I do not believe it is a Catholic school, no.
I don't know why I thought it would be.
All right, stay tuned. We wrap up the show, wrap up the week. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not, so be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Nephi on November 11th, St. George on November 13th, and Orem on November 20th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110, or rgsutah.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with Bucked Up Energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So here's a 50 update. Here's Kyle Whittingham on how to limit Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson.
He does not run as much as the quarterbacks that we faced this year, but he likes to beat you from the pocket with his arm, and so we've got to find a way to not let him get comfortable back there and just go through his progression. We've got to speed things up.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
Kyle Whittingham and the Utes hit the road to Waco for a showdown against Baylor. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two niggas on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie guy. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This segment brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255, Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, can I run this by you real quick? I don't know why this story is bothering me, but it is.
Okay.
This is John Krasinski, the NBA reporter.
The Timberwolves?
You know what I'm talking about?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. So
Not from The Office.
No. He threw out this quote on a podcast.
Okay.
Quote, talking about LaMelo Ball and why the Timberwolves did not select him.
Okay.
And instead selected Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
He said, quote, so we know they picked Edwards, but that's not my little nugget for you all. It's why they picked Edwards. There were a million different reasons in their evaluation, but one of them was that they had an interview with LaMelo Ball during this process, trying to figure out, hey, is this the guy for us? And LaMelo did not interview very well. One of the questions they asked him, hey, LaMelo, after you're done playing, what do you see yourself doing? What kind of things do you aspire to? And LaMelo said, I want to be president of the United States, unquote. Do you believe that Minnesota did not pick LaMelo Ball because of that answer?
No, I don't. I think, if I remember correctly, Anthony Edwards was the lock number 1 pick after about 3 weeks of college basketball. And if you remember, LaMelo did not even go number 2 overall.
No.
He went number 3 overall, correct? James Wiseman went in front of him. James Wiseman's a huge bust. But no, the reason he didn't go number 1 overall is A, because he wasn't the best player, and B, I don't know, do you think Anthony Edwards had the most mature answers either coming out of Georgia? Now, I love his progression on and off the floor. He has matured a ton. But you remember Anthony Edwards. I've said that. Anthony Edwards coming out of college was not necessarily Mr. Mature.
Yeah, I don't know what this reporter is trying to accomplish here. Is he trying to put LaMelo Ball somehow in the same conversation as Anthony Edwards? Because that's ridiculous. That isn't the reason that they didn't pick LaMelo Ball. There's no way.
There was no splitting hairs
unless
in that pick.
They are the dumbest people ever. And by the way, why would that answer raise a red flag?
Right.
Why is that a bad answer? I mean, I guess if he was mocking it in some way, but what if he was trying to get away and I'm no LaMelo Ball guy,
right.
But what if he was saying, hey, the sky's the limit. I have unlimited capability, both on and off the floor. I believe in myself. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of why it bugged me. Like, why would...
John's very respected as a writer. But I'm with you. I'm not really sure I understand.
I'm not
like,
putting the
what-
pieces together.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a little out of line. Not out of line. Not saying he can't report it. I just mean like what he's saying and what he's saying the result was doesn't match up.
If a 19-year-old came to me and said, hey, I'd love to be president of the United States someday, Ben, you and I both would be like, go get him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lofty expectation, but knock yourself out. I guess if somebody were mocking me, I'd be a little bothered. But, I don't understand why he's like, here's my little nugget for you. What?
I know at a previous stop in my career, the radio, Ennis Cantor came in and said what he wanted to do after he was done playing professional basketball was become a male dancer, a gentleman's club dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's worse than President of the United States of America, and that's not even to criticize anybody who wants to do that. But
no, that is mocking.
I do want you to understand that, these kids have crazy answers.
Yeah.
These kids are weird because they've been 18 and they've been handed everything their whole life. Now they've worked for stuff, but everyone says yes to them and thinks they're the coolest people of all time. So they all have wacky answers.
So yeah, I don't understand.
I'm with you. That doesn't really make any sense.
That doesn't make it. That's not the reason they didn't take LaMelo.
That's not even close to that's probably not top 30 in the reasons they didn't take LaMelo Ball.
And by his judgment, that was the reason that somebody else did something. I don't know. It just bugged me. They took Anthony Edwards because he had incredible potential, and Anthony Edwards could have answered that question saying, "I want to rob liquor stores," and Minnesota would have still picked him.
Probably. LeVar Ball was a bigger reason they didn't draft LaMelo Ball than him saying he wants to be president.
Yeah, that makes zero sense to me.
I'm with you.
So why even say it?
It's a weird one.
All right.
That's a weird piece of info you get as a reporter every once in a while because I've gotten it too. And I'm not going to tell John how to do his job. He's sure she's better at his than I am at mine. But that you're like, oh, I got a piece of information. I have to find a way to share it. It's like, well, actually, is it incongruous with what you're saying? Is that the word I'm looking for? Does it actually, is there value to releasing that? And I don't think it has the value he's implying.
I don't either.
Yeah, weird.
All right, stay tuned. Hanson, Scotty G are coming up next.
Thanks,
Enjoy
Christian.
your football weekend. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports newsletter.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday, everybody. Let's get it. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm racked with nerves for both BYU and Utah.
Yeah.
Because it's do or die.
That it is.
Final 3 games of the season, and it's just crunch time. And there's no room, there's no margin for mistake. And everything has to be a little more clean. Everything has got to be a little more perfect. You know, because both BYU and Utah could realistically be eliminated this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
From Big 12 championship competition.
Maybe not mathematically, but for all intents and purposes, yes.
For all intents and purposes.
Yeah.
They would, if both suffered a loss, if BYU suffered a loss and Utah won, BYU's pretty much out with their 2 losses. It's going to be an uphill climb. If Utah suffers a loss, 3 losses, they are out.
Yeah.
I think Utah's margins are probably a little bit more narrow than BYU's. But I guess, Scotty, after years and years and years of being in this market with you and sometimes on the same station, sometimes not, but
Yeah.
covering Bronco through Mountain West Conference play and Independence and Kalani and Independence and Big 12 play. And it's like there's not a lot of times when it was crunch time that BYU answered the call.
Yeah.
So, it's hard because I look back to Broncos time, and I was probably more critical on air than I should have been.
Same, 100%.
Because I wanted Bronco to get over the hump. I wanted him to become nationally relevant. I wanted BYU to be in a big conversation at the end, and it was like every year there was a hiccup. And early on with Kalani and Independence, hiccups. And, I watched Utah in the Pac-12. When it was blank cutting time, Utah answered the call.
Mm-hmm.
Made it to the Pac-12 championship game. Made it to the Rose Bowl. I think that's one thing that really sets Kyle Whittingham aside is when it came down to it, he answered the call when there were 3 games left in a season. So I'm looking at Kalani and I'm looking at this BYU football team. I think it's good enough. I think the talent is good enough. I even think your true freshman quarterback is good enough.
Yeah.
I think this coaching staff is good enough. But I get these crazy anxieties because I don't want to cut the mic on Monday and say,
there it goes.
It happened again. Yeah. I don't want to cut the mic on
Sunday morning
for our Sunday morning podcast,
Yeah.
The Map, and have you started out, hey, and me groggy, because it's an 8:30 kick. We're going to be doing it at 5:30 in the morning. I probably won't even get off air. I'll probably have about an hour.
I'll be driving into my driveway from Vegas.
And you're going to ask me about it, and I'm just going to be surly and say, there it is again. Because last year was such a setup and such a perfect opportunity. You were 9-0. You had Kansas at home.
Yeah. Yep.
You could have beat Arizona State. Slow start, nice comeback, opportunity at the end. If that ball is just a little further outside, it's complete for a touchdown. Like, you had Arizona State. Kansas, you should have beat Kansas. It's that stupid muff punt. People say, well, you lucked into the 9 wins to start the season. No. You unlucked in that game against Kansas because that was such a bummer. And so you asked me how I'm doing, Scotty, and these are the stupid things I sit around and think of because, look, to pull back the curtains, and I don't care if people know it because you're the ones that do it, that listen. When they lose, you're out.
Yeah.
When they lose, you don't tune in Sunday morning. We see it.
Yeah, we do.
We go from 45, 50 downloads all the way down to 12 or 15 downloads.
I know. Like a 100% drop.
And then we really start to wonder why we even get up and do it.
And Nate's like, why am I even paying you guys?
He thinks that anyway.
I know, right?
I mean, with or without the numbers, I'm sure he beats his head against the wall.
So it does feel like everybody's wiggle room has been used. Any kind of leeway you had is gone, especially for Utah. When Utah lost to BYU, it was playoffs immediately afterwards. And they've responded with blowout victories. And then as soon as BYU left Lubbock with that first loss, okay, you had a little bit of wiggle room. Now it's gone. So what are you going to do now? And I'm really fascinated at watching this BYU team because when we started the show on Wednesday, the Cougar Preview show, and I said, I'm nervous about this. I don't feel good about this. And you're like, okay, well, let's look at this thing on paper. Let's look at the matchups. And everything just screams BYU. Just screams BYU. Winning the game and winning it big.
Beating TCU.
TCU. Like, there's no matchups that you can look at in this game and say, ooh, that makes me nervous. Yeah. Like, BYU should roll in this game.
They should.
But I'm like you. I'm like, what? I don't feel like I can. And it's because of what we've seen in the past. Like last year. The weird muff punt, the weird things, the bounces that happen in a game that sometimes don't go BYU's way. Or Utah looking like they're trucking along nicely, and then has that kind of like a what was that? Where'd that come from?
Yeah.
Like if both these teams, I think we were the whole both of them playing in the Big 12 championship game. That's probably in the rearview mirror, but one of these two teams still very much alive for the Big 12 championship game, still very much alive for the college football playoffs, and they just can't screw it up. They just can't screw it up.
I'll give you a for instance, okay? Because I was going through that this morning because I was thinking, why is Kyle Whittingham over the hump? Why is he over the hump? Why is he a legend? Why is his legacy already sealed? If he quits tomorrow, you still got to put a Kyle Whittingham statue.
Amen.
And I'll tell you why. You go back to the 2022 season. They start that Pac-12 season 2-1. They lost that game to number 18 UCLA, 42-32. That cut their margin out. They go on a 4-game win streak. They beat number 7 USC. Do you remember that game? 1-point win. They beat Washington State. They beat Arizona. They beat Stanford. And their margin's very, very thin. They're sitting 6-1 in Pac-12 play. And they lose to number 12 Oregon, 20-17. They go to 6-2. They're still statistically in the running for the Pac-12 championship. They have to beat Colorado on November 26th. Coming out of that Oregon loss, they had to beat Colorado. They go out there and they beat them 63-20. They leave no questions on the field. They beat the living hell out of Colorado. Now, we were still talking about it at that time. Like, okay, you make it to the Pac-12 championship, but what does that even mean? Even though it was a great moment, what does that mean if you can't get to the Rose Bowl? Well, Kyle Whittingham goes into that Pac-12 championship against number 4 USC and beats them 47-24 to make it to a Rose Bowl. Now, that Rose Bowl was a little bit different because that Penn State team was tough, and they lost 35-21. We all know, I'm sure that one of the biggest regrets or one of the biggest, kicks to Kyle Whittingham's midsection is his Rose Bowl performances because he'd love to have a Rose Bowl victory. But getting there was the battle.
Yes.
And he got there.
Yeah.
And they did it with clutch play in big moments. They go put 47 points on USC. I remember I was there. I covered that game. I'll go to the year before. The year before, 2021, they start the season 3-1 in Pac-12 play. Remember, they had the stumble against Oregon State.
Yes.
They lost to them 42-34.
And didn't they even lose to San Diego State at the beginning of that season?
They did, BYU and San Diego State, yes.
Yep.
And that is that crazy season where they ended up finishing crazy. But, okay, so they're sitting 4-3 on September 23rd after that loss to Oregon State. 4-3. 3-1 in Pac-12 play. They run off wins against UCLA, Stanford, Arizona. They beat number 3 Oregon, had zero margin. They beat number 3 Oregon 38-7 at Rice-Eccles Stadium. They beat Colorado, and then they rematch with Oregon in the Pac-12 championship game. They beat them 38-10. They beat them by 28 points.
Put it on them again.
So, I look at it, and I do believe that the Big 12 is a more difficult task than this Pac-12 was.
Yeah, I agree with that. From top to bottom,
Pac-12
for sure.
just didn't play offense.
Yeah.
They didn't have home fields. There were a lot of things that. Now, I did like the quarterback play in 2022. Was it 21 or 22 when the quarterback play was, or was it 23?
I think it was 23.
When the quarterback play was just deep. There were a couple of really good years of high-level quarterback play, but that's kind of where it stopped.
But I think if you took the very top and the very bottom, I think the Pac-12 was pretty top-heavy
with USC
and Oregon. Yeah. But if you were to take the very top and the very bottom and put them next to each other, I think the Big 12, top to bottom, is a better conference.
It's a better conference.
Yeah.
I do believe that. But that does not trivialize. That does not diminish what Kyle Whittingham's teams pulled off in 21 and 22. Okay, I bring those up for reference because in those years, 3-game finishes, and both BYU and Utah are on 3-game finishes right now. And both of them pretty much control their destiny. For the most part, they both pretty well control their destiny. If Utah finishes with 3 wins, regardless of their opportunity to play in the Big 12 championship, they have to be looked at based off their numbers, all of their national rankings from total offense, total defense, scoring offense, scoring defense, everything else that's in between. Their third down efficiencies, all those things, they got to be looked at as one of the best teams in the country, and they have to be ranked probably number 9. They're sitting number 13. If they win 3 games, you got teams above them that are going to get their third loss, including Oklahoma and Notre Dame, that are going to drop. They'll jump them, and they control their own destiny, whether they make it to the Big 12 championship or not. BYU can't say the same thing. They have not been given the favor of belief from pollsters, from predictors, from Vegas, from anybody. Everybody still doubts them. Everybody's still doubting them. A 3.5-point favorite against TCU? Are you freaking kidding me? They should beat TCU by 21 points.
Yeah. And I think they will.
Honestly, they should beat TCU by 24. That's what the numbers show. They should beat TCU by 24 points in LaVell Edwards Stadium on a night kick. TCU's done. They got whooped by Iowa State. They're 3-3 in conference. They don't care. They got nothing to play for. Yes, Sonny's probably saying, "Hey, we play for pride. Hey, we're still trying to get to that Pop-Tarts bowl. Hey, we're trying to fight for the Alamo. And it's like, no. You put their head in mud within the first 8 minutes of the first quarter, and then you end up winning by 24, and then the pollsters are like, oh, geez, man, maybe we've got this wrong.
Yeah.
But if you got to overcome a 10-point deficit again, you might not.
Well,
maybe BYU cracks at that point and says, well, maybe people are right. Maybe we shouldn't have been in the AP top 25 to start the season. Maybe we shouldn't even be here in consideration. You know, we were teasing ourselves anyway with a true freshman. Like that, those things will start. If you go into the third quarter and you're trying to overcome a 10-point deficit, those things are going to be in their mind.
Yeah. I mean, you can't Colorado this thing where they were down 14-0 right out of the gate. And then they came back and they won, and that was nice.
It was an impressive, gutty comeback.
All that stuff is true. But all pollsters are going to see, and all your college football playoff committee is going to see, is the final score, because you're relegated at 8 o'clock at night, so nobody back east is going to be watching. So they're going to open up the box score, and they're going to be like, oh, BYU won by 14 but won by 4, and they were down by 10 at the beginning of the second quarter. Yeesh. And that's all they're going to look at. They're not going to look at guttiness. They're not going to look at all the stuff that went into it.
No, and then they'll favor Cincinnati next week.
Oh, yeah.
The pollsters will believe that Cincinnati's going to knock them off. That's the facts. So 24-point win against TCU, you got to do it at some point.
Yeah.
Because TCU, that's more credibility than West Virginia. Your win over West Virginia just doesn't take you that far.
No.
A good, solid win over a 3-3 TCU team that's got a really good quarterback, that's going to give you the credibility, the street cred that you've been looking for. And so I look at this thing and I'm like, see, I've already sealed Kalani's legacy at BYU. But that's because he's one of my best friends. It's because he's my teammate. That's because he's a world-class human being. Like, his legacy is sealed for me. I don't know, is it sealed in Cougar Nation? That he's the second best head coach all time behind LaVell Edwards. Did he surpass Bronco Mendenhall in the Big 12 era? If he can't finish a 3-game stretch with a team that's already shown incredible promise with an 8-0 start, and it collapses again, then people are just going to be like, we need the guy that gets us over the hump. We remember those conversations for Bronco. I don't want those conversations for Kalani.
Yeah. I mean, if you go 9-0 to start a season, 8-0 to start the next season, and neither one of those teams goes to a Big 12 title game, there's, the haters have some ammunition. I don't agree with it, but they'll have some ammunition.
And seeing that in the era of NIL, when BYU went pot heavy.
Yeah.
If BYU wasn't pot heavy,
and they were scrappy doing it with a bunch of nobodies,
then you know what? I'd sit on air and I'd blame BYU.
Mm-hmm.
I'd blame the fundraisers. I'd blame Brian Santiago. I blame the BYU. I can't right now. Now, I think that Kalani got a really nice extension. I'm hoping that he feels well compensated, well loved, and I'm hoping that these players feel well compensated and well loved, and I'm hoping both of them answer the call for the logo. Does that make sense?
Yep, I get you.
Because the logo put the money in. It's the same with Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith builds these brand new. We're about 100 yards away from these brand new ice hockey facilities. They're gorgeous, state of the art.
Mm-hmm.
I went over to the presser the other day, got to take a look at it. Went and sat down with some of the front office. But awesome. The Mammoth are so well taken care of. The way the Delta Center is being rebuilt, the money that's being positioned for the downtown rebuild, it's all for you, Mammoth. It's for you, Jazz. Austin, Danny Ainge, head coach all the way through the staff.
Yep. Bill Armstrong.
You're all compensated well. The players are given whatever they want. Now, at some point, you got to return it to the logo, which is SEG. Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same with us, Scotty. I mean, it's the same with anybody. KSL treats us like kings. They do. They treat us really good. So what do we do for them?
We bust our butt.
Damn right. We
Yep.
put in 3-4 hours in the morning before we get to these headsets. We watch every game that we can possibly watch. Scotty calls all the Utah State games. I call the BYU football games. Like, we put our time in it so that Nate Dowdle can go to his bosses and say, hey, I can tell they're working hard.
Yeah.
At some point, Kalani Sitake and this team have to do it for the logo. Because I feel like the logo is doing it for them.
And we've been pretty open and honest when the logo wasn't doing it for them.
Oh, hell yeah. No, I don't mess with that.
Yeah.
Look, if I don't feel I've seen some of the inner workings. If I felt like BYU was shortchanging, I would stand here and say, hey, give Kalani what Kalani needs to be successful. I would. I feel like they have.
Yeah, we spent an hour on the radio once talking about the the intramural soccer team kicking off the football team out of the practice facility. That was ridiculous. Yeah. Shouldn't have ever happened. And guess what? That stuff's not happening anymore.
I was irate.
Yeah, I know you were.
I was irate because the intramural.
Yeah.
It was the intramural rugby coach ushered me out the door. I'm standing there trying to cover BYU practice, and he's like, "Hey, come on, we got to change out." And I'm seeing this women's and men's. It's not even a sanctioned league come in for their rugby practice. And I'm watching, at the time, I think it was Reno Mahe and Ty Detmer.
Yeah.
Walk off the field shaking their heads. I'm like, no, this is stupid. You can't do this to the football team. Like, they own this place.
Yeah.
So, okay. So, to that point, I'm sorry I got on this diatribe, but you asked me how I'm doing, and it's been heavy on my mind.
Yeah.
So, how am I doing? I feel like BYU's got the team. They've got the coaching staff. They put the money in. And I feel like BYU is pot committed. And now I feel like they're holding two pair. Aces and 10, two pair. King kicker. And I don't know what the other three hands at the table that pushed in have. I think that the two pair ace 10 is going to hold.
Yeah. A pair of jacks on the flop. You're making you a little nervous.
I feel like the ace 10 is going to hold. Pair of jacks on the flop, but I feel like it's going to hold. I feel like it should hold. And if it doesn't, then it's like, gosh, now what do we got to talk about? What do we talk about? Well, do we start to blame the true freshman? Well, we knew that, this is going to be a long season with the true freshman. No, we didn't, because they started 8-0. So we knew that the true freshman was capable. We knew that the scheme that was dialed up was capable. I guess I'm looking at the horizon thinking, I don't want to have to talk about dumb things.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Big 12 championship games.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Utah finishing 3-0, controlling their destiny, missing the Big 12 championship game. But the CFP knows that These are dogs. CFP knows they're dogs.
Yeah. So that's how Hans doing. Lloyd, how are you?
Doing great.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm pretty pent up, buddy.
It's all good. That's good radio.
I just don't want to see him stumble.
No. And I don't want to talk about bad football.
No.
I don't want to talk about disappointing football. I don't want to talk about we've been spoiled. This has been fun. I've enjoyed this.
Can we all agree if BYU or Utah loses this weekend, we don't do this Sunday morning? Or do we have to do it?
I think we kind of have to. I think we're obligated to.
All right.
Do we, though?
Oh, geez, Lloyd, if you're saying no, then hell no.
If the boss is saying no.
Of course we have to do it. Are you kidding me? We owe this to our, what would be then 13 listeners.
Oh, I'd be less than that.
Yeah. 10 listeners, 5.
All right, Hans and Scotty, you know what? You owe it to yourself to come on down here and check out the great deals going on at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. All right, so this little secret between the three of us and a few of our listeners. There is a super secret invite VIP pre-Black Friday savings going on.
That is correct. That is correct. I've sent it out to a lot of our client base that has purchased vehicles from us, but I'll go ahead and open it up to the listeners. We're doing 72 months, 0% on any 50 hybrid, 50 turbo, 50 regular, any Mazda 3 sedan, any Mazda 3 hatchback, 72 months, 0%, and that is stackable with any applicable rebates on those cars as well. That is a pre-Black Friday sale. That's what's going to be coming out on, and it's on 2025s. That's what's going to be coming out for the Black Friday sale in a week, I believe, but we're doing it this weekend only. But here's the thing. It's only while supplies last. So once we're out of those cars, we're out of those cars. I know we have 4 sedans on the lot, and I think we have 7 hatchbacks. There are other cars I can go get for you. But obviously the ones that you're going to get the best deal on are the ones that are sitting on my lot. So if you come down now, you come down today or tomorrow, if they're here, you're going to get the best deal you've ever got with 0%. So it's going to save you thousands of dollars in interest.
It's costing you thousands.
Yeah, that's
yes.
the thing.
I'm legitimately buying them down.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's not Mazda's not doing that. I'm doing that. So like on the sedan, I believe it's really 3.9%. We're buying it down to 0% for you. And on the sedan, it's 2.9. We're buying that, or on the hatchback, it's 2.9, and we're buying that down to 0%.
Is that the 3?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're it's 1.9 on the 50, but we're buying those down to 0% as well. So, we're going to buy down the rate, pay the $1,000 to buy down the rate for you right up front.
What is when you go from like a 3.7 or 3.8 down to a 0%? How much does that save people? Let's say on
over the course
50?
of the loan, it's going to save you about $7,000.
Wow.
Yeah, 775.
So you're buying down to 0% for a 72-month.
Correct.
You're not going to find that anywhere.
No, and I mean, here's the thing: is it's literally costing the dealership money and Mazda money on the sub-vendor rate as well. So you're getting a huge advantage, be able to come down and buy a brand new car and save thousands and thousands of dollars over the 72 months. And there's no risk on 72 months at 0%.
No.
You can pay it off at any time, and you're not paying interest. You know what I mean? So you could pay the whole 72 months. You can pay your minimum payment. You want to pay it off faster. You can do whatever you want. It's a beautiful thing.
It's incredible that you're able to do that. But that's the thing. This is not a Mazda initiative. This is a Jake Blair initiative.
Yeah, correct. This is a Jake Blair, Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown VIP. Just trying to, we're not where we want to be at with our new cars for this month. So I've gotten a little drastic, and I'm doing the sale now. For this weekend to try to hopefully get us to where we want to be pacing for the month. And so it's a huge benefit to anybody who can come in and get this kind of deal.
Man, I'm telling you, and this is the best sales staff on the planet to
It
work
is.
with. It really is.
And the most convenient location.
Oh, yeah, just off 106.
You're centralized.
Yeah.
So if you're anywhere in Utah County, you're anywhere in Salt Lake County, you're close. If you're Sandy or Riverton, you're right on top of us. So come down to Mazda, and I would just say test drive. Scotty and I both now own Mazdas. I own multiple. Scotty, you own multiple now.
Yep.
We are a Mazda family, and I love them. I love their fuel economy. I love their safety rating. I love the fact that I could bring it back down to Jake, and I haven't lost money on it.
Yeah, so they're the number one in resale value, and they're also the only manufacturer that starts with every safety feature on the car starts at the base model. That's how so much Mazda is into safety, and we're the highest crash test ratings, 5-star ratings across. So we're the highest in safety, and you get that on the base model. Whereas if you go to somewhere else, they charge you for more safety, which is crazy. Why would you? I mean, you want to pay for safety because you want to make sure you're safe, but why would you be charged for safety?
There you go.
Or you get it on the base model starting.
That should be included.
Yeah, correct. So, we're the only manufacturer that does that, where we give you all of the safety features at the base model, and you don't have to pay more money for more safety features.
Get on down here. It's Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, off the 106 South exit on Automall Drive. This staff is all about that business, man. They'll make it happen for you. Whatever your story is, whatever you're dealing with, they'll work around it. They'll find a way to make it work. They've seen worse. Don't worry about it. Come down, see what they can do for you. It is Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown. Again, the Southtown location. There may be other Mazda dealerships. They're no bueno. This is the only place you need to be going. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Help elevate your company's pride with workplace tips from Cintas. The right workwear helps your team look and perform their best. Cintas has work apparel for almost any job imaginable. Your team gets garments that are breathable, comfortable, and hold up to any job. Cintas even handles laundry and delivery every week with no upfront investment. It's all part of Apparel Plus from Cintas. Learn more at Cintas.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus. Ready for unbeatable deals? at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU coming off a tough loss, but back in action coming up this weekend as they welcome in TCU. Carson Ryan gives the latest on the outlook of the team coming into this one.
We're still an 8-1 team, one of the best teams in the country, and we think that we can hang with anyone out there. And hopefully we get our chance at those guys again and we can get our revenge. But we're just worried about ourselves and how we can get better right now.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Go to KennyJBBQ.com, get some of the best barbecue you'll ever find. Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a great day. Make sure to join Jake and Ben. Coming up on Tuesday of next week, Belliston Jewelry in Ogden, 1155 36th Street. Belliston Jewelry, locally made just for you, cherished for generations. All right, busy weekend for me and Hans. You'll be in Lavelle Edwards Stadium, BYU against TCU. After the show, I'm going to hop in my Mazda, drive on down to Las Vegas, Utah State, and UNLV. Cam Walker, the athletic director at Utah State, will join us coming up at 2:05.
How are you feeling about that game?
Actually, I feel pretty good.
Because UNLV is pretty good.
UNLV's are really good, 7-2. They have lost 2 out of their last 3. Boise put it on them. New Mexico beat them. But I think Utah State's
UNLV,
right now.
Fresno, Boise, 2 of the 3 on the road?
Yes, Fresno and Vegas on the road, Boise at home.
So Boise at home.
Yeah, and you got to win one. But, I was with Bronco Mendenhall last night on the coach's show, and there was a bunch of players on the team that were down there. The team's pretty confident.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be a tough game, and I think that they can get it done. I just – the way they played in that last game against Nevada, and I know Nevada is the basement dweller in the Mount West Conference, but the way they played against Nevada,
yeah,
it gives you some hope as an Aggie fan that they'll finish this the right way. And I do think it's important. I actually think the way they finish and then their bowl performance is all important because Bronco's in his beginning stages. He's trying to build something that provides Aggie fans with a little bit of confidence.
And I think that you're also, if you're Utah State, after what you dealt with last year and all the turmoil in the athletic department with the president and everything, all right, you've got your president in place, looks like a home run hire. Athletic director, I can tell you for a fact that's a home run hire. You've got Bronco Mendenhall, one of the most stable, reliable coaches in the history of college football. Like, you needed stability, and you got it. You needed good individuals in place. You got it. And I think the turmoil is now in the rearview mirror, knock on wood, for Utah State. Now you can just focus on football. You can focus on fundraising, getting sponsors, getting that NIL money, and then it's off to the races because you got a new conference you're going into, and it just feels like that black cloud above the athletic department is lifted. There was a lot of issues, some that, frankly, I would love to talk about but probably shouldn't, but those are all gone now.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's in the rearview mirror. So you got good people in place. You got good people running it. You're not over your skis trying to be somebody you're not. You know who you are. You've come back to people who know and appreciate who you are.
Man, that is nice. You got the president, AD, and head coach, both head coaches, be football and basketball. That is a pretty nice. And this is one of the very first times in a long time with Utah State that I can back and endorse all four.
Yes. Yep.
That I feel all good about all four.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like I don't have some underlying bad feelings. Like I don't know.
Well, look. I think Utah State has been blessed with phenomenal leadership at their football and basketball program over the last 10 years, last 7 years.
Yeah, they have.
I cannot say as much for other positions in that athletic department.
But now I do.
And
I feel like they've got Utah State people in there.
I mean, they had good people in that athletic department, but not people that were ultimately having final decisions over the last couple of years. And now you've got good, capable people. You could have hired really good, capable people, but decided not to, and you got over your skis a little bit trying to be somebody you're not. Now you come back and realize, okay, this is who Utah State is. This is who we are.
And,
let's dial it in.
And correct me if I'm wrong. If football and basketball over the next 3 or 4 years are very, very successful, I think there's a possibility you keep all four of those individuals in place.
I do. 100%.
President isn't taking off. Athletic director's not taking off.
Nope.
Do you think?
No, I don't. I mean,
I don't get a feel that any of the four. I know Bronco's staying.
Yeah.
Because there's been some good, deep conversations with Bronco. I feel like Coach Calhoun he's been around the rat race.
Yeah.
And I think he knows he's got a Stu Morrill type situation here where he could play here the next 13 years in this new reformed Pac-12 and get everything he wants.
Yeah.
They'll have all the NCAA tournament access in the world. You're going to have to go to some of the farmers around the community. You're going to have to make sure Calhoun gets a bucket of cash if he performs well. Same with Bronco. But I feel like you got an athletic director that understands it, and the athletic director's not going to take off. So I just feel like it's a pretty darn good situation.
There have been people there that have taken jobs at Utah State knowing that it's a stepping stone. Look, I don't think – look, I don't know what the future holds for Jared Calhoun. I don't know what the future holds for Cam Walker. You know, they may get some crazy offer in a year or two that they can't turn down, and that's fine. But they're not taking a job, or they haven't taken the job, or not currently looking to leave. I can't say the same about other coaches and other athletic directors that have gotten the job and said, okay, you know what, we're just going to buckle down, grin our teeth, and bear it for a year or two. And the search firm that placed us said, hey, you know, get in there, do some good work, and then we'll get you to another job here pretty soon. But just if you can just deal with Cache Valley for a little bit, you'll be fine, and we'll get you somewhere else. There's not that vibe anymore. There was that was the vibe with Diana Sabo. You know, that Diana Sabo was there because she was told to be there by a search firm, and then and by the way, this is me speculating here. But Diana Sabo was never going to be at Utah State for a long time. It just wasn't. You know, she knew that she had to cut her teeth as an athletic director to get to where she wanted to be as a long-term person in a Power 5 conference. Like that's just the case. I think Ryan Odom took the job at Utah State as the basketball coach with full anticipation of getting a job somewhere else and just trying to build a resume. The people that are in place right now at Utah State aren't looking to build resumes for their next job. If another opportunity comes, I'm sure that, you know what, they'll look at it and see, is it good for our family? Is it a good opportunity for us? Okay, then we'll talk more about it. But we're not actively looking for that next job. We're not sending out resumes across the country and telling our search firm, get me the heck out of here. I don't like it here. I don't feel like I'm a fit for this community. I want out. Mm-hmm. That hasn't always been the case. There's been people that get the jobs and go, okay, you know what? I'm just going to bite my tongue and we're just going to deal with this and beg that search firm can find me somewhere else. And meanwhile, I'll hire other coaches or other people that the search firm tells me to so I stay on their good side so that they can get me the heck out of here. That's not the case anymore.
And it's so important to be stabilized now because this Pac-12 venture, it's going to have rough waters. It's going to be a bumpy entrance. You got to have people that are willing to stick through that have some knowledge of the adjustments. Bronco knows it. Coach Calhoun knows it.
Yep.
They'll be all right.
Yeah.
They'll find their way through it.
They'll be great. All right, Hans and Scotty, the man himself. Hey, look, the weather may be turning a bit. What's it going to look like in Provo coming up tomorrow? What's it going to look like in Baylor for Utah? Vegas, it's a dome, so we don't really care, and it's Vegas, so we know what we're going to get down there. But we'll break it down with the man himself, chief meteorologist for KSL, Kevin Eubank, joins us straight ahead, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are just one win away from bowl eligibility as they travel south for a battle against UNLV. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I've truly loved my experience with America First Credit Union, all the different things that they have to offer, the business accounts that I run through there, all the quick transactions that I can run through America First Credit Union, the protection, state-of-the-art protection on everything. You know, my cards, I've got spending limit protections. I've got out-of-state protections. Anytime there's a number that doesn't come from where I'm at, it's going to pop up on my phone and show me an alert and say, did you spend X amount? I love all those things. Plus, I love American First Credit Union. I love how they're engaged and involved in our community, raising money and food and school supplies for underprivileged children. American First Credit Union's always giving back. I hope that you can really believe me in this because I've been a part of some of these amazing fundraisers. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen the tears in kids' eyes. I've seen the amount of food donated, and I've seen the help and assistance that they give to our community. And you're going to see them in your community, 116 locations. And by the way, it did start here in Utah in 1939. These are our people. This is our credit union. It's America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
You better work.
You're the best divorce lawyers in town.
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
I tell my clients every day, marriage is just a trap. Let's light it on fire. Showtime, ladies.
Starring Kim Kardashian, Naomi Watts, Niecy Nash-Betts, Tiana Taylor with Sarah Paulson and Glenn Close.
God, I love my job.
Hulu original series, All's Fair. Now streaming on Hulu and Hulu on Disney+. For bundle subscribers, terms apply.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey and Lowry Markkanen tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hits the road to Baylor for a showdown against the Bears as Kyle Whittingham tries to slow down Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson.
He does not run as much as the quarterbacks that we faced this year, but he likes to beat you from the pocket with his arm, and so we've got to find a way to not let him get comfortable back there and just go through his progression. We've got to speed things up.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. Say, hey, Kenny, I need my turkey. 801-230-5396.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Football Friday, and we understand that if you're going to games, you need to be well prepared. Nobody's going to have you more prepared for what you're going to deal with in these stadiums than our next guest. You hear him every Friday at this time, Kevin Eubank, Chief Meteorologist Supreme, CEO of all things weather. It is the man, the myth, the legend. K-Bank, how are you?
Hello, K-Bank.
Hey guys, how we doing today?
Oh, so good.
Better now.
It's great to hear your voice, buddy.
Well, I'm glad that you're not in Texas anymore, Hans. Is that a win for you?
Oh, man. That's a win and a win because Lubbock is a beast to get to. I felt like Steve Martin in Trains Planes. You got to take cars, you got to take trains, you got to take buses. It's the worst.
Those aren't pillows.
Those aren't pillows. That's all true. Well, good stuff. We got a whole slate of games today or this weekend, don't we?
Yeah, let's start with Utah in Waco taking on Baylor. What's Kyle Whittingham and the crew going to see down there?
You know what? Tell me what time that kick is. That's not an early kick, is it? That's at midday, isn't it?
That's a 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
Yep.
Come on, I was trying to be optimistic for him. It actually is looking good. We're talking mostly sunny skies, temperatures in the 80s for kickoff, dropping down into the 70s, winds under 10 miles an hour, and clear skies. So Waco, Baylor, the whole deal, weather will not be a factor in that game at all.
Well, that weather was decent in Lubbock. You called that one. At least the weather was okay. A little bit of wind that picked up, but the weather was pretty good. All right, let's come back here. LaVell Edwards Stadium, BYU kicking off against the TCU Horned Frog. How's things looking at 8:30 in the late evening in Provo?
It actually is looking pretty good. Very mild. We're talking temperatures in the 50s, dropping into the upper 40s by the fourth quarter. Lots of clouds around, a little breezy, but you honestly couldn't ask for a better night in Lavelle Edwards Stadium here for the middle of November. So we've had some cold games. This one's going to be cloudy, a little breezy, but warm. And because of the late start, I mean, it always gets cold. So you're starting after dark or after sunset, and you'll go from 50s into the upper 40s. But should be a great game in Provo, and weather also won't be a factor there.
Well, weather really won't be a factor in Las Vegas because that game's indoors. But for those of us that are not flying but driving down to Las Vegas, we're going to be all right? Everything looking good down I-15?
Hey, man, thermostat is set. 72 in the dome. It's the only forecast I can get 100% accurate every single time are those indoor games. But we are going to fight a little bit of precipitation. So if you're headed down today, you're going to find a little bit of moisture as you crawl into Las Vegas. But tomorrow, that storm system is all south of us. So really, it isn't Utah that's your issue. It's once you clear Utah and get down towards Las Vegas, you may run into a little bit of rain, but nothing that's going to stop your progress or be of any hindrance to you at all.
So, Kevin, my wife's making me rip out tomato plants Saturday morning. She says there's storms coming next week. So do I need to get my tomato plants ripped out this Saturday morning?
Okay, so let's just back up. I guarantee you're not ripping out tomato plants on Saturday morning, Hans. Can we just be honest with the audience?
Oh, I'm going to hey, look, I do anything that Miss Amanda asks me to do. I like anything, and Scotty can attest. I will do anything.
So what happens is Miss Amanda tells Hans to rip them out, and then Hans yells at his daughters to go rip them out.
They will get ripped out one way or the other.
That sounds very, very logical. And the truth is, next week, we are going to experience a total pattern shift. So yesterday, Salt Lake was 73 degrees, broke a record from the 1950s. We've never been that warm on that date. Today, mid-60s. Tomorrow, mid-60s. Very warm for this time of year, but it all crashes starting Sunday. Valley rain, mountain snow on Sunday. We'll keep the valley rain into Monday and Tuesday. And then Tuesday night into Wednesday, snow levels lower to the bench, gets cold, drops into the 30s, maybe a little rain-snow mix in the air. We're not anticipating accumulating snow yet in the valleys, but it's definitely going to be some snowflakes flying, and then we just start a whole different temperature profile. Highs in the 40s and 50s, which is normal to below normal, lows dipping into the 20s and 30s. It gets cold. Resorts start making snow and keeping snow, and my guess is we'll have resorts opening here in the next week and a half with the cold weather change we're going to have.
I mean, I know that it has to happen, but I don't really want it to, Kevin. I'm getting old, man.
This year's been so hard because it's been so nice, and everyone says exactly what you just said. I know it's got to change, but do we have to? And we don't have a choice, but it is going to change. So find your sweaters, find your thick socks, find a dumpster for the tomato plants.
Someday the climate doomsdayers are going to be right. We're going to have 60-degree weather all through winter. It's going to happen.
Wouldn't that be marvelous? We'd just take that.
Yeah.
That is called San Diego. You know that, right?
Oh, it would be lovely.
Come on. It's all there. It's just not where we are. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, Kevin, hope you have a great weekend. Enjoy all the football games, and we can't wait to chat with you again next week.
Love and respect, brother.
You too, guys. Enjoy the call. See ya.
You're the best. Kevin Eubank, Chief Meteorologist for KSL, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So grateful he's willing to do that for us. We love having him on, getting his insights. And, Scotty, things are about to turn.
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. We had a good run, but we knew eventually winter was going to hit, and apparently it's going to hit next week.
It's here.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, we're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. All right, Jake's not messing around. He's always about that business, Hans, but he is buying down interest rates. You're not going to get this at any other Mazda dealership. What Jake is doing is buying down your interest rate to 0%. So you can get some of these vehicles, a bunch of the 50s, the 30s, and for 72 months and 0% financing.
Yeah, that is going to save you thousands and thousands of dollars. And I want people to understand that Jake and Mazda are buying those rates down. So they're actually putting money into this thing to get you in a new vehicle that you can afford. And talking about affording some of these new Mazdas, Jake, you can get people in leases for as little as $300.
Oh, it's crazy. Right now, they have just come. I'm going to be buying down the rates on, it's called a subvented lease. So I have as low as $245 a month on a Mazda 3.
Wow.
$245 a month.
For a brand new Mazda.
For a brand new Mazda 3.
Didn't you drive a Mazda 3 recently?
I'm in the 30. Or no, 50. That's what
you're
I
in
meant.
the 50. You drove a 30.
I drove a 30.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, so you drove the 30.
Yeah.
So Steve Daly's favorite car is the Mazda 3 hatch.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've heard that.
Yeah, so if you want a Mazda 3, are you looking for an inexpensive payment? And we got them as low as $240 a month. That's crazy.
Brand new car.
Brand new.
And there's a lot of people out there
that
have a bunch of negative equity, and they're like, I'm just dragging this around with me to every vehicle I go to. You get into a lease here, and then that's wiped clean in 3 years.
Yeah. So you deal with a little bit higher payment, but you're going to deal with that anyway. But you're out of it in 2-3 years, and you don't have to worry about the negative equity ever again. You start out fresh, clean slate. You know what I mean? And here's the thing is, if you stay with the Mazda family, it's the number one resale vehicle on the market. It's holding its value so well. Well, you're not going to have to deal with that negative equity.
Yeah. And look, I had a lease that I was creeping up on the miles, and you're like, all right, well, let's swap you out.
Yep.
And let's get you into a better vehicle. And it was seamless, easy. You guys made it work. And it's just like when you're part of the family here, you get treated like family. And you treat everybody that way.
Yeah, absolutely. We wanted to make it to be, it's everybody always says who do you know? Who do you know? You know what I mean? We want to be the guy that the people that you know. Like, you want to come and see Jake. You want to come and see, Jeff. You want to come and see Chris. You want to come and see these guys because they're willing to take care of you, give you the best deal. You feel comfortable with the deal. You're happy with the experience. You're going to come and do your service with us because you're happy with the service and the experience, and you're going to continue with that life cycle, and buying cars and referring people. And the only way you do that is by giving them the best possible experience ever.
And also getting your maintenance. I was sad to see Andrew leave because we all loved Andrew.
Whoa.
Yeah, he's gone.
Andrew's gone?
Yeah, he works for the Jazz.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that's his dream job, though.
It was.
Because he was ushering over the Bees games for a long time. Yeah.
But this new guy, have you met the new guy?
I've not.
Nick?
Yeah.
Nick?
Uh-huh.
Have you met Nick?
I've not. I don't think I've met Nick.
Nick's the real dude.
Yeah.
He's the real deal.
You got Kevin back there. It's awesome. Nick's back there. They're all awesome.
Anybody that pronounces my name Hans on first meeting, it's like
your favorite.
Okay. All right. I love you, Nick. Thank you. But
Hans?
That's like, it's just nails on a chalkboard. But Nick is he's a good dude and
Nick's
very
a stud.
helpful. So, you get your new car, you're not going to have to meet the people in maintenance. But if you do buy a used car and maybe you buy some type of maintenance plan like I did with my Hyundai Sonata that I bought from Jake, you're going to get to know some of these people, and they're just great. The whole staff is great.
You're going to want to do your maintenance on the car, so you will be back to do maintenance. And so we're going to make sure that maintenance is taken care of for you. And when you come in, you're going to meet these people. And listen, our whole mindset is do whatever it takes to take care of the customer so that they want to come back and continue to do business with us.
So when I told my wife that you were running the Mazda dealership, she looks at me, she's like, so we're a Mazda family now. And I'm like, yep, we are. and she's like, okay. And it just happened to find out that Mazdas are great vehicles, but Jake could call tomorrow and say, hey, guess what? Geo Metros are coming back, and I got a dealership for the Geos. I'm like, well, I guess I want to, because that's
go Geo Metro.
That's how much it means to me to be aligned with people that I like. Now, it just happens that Mazda's an incredible vehicle, and I love them, and they're fantastic. But to me, the personal relationships mean just as much to me as the vehicle.
Yeah, I 1,000% agree with that, Scotty, because here's the thing, is it doesn't matter. Everybody wants to have the person that they go to in whatever field it is or whatever it is, and it's because of loyalty and knowing that person so you feel comfortable and you can go back to them and know you're going to be taken care of, right? Everybody wants that in any field, right? Whether it's a doctor, you're loyal to a doctor, a barber, you know what I mean? Like, you go to places because you're comfortable and you know they're going to take care of you. That's what we're trying to accomplish here by rolling out the red carpet, doing things long term, because I have multiple friends like you that are saying, Jake, if you were to go sell X, I would go buy X. You know what I mean? If you go buy, I'd buy Y. I want that to be for my whole store. I want everybody in this store to have those same types of people that want to come and see just them because of how awesome they're being treated.
Yeah. And that's what you're going to get down here. Trust me on that. You're going to be treated like royalty down here. In fact, Jake will throw in a white monster for every new purchase.
White monsters all around.
There you go. Hans and Scotty. It is Tim Daly, Mazda Southtown, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Oh, man, I love the Bucked Up products. Anybody that runs into me, I am getting in better shape. I've dropped probably 40, 50 pounds over the last year and a half. And I'm now working on some of my muscle structure back in the gym, pushing hard weights. I get that pre-workout. It gives me the extra rep I need, the excitement to get into the weight room to actually work out. I get the creatine. I love their 6-blend creatine, so good. And it helps you with the brain fog. It helps you build the muscle, helps your body recover. I get their protein shakes. They're delicious. I love their proteins. Not only their protein shakes, but also their protein drinks. They're the pre-mixed drink that's in a can, slightly carbonated, and you got the fruit flavors like banana, pineapple, and others. Just great flavors. I'm just completely hooked on the Bucked Up product. And right now, if you go to buckedup.com, they are running some Black Friday specials, 50% off site-wide. So I typically give you the Zone promo code. You get your 20% off. But right now with Black Friday stuff, they're going 50% off site-wide. So get out to their website and try a bunch of their products. You know, you got the LFG Burn pre-workout. You got the Bucked Up pre-workout. I like the Woke AF pre-workout. It is the higher blend. I mean, it does light your hair on fire. So I would take it, but take it conservatively like I've had to learn. But they've got so many great products that you're just going to love. If you're trying to get back into good shape, if you want to feel better about yourself, really, these Bucked Up products are where you start. Buckedup.com. Use promo code THEZONE for 20% off, but right now you got the 50% off site-wide at buckedup.com.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
Celebrate the season 10 floors up at The Roof in the historic Joseph Smith Memorial Building. The Roof is now open with a sparkling new design and an a la carte menu full of Utah classics dressed for the holidays. Reserve your holiday table now at theroof.com. KSLC.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Vicky, come over here.
Hey, it's time to catch up. It's a Football Friday, but Alema Harrington's calling high school games, and Ron McBride is over in Hawaii. But he is joining us right now via the phone. Coach, how are you?
What, good. I couldn't be better. Yeah.
Oh, Coach, we miss you. I miss seeing you. How's Hawaii?
Well, right now I'm on the third floor, looking out over the ocean here at Turtle Bay. Most gorgeous morning ever, and the sun is out, and it's just been unbelievable. And I forgot how pretty this part of the island is. You know, you if you haven't been here in a while, you forget the how gorgeous it is, and it's just it's an unbelievable facility.
So, Coach, I need some advice, and I want to get your thoughts on this because I've got these grand plans. I bought a couple of properties in Florida, and I want to move to Florida for parts of the winter and then come back to Utah. Why don't you move out to Hawaii? You're basically the mayor of that area. Why did you never move out there, or at least do a part-time out there?
Well, that's a good question, because I don't think I don't know if Vicky would have been for moving to Hawaii for a period of time, and then kind of when I got to that point when I retired, up at Weber, maybe I was kind of aged out on all that stuff, and it just, but it is, you forget the beauty of it and the people and all that, it's just unbelievable.
Is high school football as healthy there as it's ever been?
Yeah, well, you know what? It's interesting because once you're here, you start getting all the stories, right, from every place. Okay, you get the stories from what's going on over at what's going on at Kahuku, which is positive because they're going to be in the state finals, or you find out the negative things that are happening at St. Louis, where they lost. They have to travel around to find fields to play on, or where they have their games, and then of course everybody's quite happy with Timmy Chang at UH because I think their record is good and they played well, and so now that people are worried that he may leave, if he has an opportunity.
No.
So yeah. So, anyways, but so it's the usual thing over here. It's pluses and minuses, with the football programs and what's going on. But go ahead.
How's the charity golf tournament coming along?
Good. Well, we're having on Saturday. We're having a get-together over here at the Marriott, and it's going to be almost all former players, union representatives, hospital representatives, plus the people that are here. So the group I came over with are all investors, and projects here in Hawaii, and big investors. So, they'll all be there. So, yeah, it's quite a group.
The coach, Ron McBride, with us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Were you surprised, after what you saw Texas Tech do to Utah, were you surprised that BYU had the struggles that they had in that game?
Not really, no, because it just, of all the teams that I saw in person this year, Texas Tech was the best team I saw in person. And I think that Utah's a close second. And then you got BYU. You got to give BYU credit because those guys play. No matter who they're playing, they're going to play until the last man is counted out. And if BYU had a chance to play Texas Tech again, I'm sure they learned a lot from that game. But Texas Tech is a pretty special group.
So, Coach, if you kind of go back to your years of coaching, whether it was Mount Conference or WAC or whatever form that you were coaching in, you're coming down the stretch in conference play. Both BYU and Utah have 3 games left. Both of them truly do control their destiny. What type of mentality as a coach are you carrying into practice, and what are you telling your guys? Because BYU's lost their wiggle room. They've got to find a way to win all 3. Utah's lost their wiggle room. They got to win all 3. How are you managing the anxieties? How are you managing practices and trying to get the mindset of these players right?
So what you've done is in the off season you prepared your team for this run. You prepared them for this time of year, and if you've done it right, you should have a lot left in the tank to finish out, because you've actually prepared your team for this mentally in the off season. And so both coaches, I know Kyle completely understands that, particularly Doug Alisai in the weight room, he understands it, and the people that are all the background people understand it. So they're preparing, their teams for this end run, and it's done a long time ago. So knowing the people at BYU and the people at Utah, I think both teams will be at their best to finish out the last 3 games.
So you look at let's go to BYU welcoming in TCU. TCU hasn't been great this year. They've had their issues. Do you worry that BYU might have a little bit of a hangover off of that loss, or do you anticipate Kalani and his crew will take care of business and maybe take some frustration out on those guys?
Well, I think that I think TCU is a pretty legit team, but they're coming into BYU. I think BYU, if I know the type of players they have, those guys are upset. They're mad. They're not feeling sorry for themselves. They're a pretty mature group, So I would expect BYU to come out and play extremely well and probably take over the game early in the first drive of the third quarter. I would think that BYU will be controlling this game.
Coach, how would you manage your running backs with any type of injury? Because L.J. Martin didn't look totally whole against Texas Tech. From what I understand, got out of that game unscathed, so had another week to heal. But how would you manage your running backs through a week of practice when they were dealing with a shoulder as compared to maybe a leg?
Well, what you do is you put a red vest on them, and they're untouchable in practice. Don't hit them. Don't try to rake the ball out. Don't do anything to disrupt them, and make sure that because I tell you what, the running back at BYU is invaluable because they don't have guys behind him. So that guy has to be at his absolute best. And so they don't have the luxury of saying, okay, LJ can't go, but our next guy up is just as good. But they don't have that luxury.
How do you look at, with what you saw the University of Utah coming off the bye week, how confident are you that they will not just handle Baylor, but end the season on this hot streak that they've been on over the last 2 weeks?
Well, I think right now they're a really good football team. I look for them to run the ball on Baylor and probably dominate from the run game. And if their run game is what it's been in the past, it'll open up the throw game. It'll be, I think it'll be, Utah in the second half. I think we'll win this game by a couple of touchdowns.
Coach, when you gave Jason Beck his initial opportunity in starting coaching, why did you give it to him? What did you see in him that made you think, I'm going to hire this guy? And as you've watched him grow, how impressed are you with him through his growth and especially with what he's done this year?
Well, he had really good references, from people that I knew, and said that this guy, is going to really be a great quarterback guy, very smart, and he remind me a lot of Kevin McGivern when we hired him. That he had the same qualities, kind of quiet but very efficient, very smart. And very much a team guy, not an I guy. And what he's done is he's grown a lot, and he's more confident now, and he knows what he's doing, where he's going. This guy has a very bright future.
Devin Dampier appears to be healthy. When you see him and what he's able to do when he's healthy, coming off this bye week, just how dynamic does that make this Utah offense? And when you can run the ball as much as I think we all anticipate that they'll be able to run the ball on Baylor, do you even really try to push it down the field, or do you just stick behind the run and just let them have it?
No, just do your thing, but create the fact that they're going to have to put more people in the box to defend the run, and then it's going to open up a big play out of the passing game. And and now Utah has kind of discovered more people that can play, as it's gone on in the roster. So there's more guys that they figured out. This guy is a difference maker. This guy's a difference maker. So they've discovered more people, and they're starting to utilize more people. So it's and God bless Kyle for it. He lets Jason Beck do his thing, and it appears to be. I was a little worried after the BYU game that they'd try to maybe shuttle him down a little bit and try to, control what he's doing, but they just let him do his thing, and what has happened is, they're doing what they want when they want, and they're using a variety of formations to get what they need. They got a heavy package, they got a split package, they got but they got people that fit the packages.
So, Coach, both BYU and Utah are facing pocket quarterbacks, non-mobile quarterbacks that aren't looking to leave the pocket. As a defensive mind, just kind of knowing what both BYU and Utah have as personnel up front and their linebackers and blitz ability, how do you see them attacking these two quarterbacks in Sawyer Robertson and Josh Hoover?
Well, the nice thing about BYU is that Jack is healthy and the other playmaker out there is healthy. So Jack had his best game against Texas Tech that he's had in like 3 weeks. So he looked like the Jack of old because he wasn't favoring his shoulder. He was running. He was making plays. And so Jack and the other kid out there, they're going to make a big difference. And I thought that the inside guys showed up. I thought the nose guard, I thought had a pretty good game. Looked like he was hustling and moving. I think BYU's speed and depth in the defensive side of the ball will be a huge difference. And then on Utah's side, it's going to be the offensive line basically controlling the line of scrimmage and opening things up to do whatever they want to do.
Well, Coach, always a pleasure. Have a good time there in Hawaii, and we look forward to catch up with you next week.
Okay, so how are you guys doing?
We're doing good, Coach.
Doing good.
We just miss you.
Yeah.
It's not the same. And Alema ditched us, too.
Well, where's the lemma?
Oh, he's calling high school games.
He says high school games are more important.
Okay, well, but I'm going to just shout out to these people that I flew with on the plane. Deloy Hansen, his wife Julie, Joey Beechin, his wife Becky, James Clark, MJ, Red, all these people, they've been fantastic. So, anyways, I'm going to have a great day, and I'm going to have a lot of fun.
I bet it. And when Coach goes to Hawaii, there's no Spirit Island or Airlines here. He's going private.
Oh, yeah, he's going private. And when Coach goes to Hawaii, nobody's tracking his sugar consumption.
No, Coach, sugar doesn't count in Hawaii. So go crazy.
Well, so my son-in-law's with me, and so he has to report of what I'm eating to Grandma.
Oh, boy.
And so they had this candy thing, and people are eating this candy like it's water. I mean, you get a small. And they said, "You ought to have one." I said, "No, I can't." And then I pulled one out and then read threw it away. And so, yeah.
Oh man.
So they're so they got a watchdog. The Reds are watchdogs on this trip. Yeah. But
Vicky may not be there, but her influence is always there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Hey.
See you, Coach. Have a good time.
Love you, Coach.
You guys love you too. Have a good day.
All right.
Let's bring back a victory for the BYU and the Utah. And the other thing is important. We got to hire the right guy at Weber State. So that's another big thing. Okay.
And we just need you to get your butt back on an airplane and be back here for next Friday because we're not doing phone stuff for 25 minutes. We need you 2 hours.
Oh, no, don't worry. Hey, I feel guilty for not being there. So, hey, I'll fulfill my requirement, and I'll be glad to be back, and I miss your company. But, hey, this was a trip I had to go on.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
All right, brother.
Okay.
See you, Coach.
See you, Coach. When those heavy hitters say we're taking you to Turtle Bay and you're hopping on our private plane, you don't say no to that.
I love that guy.
Yeah.
Man, I love Coach Mack. Good enough to at least join us on the phone, and Alema wouldn't even do that.
No. Alema's like, nope, I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna sully my good name by hanging out with you guys over a phone. It's ridiculous. All right. We are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. That's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Jake and the crew. Jake's making deals right now. So all you have to do is come on down here and see one of these sales guys because they're going to treat you like family. Hans and I have both purchased multiple vehicles from this staff, and we know them. We trust them. And Hans, not only have you personally purchased vehicles, when Hans Olsen sends his mom to go buy a vehicle from somebody, you know they're going to treat him right.
Yeah. So I'm just going to give you a thought on that because the one and only Fawn Olsen.
Yeah.
She does well.
No, yeah. Fawn.
She built a candy business and sold it.
Yes.
So she does well.
She's doing all right.
So she came down with just kind of a cash offer. She wanted to buy a car, and she had the cash to do it. And there's some wiggle room. You know, when you've got the cash to buy a vehicle, you could come down and say, I want X vehicle. What is that worth? Well, it's marked at $42,500. Well, I've got the cash. Jake, help me out here. Jake can work all kinds of things with these cash offers. And my mom got a great deal on the 50 Turbo and loves it. And I came down, I brought Amanda's 5 that was about a year and a half old. I brought that down and told Jake I need to reduce my payments. Jake was able to put us in a lease on a 90 and reduced our payments by about $80.
And that's a bigger, nicer vehicle.
Yeah. So it all just depends on what cars, which of the Mazdas have what deals and what Jake can apply. And you can get a great deal. And by the way, these Black Friday deals, when he's buying your interest rate down to 0% for 72 months, and he's doing that on the 3s, the 50s. So come in and just say, well, where can you get me? Mm-hmm. I need a $245, $250 car payment. He can get you in a brand new Mazda 3 on a lease at that price.
It's really ridiculous, the amount of pricing that they can do to get you into a great deal. Come on down. It's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown off the 106 South exit, Automall Drive, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusks up.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, Thanksgiving's coming up, so make sure to get your turkey and have it cooked, smoked to perfection. Kenny J's Barbecue is going to take the stress out of Thanksgiving. Go to KennyJBBQ.com, get your turkey, and you can just pick it up on Thanksgiving morning, and you're good to go. Oh,
the things you deal with as a dad.
Yeah, dude, you're preaching to the choir on that one, but not quite to. I'm not quite dealing with what you're dealing with right now.
Yeah. Wow. What can you say?
You say yes, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I always say.
Yeah. Shehan J. Raja, kind enough to join us from CBS, college football, Big 12 insider, kind enough to hang out again. Shehan, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you on.
It's always good to chat with you. All right, so the Big 12, it looks like Texas Tech has got a firm grasp on this conference, but there's this jockeying for number 2 who might be playing Texas Tech in a championship game. Right now, who do you feel like is your odds-on favorite for that spot?
Yeah, I'm not overthinking it. It's still BYU to me. They obviously only have one loss overall and in conference play, and they still have a couple opportunities that obviously they have to get through with TCU and Cincinnati, two pretty good teams, but I think that people are undervaluing BYU because of what happened on Saturday against a team that I think will maybe be in the Final Four teams in college football. I think Texas Tech is really good, but I think that BYU is also really good. So still give me BYU to make it, though obviously there are a couple other teams still in the mix.
So, Shehan, as you diagnose this conference and you look at the college football playoffs, the current landscape of the top 25, is this a 1-bid, is it a 2-bid, or is it a 3-bid league?
I think they're in good shape to be a 2-bid league. So when you look at the standings right now, obviously, there are 3 teams in the top 13. 2 of the teams ahead of them at least, are likely to lose in Texas and Oklahoma. Texas goes on the road to Georgia this weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road to play Alabama. So let's just say, for hypothetical sake, that those 2 teams essentially get knocked out. Well, I mean, again, the next team out there is going to be BYU, and BYU has a couple opportunities left. Again, let's say that they beat Cincinnati, which is a top 25 team right now. Let's say they beat TCU, which is a top 40 team right now. I think it's going to be very hard, even if they lose a Big 12 title game, to keep them out of the mix. Now, let's say that BYU loses another one of those games, and maybe you get Utah in the Big 12 title game, or maybe Utah is the first team out of the Big 12 title game, and they end the season at 10-2. Well, I think that Utah, with the way that the committee has treated them and respected them, would still be in very good shape to step up into that spot. So I think that right now the league is in good shape to get to, but again, you just never know how the committee is going to feel things out.
So we're just looking at a bunch of different alternatives. Let's say BYU plays Texas Tech in the Big 12 championship game, and Texas Tech wins that game again convincingly, same score, 29-7, and Utah runs the table and continues to blow out opponents for the final 3 games of the year. Could Utah be the beneficiary of not playing in a Big 12 championship game and maybe sliding in over BYU?
Look, anything is possible, like you said, but I think that's very difficult for me to see, because in that scenario, like obviously BYU would pick up a second loss on conference championship weekend, yes. But heading into that weekend, I mean, they'd be a one-loss team. And we saw SMU last year when they lost to Clemson. They essentially were not punished by the committee because, just to be frank, it is an existential issue if the committee punishes a team for making it to the postseason. That's not something that I think they're going to want to do, and I don't think that's something that they should do, to be frank. So if you're treating it like that, right, you're talking about an 11-1 BYU team versus a 10-2 Utah team, where the 11-1 team has a head-to-head victory over the other. Now, let's be clear. The analytics systems really love Utah. They think that Utah is a much higher quality team than BYU. And frankly, I mean, if I was advising Kalani Sitake, I would tell him, man, you got to lay the hammer in some of these early season games, right? I mean, I think back to that West Virginia game where the game was totally over, but nominally it was 42-28. Like, those are the kind of games. No, man, you just got to make him 49-7. Like you just have to. But that's beside the point. I think that ultimately it is just way too hard to think that they would move a team with more losses in the regular season and a head-to-head loss against the other team over that other team.
Shehan, are you kind of getting a feel for any names or individuals that might be taking that Oklahoma State job, and you feeling like there's any other hot seats in the Big 12?
Well, I think for Oklahoma State, like, the name to beat is Eric Morris at North Texas. It just feels, frankly, to me, too obvious. So, he's from West Texas. He played at Texas Tech. He is a very Big 12-y coach, in my opinion, coming from the air raid background. He was of course, at North Texas. He was on Texas Tech staff under Cliff Kingsbury. He played a part in developing Patrick Mahomes. It just feels like such an obvious and natural transition from Mike Gundy to go to somebody else. And for people who don't know, like, West Texas is not that far from Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's a little bit like in the western part of Oklahoma. So, like, that is, again, kind of a natural connection point, let's call it. So, to me, he is the obvious candidate to beat. Now, what becomes interesting is if one of these Texas jobs open. I think that Baylor's situation is, frankly, bizarre right now after the whole athletic director situation. And talking to some people around campus, they think that maybe the athletic director being in turmoil means that you can't make a coaching change on this timeline. As somebody who obviously has been around Baylor for a long time, I think that would be a really bad situation to bring this coaching staff back, but they might kind of be forced into it in some way. So I think that that's certainly a job to keep an eye on. But, I think of the others that kind of you would think might make a coaching change. I think that, Utah, if they have a good finish to the season, I think that's Kyle Whittingham. It's not exactly a secret, is probably close to ready to retire. I think that Colorado with Deion Sanders, with the way that some things have gone, and also his health situation, similar sort of deal. And then it just becomes a question of, do any other coaches get poached? I think that the obvious one would be Matt Campbell at Iowa State. But we've been saying that for just about 5 years at this point, and he's still at Iowa State. So those would be the ones to most keep an eye on, I'd say.
Are you surprised? And by the way, I am turning into a big Luke Fickell fan because I love a university that says, no, you know what? We're not going to overreact. We're going to let this guy do his thing. Were you surprised that Wisconsin's holding on to their coach?
Yeah, I was, to be honest, because, you talk about some of the losses that they've had this year. They have had some of the worst losses in the history of Wisconsin football. But, there's a couple pieces to this, right? You kind of allude to it. I think, I want to pick my words carefully, but I think that this is the moment that coaches are probably less valuable than they've ever been in the history of college football. And what I mean by that is you are so dependent on investment by your athletic department from a player acquisition perspective. If you don't have a certain amount of money to work with, it doesn't really matter what you're doing as a head coach. Now, I think that Luke Fickell has not done a great job as a head coach. On top of that, I think that he's made some choices at offensive coordinator that have clearly not worked out, and he's going to have to figure some of that out. But I do think that, if you're Wisconsin, if you fire him right now, then the next guy is taking over a total crater of a program. That's a tough position to be in. And two, you're doing it minus $25 million in buyout money. So, I don't think that anybody in Madison right now is especially thrilled with the fact that Luke Fickell is going to be back. But, a dynamic that I've kind of pointed to a lot is the idea that there has been the kind of SEC mindset of fire, out. And there's been the Big Ten mindset of let's build something, let's have some patience. And I think that it's kind of heartening to see that the Big Ten, despite, the James Franklin situation, is still very much a patient development type conference. And when you look at the fact that 2 Big Ten teams have won the last 2 national championships and that the top 2 teams in college football this year are from the Big Ten, I don't think it's a coincidence.
When you look at Baylor against Utah, TCU on the road against BYU, do you anticipate a Utah sweep there? And if there's a game that you think could be a problem for one of the in-state schools, what would it be?
Well, it's not going to be Utah against Baylor. Baylor, I think, is in really rough shape right now. And on top of that, you talk about the issues that Baylor has had. They cannot stop the run, and now they're going to go play Utah. That could be a disastrous game for Baylor. By the way, in the middle of all of this off-field turmoil with the athletic director and with them potentially being forced to bring Dave Aranda back. So I think that Utah has no worries whatsoever. I think TCU is a pretty high-quality team, to be frank. They're a team that is really good in the passing game. They've got a good quarterback in Josh Hoover. I think that they're better on defense than people realize. Not elite, but I think a solid unit. So I think that this game will probably be a little closer than people may like and may expect. But again, a big part of that is I think that TCU is a top 35 type team, whereas, Baylor's probably in the low 50s or 60s. So I think that matchup-wise, BYU's got a little bit more of their hands full, but it also would be a great opportunity for them to lay the hammer down against what, again, I think is a pretty decent opponent.
So you got Texas Tech and BYU in a rematch in the Big 12 championship with 3 weeks left.
Yes, that is correct.
And how do you see that game potentially playing out?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, I think that there's a couple pieces. One, I honestly feel like BYU's offensive game plan heading into that game was not bad. Like, I felt like they actually did a good job of holding onto the ball, of drawing things out. But I think that the biggest thing that I hope that they learn from what happened in Lubbock, which I was obviously out there for, is you can't put training wheels on Bear Bachmeier. Like, you just have to let him go downfield. And look, we also saw moments where he made stuff happen and receivers had drops. And like, that just can't happen. You have to give your true freshman quarterback some help. But I actually didn't hate the way that they attacked the running game. I thought that they had more success than I expected them to. I thought that Bear Bachmeier extended plays in a big way. But you have to let him go downfield. You have to let him challenge a secondary that, relatively speaking, is the weakness of the Texas Tech defense. It's not a big weakness, but it is, I think, less good than their defensive front. So I think it's going to be closer. I think they're going to have a better plan. But at the same time, I just think that Texas Tech is one of those teams this year. I think that they're a legitimate top 5 in the country. I think that if some things break right, they could be playing for a national championship. I just think that they're too high quality a team. So it's not going to be a blowout like it was in Lubbock, but I do think Texas Tech wins the Big 12.
Well, we appreciate it, Shehan. Thanks for joining us. Enjoy the games this weekend. Let's do it again here soon.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Shehan Jayaraja right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Telling BYU fans, don't panic. You're going to be all right. All right, we continue on with Football Fridays. Coming up next, Hans and Scotty. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You heard the man. Kevin Eubank came on and said, get ready. The cold's coming. We've been spoiled, but that furnace is going to be running nonstop here pretty soon as temperatures are going to drop into the 30s and 20s. And if you've got bad windows, you're going to be losing money because that warm air is going to go right out the window, no pun intended.
These are great windows. I had 5 windows replaced in one of my rental properties, and I couldn't be happier with it. I talked about one of the number one things being keeping the sound out. The other thing that was noticeable to me, now I will fully admit, the windows that were in there were pretty bad.
Yeah.
They were stained by hard water from the sprinklers on the exterior. But putting in those new windows and making sure that the tenants keep them clean, they're crystal clear. You see out of those windows and you're like, geez, it's a whole different view of the exterior. If you've got windows in your house that are stained, or maybe there's a gap between the two panes and you're seeing some of that fading in between the two panes and you're not seeing outside clearly, you're completely wrecking your view from your home. These new windows will open up that view. They'll trap in the warmth. They'll trap in the coolness through the summer. And it's going to be more efficient, more beautiful, and it keeps the sound out. Like, there's a lot of reasons to take a look at the window situation in your home.
And right now, they're giving you $3,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's $3,500 off. We've never seen that savings before from Advanced Windows. So call 801-850-9100. It's Advanced Windows, 801-850-9100.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back Nine Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back Nine will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, we are live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. By the way, not too far from the district in South Jordan. What I want you to do is go down, grab yourself some barbecue from Kenny J's Barbecue, and then come on up. If you want to bring a rib or two, that'd be fine too. And then come down here to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown and check out these vehicles ready to go. Because, as you heard Kevin Eubanks say, bad weather's coming. So you want that all-wheel drive. You want that forever warranty. You're going to get all that with Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
You're up on those bountiful benches. You got to drive up those slushy, icy, snowy roads.
Yep.
How does that 50 work in that snow?
Works like a champ. The 90 works great. My 5 worked great. You get that all-wheel drive, and you get those. You get the safety from those vehicles. It's just absolutely incredible.
Amanda drives the 90 PHEV.
Yeah.
So,
My wife drives that. Yeah.
She loves how it connects to the road. It's so safe. It just feels good. It really does suck to the road with the tires and the 4-wheel drive that it's got. My mom has that 50 turbo. She loves it. I love having the women of my life in these Mazdas. I know that they work good in the snow. They're all-wheel drive. So they're going to get, the great traction on the road. The other thing I love is they've got those seat heaters.
Oh, yeah.
So, Amanda will jump in and she clicks on the seat heater, warms her up. I do love the PHEV. It's a quick charge. That 90 PHEV, quick charge. We're getting about 54 to 58 miles a gallon. We plug it into the house in just a normal plug. It's a plug that was put into our garage, separated for a freezer, so it's a bit higher ampage. But we plug it into that. Overnight, complete charge on the vehicle. That complete charge gets us about 28 miles without clicking on the gas. So you can make a run to school, make a run to church, make a run to groceries, and it never clicks on for gas. That's really nice.
Yeah. And, boy, it's got some power, too.
The 90 has power. The 90 is quite a bit faster than the 5 was.
Yeah.
We found that. The PHEV and the 90 PHEV is quite a bit faster. It's got more giddy up. But nothing is close to my mom's 50 and her turbo.
I love that Fawn's rocking the turbo.
Oh, dude. And she just loves it. But I get behind that seat and that pedal, and you feel like you're behind a rocket ship.
Yeah.
It's really fun. We've loved the Mazdas, but more importantly, we love Jake. And, we love the Tim Daly name.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We really do. The Tim Daly name has really backed us with their forever warranty, with their prices, with their maintenance plans. They've really helped us out.
Well, and I've been in a situation, too, where I've dinged up a vehicle or there's, something that needs to be addressed. My son is driving a really older vehicle, and so when he needs to have it taken and getting a look at, we just bring it down here. And whether it's Andrew or who's the new guy, Kevin?
No, Nick.
Whoever you're bringing it into, that's the one thing where you feel really vulnerable is when you bring in a vehicle that needs some level of repairs. And you're like, okay, I don't know much about what's going on inside this thing. They could take me for all I'm worth here. And you walk in, they're like, okay, this needs to be addressed. This one should be, but you can get a little bit more time out of it. This one could be an issue, but we'll worry about that down the line. They're going to be open. They're going to be honest with you. They're not going to take you for a ride. And because they respect your time, they respect your dollar. So come on down here. It's the complete package, whether it's purchasing the vehicle, servicing the vehicle, or any repairs you need made along the way. It's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. All right, coming up next, we're going to chat with the athletic director of Utah State. Cameron Walker will join us coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey, it's SLC Fat Loss with huge news. We're having our biggest deal of the year. Over $400 off, now through December 31st. We know how hard it is to stay on track during the holidays. Most people without a plan gain 5 to 10 holiday pounds. But this year, you could do the opposite and lose 10 to 20% in just 60 days and still enjoy those special holiday meals. This plan works because it helps reset your metabolism and hunger hormones. Claim your free consultation at slcfatloss.com.
I found the exact program that works for me. Alex here, JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off during that full year.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Do it before, during, or after the holidays, in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. But hurry, limited spots available. Trust us, you'll thank yourself come the new year. Results may vary. necessary.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game. With qualifying Smiths purchases, you can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths and snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Friday. Enjoy the games, folks. We got a lot of college football coming up.
A tremendous football Friday, by the way.
Yes.
Big games. If you heard the opening segment, big games that are sitting heavy on my heart, heavy on my mind for both BYU, Utah, and Utah State. I mean, if we're being frank, if they can't get this one against UNLV, they got to go on the road against Fresno. They got to find one there. If they can't get that, then they get one last shot against the Boise State Broncos at Maverick Stadium on Merlin Olsen Field. That's not going to be easy.
No.
And you know, I've got some anxieties for them because Bronco making it to a bowl game in his inaugural season would be a big deal for Bronco.
Be huge for Bronco, be huge for Utah State and this athletic department. And joining us now, he is the athletic director of Utah State University, Cameron Walker, kind enough to hang out with us. Cam, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
New TV deal. Let's talk about it. USA with the new Pac-12. I know you came into that midstream as the athletic director, but what does this mean for the conference? What does this mean for Utah State?
Yeah, I think the conference did a terrific job. Teresa's really made it a priority to make sure that we've got football games on television channels that people can access and have heard of. And I think that's a big deal when we're able to get all of our conference games, in linear television. It's going to be a better place for us than even some of the power conferences, as they're termed. And so I'm really excited about it. I think it's a huge thing for Utah State and a huge thing for the Pac-12 as we go to rebuild this league.
If you don't mind, give us some of the deals or some of the details of the deal. Scotty said USA Network, but give us some of the details of what it's being explained as to you.
Yeah, so, primarily with football, but it certainly expands to other sports as well. But with football, we're going to have all of our conference football games are going to be on either CBS Sports Network, CW, or USA. And so there's those are just a huge part of television packages that are easy to access and that most people have. And so not only are you getting the people that want to tune in and watch you, which your fans are always going to try and find where you're at, but you're also getting the casual viewer that's going, oh, Utah State versus UNLV tonight. Let's check this out. So it's just much more accessible, which I think is a big thing. But our basketball games will be on those same networks. There will be a few games, mainly non-conference games, that will stream. Those details of those streaming will get ironed out here. But most of them, our men's basketball games will be there, and even some of our women's basketball games. So I think it's a huge opportunity to just be visible. And it'll make a huge difference, I think, for us as far as viewership, the value of our sponsors, both in venue and certainly through television, but then also in recruiting.
It's interesting, and I'm not asking you to get into specifics on numbers. I know you got to be very careful about that stuff. But is there conversations, not just in the Pac-12, but also in Power 4 conferences, of we might be able to make more money via streaming, but we still want to be able to have that linear coverage for our recruits to be able to say, hey, you can still flip on your cable or satellite and find that channel. Like, there's got to be a line there between the two, because I imagine if you're, the Big 12 or somebody, you could offer up your Tier 1 streaming rights to a streaming company and make a whole ton of money.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a continual balance, and something, luckily, that I've been a part of even prior to getting here at Utah State. And so it's a continual balance, because yes, streamers will pay a lot for inventory, and they need more inventory, and live sports continues to be a huge product. But you do have to say, can our fans access it? Do they have to pay extra? And then also, what other eyeballs are we getting that maybe aren't our fans yet, and aren't aware of what we're doing? And viewership, as much as we've all kind of shifted into that streaming world, viewership is still higher on linear television. And I think we have to value that. And I think the league did a really good job. Again, Teresa's been outstanding to work with. And I thought she did a really good job of balancing both revenue needs are key, but balancing that with also we've got to be seen. Otherwise, you're kind of like that tree that falls in the forest, and we're wondering, did you make a sound?
Well, Cam, I feel like you're jumping in at the right time with these negotiations, and I'm just curious because when you get in bed with Washington State and Oregon State, who were original Pac-12ers, and you bring Boise State in and you bring Gonzaga in for basketball, that there's a lot of egos at the table to deal with. How difficult has that been, and are there people at the table saying, we want more on this distribution? Is it going to get difficult that way?
I think it's been pretty good so far. I think everybody realizes we're going to be best if we stay unified and work together. And certainly everybody, my job is to get the best and most for Utah State. At the same time, I know if we somehow cripple this league, and there's some lessons to learn from some of the other leagues, that went to uneven distribution and those things, that it's challenging. I do think we have to look as we move to future members and things of that nature. Like, are they bringing in value? And if not, then what is their value? But certainly, egos can play a role. So far, everybody's been really good, at least in my short tenure. There's a lot of collaboration and cooperation. And, case in point, we have a little rivalry going with Boise, but Jeremiah up there at Boise and I have talked several times. He was the first one to congratulate me and send me a text when we beat them in the conference championship. So for women's soccer to go to the NCAA. So even though it's this, we all want to beat each other's brains in, you all realize that we're going to be stronger by linking arms, and we need to collaborate to get the most out of these deals and work together. And the more unified we can be, I think the more long-term viability the league has.
Love it. Cam Walker joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, athletic director at Utah State. So, huge one against UNLV coming up on Saturday, tomorrow in Las Vegas. I know you're going to be down there. This is going to be a heck of a game as Broncos crew right there on the cusp of becoming bowl eligible. A lot on the line for this one.
Yeah, I'll be heading down there tomorrow so that I can watch our ladies tonight in Provo. But incredibly big game. We're coming off what I think is our best game of the season against Nevada. Nevada played everybody tough. I know the record doesn't indicate, but I think they're a solid football team and been a lot of close games. But we, I think, finally executed in all three phases. Offense looked dynamic, and the defense was really tough all night. I think it's a great opportunity for us. Obviously, that 6 game lingering out there, you always want to get that as early as you can, take some pressure off for the last 2. But really exciting. But UNLV's been very good and continues to have a great football team. And you're always going to have offense, and you've got the coaching staff they've got. So look forward to getting down there and hopefully getting a win.
So, Cam, this is a really unique show where my uncle's names are all over the stadium and all over the university and statues, and my son's headed out to play there, and all of my family still lives in Cache. Scotty, obviously the voice of Utah State, graduated there. We're very connected to that university. We love it, and we champion it. We always have here in the 12 years of our show and the 20 years we've been on air. And one thing that we've really wanted was a president that'll stay, an athletic director that'll stay, and coaches in both basketball and football that will stay. And as you settle in there, you see the president hire, and you get to meet with Bronco and Calhoun and speaking for yourself as well. Do you feel like there's true stability in Logan right now between the athletic department, the president, and the coaching staffs that are there?
Yeah, I do. I think it certainly feels that way. You can never fault somebody for moving on to something that they think is better for them and their family. That's why I came here, right? But at the same time, I think we've got a shot at some longevity. And I think that if we hit our potential and we do what we need to do, that there's been this idea that, maybe Utah State's a step towards someplace else. And I don't think it has to be that. We're going into a league with, like we mentioned earlier, Gonzaga in basketball. Mark Few's not looking to step anywhere else. Why? Because he's supported in a way that'll help him win championships, and he's compensated at a rate that's fair in the market. And I think if we can get to that spot where we're resourcing our teams that way, we can be a destination spot. And I know that may sound like, whoa, that's out there, but I don't think it is. And I think it's very doable. And I think with sustained leadership and people that are committed to seeing it happen, I think there can be long-term viability and sustainability at Utah State and not as much turnover. You'll lose some people here and there. That's part of it. And positive attrition is always, that's never terrible. But we've got to get to where people view us as we should be, which is a destination spot. Someplace you want to try and get to, and not someplace that you're trying to get to the next spot.
Yep.
What are your initial conversations like with President Mortensen?
They've been fantastic. He is apprised, aware of the situations in college athletics. Unbelievable, just good nature about him. Really positive energy. We've got to spend a lot of time, multiple ball games now together, and then have had some meetings. His energy, his leadership are things that I think we need. He's got a different approach. I think that's the right approach for what we need in higher ed in 2025. Athletics isn't all that's changed, right? Higher ed is changing too, and we have to have different mindsets and different approaches. Higher ed is incredibly valuable, and the data and everything says that across the board, but we've lost the narrative somewhere about the value, and we've got to start telling that story in a better way. And I can't think of anybody to tell the story of Utah State that'll be better positioned to do it than President Mortensen. It doesn't hurt too that he's a fellow Madison Bobcat. We went to the same high school, which is kind of wild.
Hey, it's a 208 takeover, Hans. You got the president and the athletic director, Idaho guys.
Hey, I know, and I don't hate it. I was just actually reading through some of Mortensen's bio, and he was a native of Idaho, but then there were 3 generations of his family that lived in Idaho before they all relocated to Cache Valley, which I love because you all understand that valley. You understand the nuances, the uniqueness of it, and I do think it's one of the more unique valleys in the country, with the members that moved in there. I mean, my family on my mom's side established Minden, Utah, which is on the west side of that valley, tucked up against the mountains. And I've got family that established the other side of that valley near Logan in Paradise. And it's like that it is the unique valley. It's the Saints Valley, and it's great to have men and women in there that understand that.
Yeah, it's an incredible place, and I had high expectations. Again, being familiar with it, I had a lot of relatives that grew up in the Bear Lake area, and we would go back there, and I've been coming back there for years, almost every summer, to spend time. It's an incredible place, and I had high expectations, and those have been nothing but exceeded. The people are incredibly warm, incredibly welcoming, and there just feels like an energy now that and an excitement about what we can build at Utah State, and it's almost tangible. And I'm hoping that more and more in the community continue to feel it because we're going to need all of them to be a part of this. But it can be a really special ride at Utah Athletics because of the uniqueness of the Valley if they'll get behind us.
By the way, we need to mention that you walk into a really great situation in terms of your programs. You had on one day a volleyball team win an outright conference championship, a soccer team win a conference tournament championship, and your football team won a game on Saturday, and it's just a game away from bowl eligibility. But to have not just your football team performing well and the basketball team looking like they're going to have a great season as well, but to have your other sports churning out some great opportunities. You mentioned the women's team will play in the NCAA tournament against BYU coming up later tonight. That's sometimes when you're a new athletic director, you have to do a lot of building up. There's not a lot of building up you have to do with some of these other programs.
Yeah, incredibly fortunate. I wish I could say I had anything to do with any of those outcomes, but it's really the leadership of our head coaches. From that standpoint, we're in a tremendous position as a department. But winning championships is really, really hard, right? Everybody else wants to win it too. And to have 2 won on the same day, the night after you win a really tough basketball game and the night you win a incredible football game is really rare. I'm trying to soak those in because there's a lot of tough losses too, right? There's a lot of tough outcomes. Sports is hard, winning is hard, and winning championships is even harder. So trying not to take those moments for granted, but incredibly just excited for Rob and his team and then for Manny, and can't wait to see Manny and them perform tonight.
How's the relationship going with Bronco Mendenhall? Have you been able to meet with him a few times, and what have those conversations been like?
I think it's going great. I hope he would say the same thing. His leadership is so steady and consistent that it's really remarkable. He's a really good communicator, communicates really well with me. But his even keelness, Hans, you played football. Not all football coaches are even keel.
No.
You know that. I've dealt with a lot, and I can certainly testify of that fact that I've had a bunch where even coaches I really get along with, we don't always get along. But his steadiness, his thoughtfulness, he's very methodical and logical, and he is building this program in a way that is sustainable. He is not going to do anything in year 1 or year 2 that shortcuts the outcomes for year 4 and year 5 and year 6. And I think that's so vital today. Everybody wants a quick fix. We want wins now. And certainly we want to win as much as we can now, but we can't do it at the cost of future years. And so getting the culture right, building the team, building the staff in the right way is critical. He's doing those things, and I've enjoyed getting to work with him. Hope to be able to help him in that process and help him address some of the issues and obstacles in front of him, but incredibly excited to continue to work with him as we move this football program forward in the future.
Saw you got to hang out a little bit yesterday with Stu Morrill. I've known Stu for a long time, and he's never shy in sharing opinions. So what was that conversation like?
Tremendous. I mean, he is he just knows so much about the game and athletics in general. Anytime you get to glean information off legends like that, there's not too many people like Stu, and just hearing how he's thinking about this system, as much as he wasn't part of this NIL era and all this, like, he still gets it, and he still knows, and he still understands what it takes for athletes today. And he's still so attuned. It was incredibly helpful to me, insightful, both of his past, but even just getting to spend time with somebody like that, you just hope some of their greatness rubs off on you. But it was great for him to be out there watching basketball, and he spoke to the team, and great opportunity. And Jared's great too. Just I think they've struck up a friendship, and those things are invaluable to us as a program. But Stu's obviously a legend, and anytime your name's on the court, you've had a huge impact, and he certainly has. We hope to build off that foundation that he built.
Speaking of advice and peace of mind, I don't know, have you talked to Uncle Phil yet? I don't know if you've had to sit down with Phil Olson, but I will tell you, Cam, that get him on your side. He is a pit bull. He will find money. He will fundraise. I don't know a man on planet Earth that bleeds more Aggie blue than Phil Olson.
We will certainly. It sounds like we need to hire him in the development office.
Yeah.
So, I need his resume, and we need to get him to work. And I certainly look forward to getting with him and visiting. Maybe I can have you help connect me there.
Yeah, it's probably going to need to happen. And I would say Phil, and I'd say a lot of alumni. That the Aggie alumni is really a proud base. And I don't know how much you've really started to intertwine yourself with alumni, but I do think that there's a lot of helpful people. I was golfing with Kevin White and Jeff Hunsaker just yesterday or 2 days ago, Scotty?
Yeah.
2 days ago maybe. Really just prominent members. I mean, heck, if you could just break into Kevin White's bank account and get some of his money for fundraising, look, I think we could find NILs all over the place.
The dude could fund a whole football team with his money he finds in his couch cushions.
I know. I'm hoping the alumni can go well for you, Cam.
Yeah, no, I have started to make some inroads, have visited with Kevin. He hasn't invited me over yet. Once he does, I'll shake those couch cushions, it sounds
there
like.
There you go.
But the alumni has been incredible, and they are very proud, and they should be. There's been a lot of tremendous accomplishments, and I think we have to show them that we're worthy of their trust again, and that we can support them and make them proud of not only what they accomplished, but what we're going to accomplish in the future. And they are incredibly proud, as they should be. They're incredibly involved, and I'm excited to get to learn and more about them, learn and meet more of them. But certainly have been impressed with the ones we've met and worked with, and look forward to meeting more.
Well, Cam, we appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us. Looking forward to seeing you down in Vegas tomorrow. Let's go get that W and get this team into a bowl game. But appreciate your time as always.
Good luck, Cam.
No, thank you for having me, and hopefully we don't find you on the tables, Scotty. Stay away from the tables.
I know.
He's already got you coined.
No promises there. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon. There he is, Cameron Walker, new athletic director at Utah State, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, I like it. I liked it.
He's a good dude, man.
President Mortensen is very familiar with Cache, and Idaho born and raised. I like that Cam is very familiar with Cache and understands that valley. I don't know if I've ever felt more encouraged about Utah State's direction. That's the first I'd heard of the TV deal. But if we're talking about CBS affiliation with USA Network and the C-Dub, and by the way, everybody makes fun of the C-Dub. I've got it on my TV.
Hey, that's all you need to know is that it's available to you.
Darn right.
Can you turn on your TV and find it? Yes. Okay, there you go.
So I've got CBS SN.
Yep.
I've got CW. I've got USA, and that's all on my base dish package.
Yep.
So
you don't have to get some higher package. You don't have to have another subscription. You may want to tell your wife that you have to subscribe to Cinemax to get it, but that's between you and her.
Well,
but,
I think that has become more benign over the years.
Yeah, it has.
I don't think it's as aggressive as it was in the late 90s.
That's us 90s kids talking.
Yeah, yeah. It had the nickname Skinamax for a reason. So let's go ahead and kick that off the networks.
Yeah.
But Scotty, I brought up the egos in the room with Cam. Do you think he's soft shoeing a little bit?
No, I don't think so.
Because I feel like Gonzaga's going to sit at the basketball table and be like, we all kind of know what we're doing here, right?
Yeah.
I feel like Boise State's going to sit at the football table. I feel like the original Pac-12-2, Washington State and Oregon State are going to be like, just so you know, we brought you on board, but there are going to be some rules here,
I think that that's going to happen. I think right now, from everybody I've talked to from different schools, there's a strong honeymoon side going on right now. And then as soon as this litigation with the Mountain West comes to a close, then I think you're going to see the egos. But right now there's kind of an all for one. Let's get through this litigation. Let's keep as much money as we possibly can. And then when that's in the clear and we have some money to divide up, then it's going to be a little interesting. Then it's going to be interesting, very, very, to see how this thing plays out. All right, Jake's with us. We're live here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. And, Jake, look, 0% on a lot of these vehicles, but that's not Mazda. That's you personally buying these rates down.
Yeah, and you don't have to buy a Cinemax
to
get it.
Don't have to get it.
And you don't have to have a dish.
Yeah.
No. Dish?
Yeah, Dish Network.
Did you just say dish?
I said Dish.
I couldn't believe
Network.
it. I'm sitting here listening to you like, I don't even have I don't have cable. I don't have.
You don't?
No, everything's streaming.
So did you YouTube this thing? Because YouTube is cut off of all ESPN.
Oh, I got Dofu.
Dofu?
Dofu and Fubo.
I don't know what Dofu is.
I don't know. I know Fubo.
No, I know Fubo. I don't know
What's
what Dofu is.
Yeah, so you want to watch any football games, just get on there.
Oh, is this an illegal thing you've got going?
I mean, it's not necessarily legal. I don't pay for it, but
it's so you're pirating. Okay.
It's out of market.
Yeah, it's out of market.
Okay, fair enough.
It's out of market.
It's that Indonesia network that somehow is bringing in all these games.
Oh, those have been going on. You talk about the 90s, man. You had all those kinds of things back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh, what was the big one that they had? There was the big old lawsuit. Was it Livewire?
Oh, LimeWire.
LimeWire.
Yeah.
LimeWire, yeah. You go back to Napster in the day.
Napster?
Yeah. Well, I had a buddy that lived in Declo, Idaho that had one of those big satellite dishes, and he had a descrambler. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I forgot we're not addressing the old days.
Yeah. Let's move on.
So it's crazy is I worked at Pizza Hut. I was a manager at Pizza Hut back in the day, and I gave a guy free pizza, and so he hooked up cable for me.
Oh, wow.
Well, I lived next to an apartment complex, and so he tied into the apartment complex
Nice.
and ran the cable across, to my house. Well, 9/11, right? 9/11.
Yeah.
I walk out and I turn on Roly Poly Oly for my daughter to watch, and the garbage man goes driving by and he ripped it out of my wall because it was so low. Right? And the only channel I could get was channel 13. Right, and I thought I turned on a movie, but it was 9/11, right?
Oh,
but I had the best hookup for forever on cable, and then it went away.
Maybe the best thing about playing in the NFL was that.
Yeah.
Right.
The NFL was free everything.
Well, you got some great hookups. You got some great hookups here at Tim Daly Mazda.
You got free 0% interest.
Free 0%
free
interest,
buy downs.
Free buy downs,
Yeah.
right? We're gonna buy the rate down here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, only at this store. So come see us on 50s, 50 hybrids, 50 turbos. Come and see us on CX-3. I mean, come see us on any Mazda model for that instance, and I'll buy down the rate as far as I possibly can. So, if they're out there at 5.9, I might be able to get down to 2.9, 1.9. You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to make deals. I'm willing to do whatever it takes right now. This pre-VIP Black Friday sale is for today and tomorrow only. Like I said, we're far behind on our new car goal, so we got to make a big impact this weekend in order to start tracking where we need to track. So don't waste any time. Come down, see us. I'm telling you, it's this weekend only.
Tim Daly Mazda Southtown on Automall Drive off the 106 South exit. Get down here now. Talk to Jake and the crew. Let's go. Petros Papadakis joins us next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Do you snore at night? You could be suffering from sleep apnea, a serious medical condition. Be one of the first 25 people to call Sound Sleep Medical and receive a free sleep consultation, normally a $200 value. Sound Sleep Medical uses a custom-fitted oral appliance instead of a cumbersome CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea. Most insurance companies and Medicare cover oral appliance therapy. To learn more, call 801-285-9731 or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
Upgrades, repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue. College football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. By the way, Petros Papadakis was supposed to join us. He just texted me. He's running into some issues and will not be able to make it today. So we'll get him on another show.
Oh, not today at all?
Yeah, he just barely got a text.
Okay,
here.
No problem.
He's running into some issues and profusely apologizes.
No problem. Couple big games, obviously, here with BYU and Utah, and a couple of must-win games, must-win situations.
Yep.
I talked about it in the opening segment. There's just a lot of anxiety that rides on this. You know, I've really got no skin in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I call the games for BYU. Obviously, I want great things for Kalani. You and I have watched, observed, and broadcast for Kyle Whittingham and this Utah team for a lot of years, so we want great things for them. But what it comes down to is it's the anxiety of just knowing that it's all or nothing, it feels like, in this weekend.
It really does. Yeah. I mean, I think you hit it
all
right
or
on the head.
nothing.
Yep.
You know, they're like coming out of the Texas Tech loss for BYU. It was tough loss. Hey, but you got everything to play for.
Mm-hmm.
With Utah, coming out of the BYU loss, it was like, hey, tough loss, second loss in conference. You know, that hurts. But there's still everything to play for in front of you. Because at that point, it felt like there was everything to play for, and it was kind of reminding Utah, like, don't let it force two losses in a row. And it didn't. Utah overcame it, and it's almost like they thrived because of it. Almost an opportunity, like, if we can get back at BYU in the Big 12 championship, or we can get back to the Big 12 championship, we can prove this team's worth. And the other thing that's raised the stakes a lot, Scotty, and I think you know as much as I know behind the scenes, the amount of cost that's going into players. It's like, you know, you and I have a pretty good idea of a lot of the different numbers that are going on behind the scenes for players. So when I got to the NFL and I got my first paycheck, and I was looking at the zeros and looking at the numbers and thinking, geez, how am I even earning this? Like, I'm a practice squad player. I'm a bubble player. How do I earn this so that I can stay on the bubble, then I can stay even more on the bubble and stay even more on the team roster? How do I earn this? The anxieties that came with the payment were as hard to deal with as a lot of different things in life. Because you're like, geez, I want to keep this incoming. I want people to believe I'm earning this. How do I earn this? So I've got a perspective of money, the checks that are coming in. And I'm also seeing the way kids are spending it. Kids are spending their money. They're all driving these fancy new cars. They've got boats. I told you one kid that you and I know pretty well just bought a big home in St. George.
Yeah.
Bought a house straight out. Used cash. Bought it in St. George.
I do know of a player that bought and I applaud him for this, bought a duplex and is renting it out to his teammates.
Yep.
And using it as an investment property.
The money is real.
Yeah.
And these kids are making big bucks. And I know a lot of the kids that are making the big bucks. And I like them. The good kids.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I think that the word deserve the money is kind of tough. Okay, when you start to say deserve. Now, here's the problem. Are you earning your money? There's a lot of kids on these Utah and BYU rosters that I look at and I'm like, I know what he's making. You ain't earning that.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose to TCU, and then everybody who has any idea of what type of money you're making, you're like, are you earning it, kid? Hey, coaches, are you earning it? Because if you're not, look, everybody's fighting for $1 now. Everybody's scrapping for $1. Who wants to go earn it? Same with Utah. I know Utah, they issued some paydays on dudes that were maybe not in the portal even.
Yeah.
And Utah's like, can't lose them. What's it going to take? Well, now these kids, the way you prove your worth is you play your role and you get wins. You could play your role and get losses, and you're still not proving your worth. It's the other tough thing about making money in a team sport. You know, I told you, Scotty, if I could go back into my high school career, I was a better wrestler than I was a football player. If I could have made money through wrestling, I'd have done it because I controlled my destiny.
Yeah.
I didn't rely on people around me. It's the same in boxing, same in tennis, same in a non-team sport. And I know I'm going to get into the semantics of, well, yeah, but it is a team sport because a trainer and blah. Now stop it, man. It's you on that court. It's you in that mat, on that mat. It's you in that ring. You control your destiny. You know, BYU and Utah right now, I could be making $860,000 as a left tackle. If my quarterback that's making $450,000 isn't producing and we're not winning, I look like the loser.
Yeah. Well, I remember a playoff series, and I think you were probably just starting in radio at the time, so I'm sure you remember it, when Andre Karolinko broke down and started crying before a playoff game.
Oh, man, yeah.
And it was and that was a guy that, and look, Andre Karolinko had his warts, we all know it, but it was because he knew he was the highest paid player on the team, and yet he was coming off the bench, and he didn't have the role, and he felt, you know, this enormity of being paid all this money but not being able to produce and being the third or fourth option on a team and those different feelings that went along with it, and it wore on him. And you look at a guy, look, I know a guy that was given a certain amount of money and underperformed due to that money 2 years ago. Well, last year they came to him and said, hey, guess what? You can still be part of this team, but now the number is this. Now with contracts, you know, with no contracts, it hurts the team sometimes, but also hurts the player because they can come in and say, guess what? We're not going to give you any money, or we're going to give you a third of the money we gave you last year because of how you performed. And I know it's not pay for play, but it's pay for play.
It is. Yeah, it is. I am hoping that this distribution will stabilize some things, but and it'll stabilize your base. But the NIL world, name, image, and likeness, you're still making money on advertisements. And, yeah, I know that it has to be approved. But there's still going to be slimy deals that's pay for play.
Yeah.
There's just it's almost impossible to navigate it. So these kids are still going to be on the hook. But man, Scotty, I feel the pressure. And I do have a lot of PTSD from my time in professional football because I truly felt like it was all I had. I didn't have my degree. I didn't know broadcasting would be a career for me.
Yeah.
I had I had 2 babies. I had 1 on the way.
I can't imagine what
And
that was like.
I just felt like every practice and every game was everything. And if I lost it, then how do I keep my wife happy as a husband? How do I keep my kids fed as a dad? So when I would practice and play a game, I played like their livelihoods and their lives depended on it. And it was such a tough time in life. And these kids at a younger age now are starting to feel that way because a lot of these kids are sending money home.
Yes, very true.
A lot of these kids have already bought the car for mom or bought the house for mom and dad or paid off the mortgage, and they're looking at them like, son, don't do that. And the son's like, no, I'm all proud and look at me. Well, what happens when the GM, now every team's got a GM now, when the GM comes to you and says, hey, look, I know that you've got another year of eligibility. We either need you to move into the draft or move on. Well, yeah, but I just paid off my parents' mortgage. Oh, yeah, I just bought a house in St. George. Oh yeah, I just paid cash for this Land Cruiser. We don't care. Man, the anxieties are hard. And that's a 19-year-old kid that's dealing with that.
Yeah.
Some of these kids are true freshmen. You know, there's 18-year-old kids now that got a $700,000 payday that are like, oh, what do I do now?
It's all gone.
Yeah.
All gone. All right, 2:45. Hans and Scotty will wrap up this bad boy next. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, look, it's going to get cold next week. Kevin Eubank told us so. It feels like soup season, and they've got a great November soup menu going on at beehivemills.com. They've got their regular November menu as well. Remember, all of this gets shipped right to your house. It's frozen, but when they freeze it, it's frozen for the first time. And so when you cook those meals, that food is being cooked for the very first time. All you do, throw it in the slow cooker, and 4 or 5 hours, maybe even 2 hours later, you got a great meal ready to go.
For instance, their lasagna soup, you know, the sausage that they've got in that lasagna soup, it's a chunk of fresh sausage that is frozen into that lasagna soup. And when you cook that lasagna soup, it slowly simmers into the different sauces of that lasagna soup. And it just makes it great flavor and great taste. And it's not just pumped full of all these preservatives. You know, it's fresh chicken breasts in all of their chicken dishes, fresh roasts in a lot of their beef dishes. And these things aren't shoved full of these preservatives that are really affecting our country. These are good, wholesome, good, affordable, and very convenient meals. And it's a press of a button. You can have it sent to your house. You can have it in your freezer. 10 meals per month, all prepared and ready for your family.
Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
SLC Fat Loss is having a huge holiday sale, over $400 off, making it our lowest prices of the entire year now through December 31st. With a doctor-developed plan designed for busy adults, imagine starting now and finishing the holidays lighter, healthier, and more confident, while others are gaining those dreaded extra 5 to 10 holiday pounds. With our proven plan, you could lose 10 to 20% of your body weight and still enjoy those holiday meals with friends and family. Go to slcfatloss.com now and save big now through December 31st only.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds, but more importantly, I've kept it off.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. Go to slcfatloss.com.
Take advantage of the lowest prices of the entire year. But hurry, limited spots available. You can even start the plan in January, but you must call now to lock in your $400 off holiday savings. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with a Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
UCCU, proud sponsor of GNL. Get cash and save on loans this Black Friday season. Check out UCCU Black Friday money deals now at UCCU.com. UCCU, love where you bank.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up another edition of the show, Hans and Scotty. It's a Football Friday. We got a busy weekend coming up. Utah on the road against Baylor. BYU late night tomorrow night against TCU. Man. Utah State on the road in Las Vegas. I'm going to Lloyd's Roomba, wherever the Raiders play, whatever that place is called.
Stay away from the hot dogs, my friend.
Yeah, no worries there. Yeah, that's right. That's where you guys had like those nasty hot dogs, meal ever.
Right? And the burger looked like it was shaved off a elephant's leg.
No Bar W beef on those burgers, man.
Nope.
No, sir. So, busy day in college football coming up tomorrow, and we'll have it covered completely right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So, a few state championship games going on today. Corner Canyon just dismantled. Corner Canyon just dismantled Mountain Ridge 59-20.
Ouch.
Kanab is currently leading Beaver 7-0, and it looks like Sky Ridge and Lone Peak, I think they get kicked off at 2:30.
Okay.
So it's just starting. I think it's currently 0-0.
Yeah, I'm looking at it over your shoulder here, watching.
Does it look 0-0?
Yeah, it's 0-0. Yep.
Yeah, so 0-0 in that game, but
that'll be a good one.
It's so nice not having a son involved in the playoffs, but I will tell you,
he's making his presence felt in other ways.
Watching that ball bounce off that upright.
Oh man!
A year ago today.
Yeah, was that a year ago today?
Their kicker missed the extra point in double overtime, and my son went home a loser.
Oh, he didn't go home a loser.
Oh no, he's a loser, and I call him a loser.
Stop it!
Look,
stop it!
I told him, I said, look, son, that's why you learn how to kick. so you don't put it in some bum's hands.
That's why you go tell the coach, let's go for 2 and the win. not a tie and go into another overtime.
He's like, well, Dad, you can't put that loss on me. I said, I put that loss squarely on you. What are you talking about?
Look, I know you're angry right now, but let's not.
No, he took the L, man. He took the L. He's like, I got 2 other championship rings. I was like, oh, big deal. Didn't get one your senior year. Oh, how many did you get your senior year? It's like, well, son.
Oh, I want the stories you can tell right now. Our guy is going through it right now.
Yeah, Rock's causing problems.
Oh, boy.
I love the kid.
Oh, I
love the kid.
I love him like my own son, but right now I'm kind of glad he is not my son.
Yeah. Well, I'll just tell you. So out on the reservation,
Jake, you'll like this.
There are a lot of wild.
By the way, yeah, this makes it sound worse than it really is.
There are a lot of wild dogs.
Yes.
And he was sent home from a place with a puppy because they were going to kill the puppy, and he's like, "Don't kill the puppy." And they're like, "Well, that's what we do here."
Yeah.
And there was a litter of 8. We don't take care of 8, so they die. So now Rock's got a puppy, and he's like, "Somebody's got to come get this dog." So then my second daughter, Mackie, who's a bleeding heart for all animals, is like, "This is the perfect fit." So she's leveraging me to go get the reservation dog. I was like, you got to understand, like, these res dogs,
they're going to come with a history.
Yeah, man.
They might be coming with some things in that fur you don't really want in your home.
Like they're eating rabbit bellies that have maggots in it.
So, but what kind of do we know? Is it just like a mutt?
Yeah, it's a mutt.
Oh yeah,
yeah. It's
you
a
got a pic?
Oh yeah, they're sending all kinds of pics. Like, Dad, this has to happen.
My daughter just sent me one yesterday about how she wants to go get this dog. It's a rescue dog, and I'm like, no.
It looks like a pig.
It does look like a pig.
He could have at least picked a pretty dog to try to.
So how long has it been with him?
About 4 hours now.
Oh,
because the Rez family sent him home with it. And
what's the mission press? Does he know yet?
Oh,
no,
mission?
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Do they know anything?
No, and they don't want to know anything.
They just turn their head.
Yeah, no. I told Hans that me and I on my mission, my companion and I, we got a dog and we had it for a month and a half, and the mission president found out, and we got a good talking to over that one. Had to give it up, gave it to a family, and then there was a specific mission rule that said you cannot have pets on the mission. I'm like, I had a rule because of me. I kind of had I was puffing my chest out.
So you're going to drive down to go get this?
Nope.
You're going to buckle like a cheap suit.
You're probably right.
I mean, you can Hans acts tough, just so your listeners know. I mean, he's this big Billy Bad A, and, walks around here all chest puffed out. He's soft. He is soft.
When it comes to the kids.
Oh, he's soft.
And Mama.
Oh, yeah, Mama shut him down so quick. It's crazy.
Yeah, no.
Like extra medicated cotton soft.
He's like, I only want to do this. And his wife's like, no, we're doing this. Okay, babe, whatever you want.
Okay.
He's kind of got you nailed.
You want me to buy you a burger, too?
As long as you're happy.
It's going to give some
Jake, can you throw in tint for the lady?
Roses.
If your wife's got you wrapped around her finger, well, all you have to do is come down here to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, because she's going to get behind the wheel of one of these 90s or 70s and just fall in love with that vehicle.
Listen, this is my last time being on with you guys, because you guys are going to be done here in a couple minutes. So last time I'm going to be able to tell everybody out there. Today and tomorrow, we have to sell a bunch of new cars. We're 3 new cars already sold today, which is great. We're actually pacing nice. I needed to sell 19 between today and tomorrow. I know that's a lot of cars that has to be sold as far as new, but we're willing to do crazy things to do it. And this is me just telling everybody how it is. I'm running pre-Black Friday Thanksgiving deal. Black Friday, so that you guys can come in and take advantage of 0% on all 50s, 50 hybrids, 50 turbos, 0% on the Mazda 3 sedan, Mazda 3 hatchback. You want a lease? They have a crazy low lease of $245 a month on the Mazda 3. The 5s have very low interest, 0.9% that we can do. You know what I mean? So there's something for everybody, and I'm willing to do more than just the rate. I'm telling you, come in today, come in tomorrow. I will make you happy. I will be the one sitting on the desk, giving you the discounts, working the car deal for you to make sure that you get the best deal possible.
I love it.
Jake's got a really cool office upstairs. He's never in it because he's down there on the desk in the sales room.
It's awesome.
Yep.
You work your butt off.
I'm up there Friday mornings just for sales meeting with all the salespeople, and I come right back down.
Yeah, I mean, we've been to a bunch of different car dealerships, and the GM is always out of sight, out of mind. Jake is right there in the thick of it because this is how you came up in the business.
Right, and typically sales staff use the GM as the buffer.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, let me go talk to the boss.
He's gonna beat me up over this one.
Yeah, and it's like, you can come right to the boss. Now, I will vouch for the sales staff out here, though.
Yeah.
Because I've worked with Juan. I've worked with a lot of different – I mean, when Chris was not behind a accounting desk.
A finance desk, yeah.
I worked with Chris, and I worked a lot of stuff. I worked with Jeff out here. So I know that these guys are all capable. And I understand that when you come in, all of them are capable. But Jake is willing to work with you firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, my job is to make sure you get the best deal possible, and the only way I'm going to be able to do that is by being in the mix, sitting down there, watching the deals happen, work the deals myself. You know, whatever it takes is what we're going to do to make sure that you guys get the best deal possible.
It's right here at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. Again, the buy down is only at this dealership, so don't mess around with any other Mazda dealership. As far as you're concerned, no other dealership exists.
They don't have that luxury.
It's just this one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because Jake cares. The other people don't. It's Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
Yes.
Right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you currently use a CPAP machine to treat sleep apnea? Are you looking for a smaller, more comfortable solution? Consider a custom-fitted oral appliance from Sound Sleep Medical. In many cases, these appliances can be as effective as CPAP, and oral appliances are usually covered by insurance or Medicare. To make an appointment or to learn more, call Sound Sleep Medical at 801-285-9731. That's 801-285-9731, or visit soundsleepmedical.com.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
While most jewelry stores outsource their custom work to international manufacturers, Belliston Jewelry is your custom, in-house, full-service jeweler.
Besides the obvious tariff issue, what's wrong with outsourcing?
You know, like a game of telephone, all of the important details, the essence of your dream ring, are quite literally lost in translation as it's designed in other countries like India and China. Belliston's in-store designers can customize and modify your design right in front of you, cutting any confusion to bring your true design to life.
Yeah, absolutely. I plan to wear my ring every day for the rest of my life. I want it right.
Let me ask you this. If you choose one of those other guys, but you hate the finished ring, do you think they would remake it to get it just right?
Not a chance.
At Belliston Jewelry, we work with you in-house every step of the way to ensure it's right the first time. BellistonJewelry.com, across from Weber State in Ogden.
Locally made, just for you.
And cherished for generations.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Big 12 is recommending Utah Athletic Director Mark Harlan to replace Mac Rhodes on the CFP selection committee.
I guess every conference has a commissioner that represents your conference, so I get it, but it's the stupid design of the playoff committee in general.
Can I tell you who I would hire if I were Burke? I would hire a celebrity to go in there where all these people are just going to kiss their rump.
Yeah.
Sydney Sweeney, send her in. You know who's getting 3 Big 12 teams into the college football playoff? She's going into that room, and she's coming out with 3 berths in the playoff. What do you bet me?
You got 4 in? 4? Baylor's in? How did Baylor get in?
That's what I'm doing. You got to hire someone with some gravitas.
We were picking between the Bearcats and Baylor, and we put Baylor in.
Send a celebrity. That's all I'm saying.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Happy Football Friday to you. Thanks for being with us on the program. Alex Keary here. Mitch Harper to my right here. We are at Kenny J's at the District here in South Jordan. If you know where the Megaplex Theater is, then you know where we are because we're right next to there. And listen, if you get to Megaplex and then you just follow your nose, like the old Toucan Sam, if Toucan Sam was just a barbecue figurehead. So whatever version of barbecue that Toucan Sam could be, follow your nose to the slow-smoked flavors of Kenny J's right here. And we're going to be chatting with Kenny, of course, in just a few minutes. And so we're getting excited. We're getting ready for the rest of this one. And it is a Football Friday. We've got lots to dive into. Mitch, how are you, man? Everything good?
Doing great, Alex. I'm better now that I'm here first time at Kenny J's.
I know.
It smells so fantastic. So it's a perfect way to kick off a football weekend.
Yeah, and I don't want to – I mean, look, at some point we're going to be eating some barbecue.
Yes.
And I don't want to, I don't want to go too crazy on it because, we've had an embarrassment of and I say embarrassment in the actual sense of that word. We've embarrassed ourselves eating on the air. JJ's like, Cougars at 30 update. And I'm like, hey, maybe we take the bites during the break instead of while we're coming back.
It just adds to the aura.
No, it does.
In an era of clip farming and aura farming,
you got it.
It's just aura farming, man.
Yes,
you're
it
eating
is.
on the air.
Yeah, it's good.
It's
Did
fantastic.
you notice on this mural, by the way, you've got the Ricycle Stadium over there in the corner of the mural here
That's
at Kenny J's. Big football fans, of course, here. And we're excited about it. We've got lots going on the program here on a Football Friday. So let's dive right in here. We'll go over some of the things that were in the week of college football last week. And we'll dive in because Mitch, of course, is our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. But also, Mitch and I do a Big 12 show. We didn't get to do our first and 12 this week. We were preempted by basketball on Tuesday, which means, you know what? We might have to do an impromptu power poll for the Big 12. We didn't do a new one, and you know very well there's going to be some replacements at the top of that that power ranking for the Big 12, and so things have shifted considerably. And we've got to start off the program as we always do with the cut. We'll jump in right here. Let's get right to it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com. That's your cut starting off the hour here. So, Mitch, let's start off first with you were down in Lubbock. Speaking of aura, speaking of like a vibe that was down there, it did not at any point in that game, not just of the actual game itself, but like pregame, game day, all that, the Texas football state of mind was top of mind, and Texas Tech took over that whole game. And everything that had to do with Texas Tech was coming up Red Raiders, man. Like they were just absolutely – they were prepared for this one. And on the flip side, it was the least prepared for a game we've seen BYU all season long. How did they get to that spot where after a bye week they came out as flat as you could have come out this year?
Texas Tech's a national champion type team this year.
You think so?
I know that I take offense to your guest earlier in the week. I know he's a good guy, Pete Futak.
Oh, I thought you were going to say JJ.
No, Pete Futak. He hops on and acted like, oh, well, when Tech faces the big dogs, Alabama and Georgia.
Well, he lives in Ohio. That's the thing is this is a guy who's from Ohio, so he pretends like everything Midwest is the best. And it's like SEC guys. You get the SEC guys on and they go, that's nice for y'all, right? And I get it.
Texas Tech is outstanding. I mean, to hammer BYU and Utah this year, Texas Tech's legit. And I will say, though, Texas Tech, it just kind of felt like a moment for them where it was validation for everything that they're going about their business.
Yeah.
That's what that moment felt like for them. I'm curious to see, the follow-ups. They've got a light schedule down the stretch. And, but I think what we learned, though, the biggest thing when you talk like big picture and the Big 12, Texas Tech is establishing themselves as the bell cow in the Big 12 because they're not slowing down. I mean, you look at the field and the guy that's the prominent booster, the board of directors, he's on the field. Like they are leaning in to money and what they do and how they build it. And they've got a head coach that really is excellent at this era of college football. And then you just think about the personnel, the scheme. Their offense isn't impressive, especially with Baron Morton, how banged up he is. But they are a really good football team. And I think BYU, I think the stage was a little bit too big for them. I really do. Kalani Sitake pointed out that everything that Texas Tech did not shock them at all. Because there's been times this season where A-Rod and Kalani will point to, hey, they threw out some new wrinkles that we didn't see. It wasn't anything like that this week. It was just, we got beat.
Yeah.
And BYU, I think, kind of didn't realize, because in the Big 12, I think you get kind of numb to the fact that everyone is so evenly matched and that you feel like what you do is going to put you just naturally in a position to go win a ball game, whereas at Texas Tech, that was a big jump. There is a big gap between Tech and BYU, and we learned that on Saturday.
Yeah, and I think that it's interesting you pointed it out like that because I think that people were waiting for a moment like that for BYU to get kind of punched in the mouth and to wake up a little bit, so to speak. They've had games they've been behind in, obviously, and there were games where you're like, oh, man. At first, during that Iowa State game, it felt like that too. The first half, you're like, oh, this might be too big for them. This might be, and that crowd was fired up and that team was fired up and they had an opportunity to turn the corner of that season. And instead, that loss to BYU put them, that started off, they had already lost, 2 in a row before then? That became their 3rd in a row. They lost they lost a 4th game in a row and then almost lost last week to TCU, speaking of a team we're going to be chatting about again today as we get ready for BYU and TCU. But I know they've got to get the thing that I was going to ask you was, I know that Texas Tech came out and they did their thing, but what were the things that BYU wasn't doing? Like, what was the stuff that you saw out of Bear that you went, because it was so ineffective, their offense that day, and it was so hard to watch because it wasn't just 3 and outs, it was looking out of sorts. I think a perfect kind of encapsulation of what the day felt like for a lot of people for BYU on offense was that Bear Bachmeier try to sling the ball and it gets fumbled out at the very end of the game. Like, that was such a weird play for him because he never put himself or his team in that position at any point this year. It felt like, he's had an interception and he's had a fumble here and there, but that felt like, man, he looks so out of sorts. And I guess the freshman, because he hasn't been out of sorts, isn't there some room for? You're supposed to learn from that, and I'm interested to see what that version of learning from that and getting to this TCU game at home tomorrow is going to look like for BYU.
The biggest issue I think that stood out offensively for BYU, when you don't give L.J. Martin 25 to 30 touches, that's the possible outcome. The season goes as far as LJ is going to take it, and I know that he was coming back from an injury, and maybe he wasn't full strength. Aaron Roderick has said that he's good to go this week for TCU, but LJ needs 25 to 30 carries or touches, whether that's receiving the football or carrying the rock, and because you don't have an alternative at running back. The alternative is Bear Bachmeier, and Texas Tech completely erased Bear's ability to run up the middle. And I think what also caught my attention, too, was that even though Texas Tech only had 1 sack in the game, their edge rushers, which everyone was talking about going into the matchup, but they were just always in the area. You think back to the first play of the game when David Bailey just blows up Isaiah Jota, and he's in that zip code of Bear Bachmeier, and Bear's hearing footsteps. You haven't seen that level of
and he was
first
there all
step.
day. He was there all day, by the way. Like he was there all day.
And I think that just kind of made Bear a little bit happy feet. And credit to Bear for trying to have opportunities where he's trying to make a play happen. But when you only have 67 yards, like rushing yards, it's not going to work out at all, like against anyone, but then especially against Texas Tech, and in that atmosphere where they were sensing this is the biggest moment for their program in nearly 2 decades, it just snowballed on BYU. But I'm optimistic, though, Alex, that BYU bounces back in a hurry and, kind of gets started, obviously, tomorrow with TCU. But, another kind of a side piece to last week at Texas Tech that kind of maybe is a little bit of a hot take is experiencing College game day and pregame. BYU and Utah, they've been, getting a lot of Big Noon Kickoff. Utah's also got College Game Day.
Yeah.
I will say Big Noon Kickoff is a better
way
event
better,
than College Game Day. College Game Day is just kind of living off the old mystique, but it's not really fun for fans.
But what's the thing that's fun for fans is anything that Pat McAfee's doing, and the reality is that
that was funny. He goes, these people out here in West Texas love 3 things. They love Jesus Christ, they love football, and they love oil. And then he starts standing up.
It was
his first one. They love Jesus Christ.
Listen, and the BYU fans are like, "Amen."
Yeah,
they're there too.
Cosmo's going like this.
Cosmo's dancing. Oh my goodness! It is kind of interesting too because it's one thing for Big Noon Kickoff to come out, for game day to be there. You got to perform, obviously, and I think, but that Utah got a big taste of this, obviously, too, early in the season, where it's like you have all this attention, you take a 10 a.m. kickoff, and you fall on your face. That was the feeling, right? Where you go, okay, well, something's different here, and that was a TCU team that was ahead of both of these teams in terms of the energy they brought to those games. So, as it now turns the corner here, what makes you feel like this is a different team than the one who last year took their first loss, and then it carried over to the next week when they lost again? That time it was to an ASU team, but it's almost reversed. Like the potential Big 12 champion they played last week and they lost to, and then this week it's a game that you're favored at home. Which, by the way, Kansas, they were heavily favored in that game at home, and Lance Leipold and his guys ruined a lot of people's seasons last year. You were kind of wishing that it was going to be, Kansas at this point, because TCU just feels like a scary opponent a little bit for this BYU team tomorrow, because they've got a lot of talent, but BYU's favored in this one. I want to see how they're going to respond, because last year it wasn't very good.
What gives me optimism for a bounce back is I think BYU's defensive front is getting healthier. The linebackers played like the linebackers that we saw in the early part of the season.
Yeah, Jack Kelly was phenomenal. And Jacob Rodriguez had those awesome moments, and he obviously had the pick and everything. But like Jack Kelly was was performing just as well, obviously.
He was great, and I think that's reason for promise, because at Iowa State before the bye week, Jack didn't look anywhere close to 100%. Same with Isaiah Glasker, and Kelly and Glasker and Acera all had sacks in that game against Texas Tech. And then also this week, BYU gets back Anisi Purcell. Remember in the Iowa State game, he had a sack. And that was a big absence, too, in the interior, the defensive line, which is a group now that's going to redshirt Justin Kirkland. He's going to sit out the remaining games this season. And so he's not going to play. He could return for the Big 12 championship and the playoff, because that doesn't count against a redshirt.
Oh, it doesn't, yeah.
So he's going to be sitting out the rest of the way. So getting Purcell back is important, because now you've got 3 guys that you can rely on. Because BYU's rush defense, crazy enough, Alex, they are 13th in the Big 12 in conference play in stopping the run. I thought they got a little bit better against Texas Tech, a little bit, but still a lot of that was factoring in the sacks. The running backs themselves we're getting about 5.5
Some
yards
chunk
per pop.
plays, yeah. And it's those big plays, the ones that'll get you.
But I think that having a healthy linebacker unit, I think BYU's defensive front is going to be a little more stout, I think, down the stretch run. I think that's reason for optimism. I'd also say, too, that I do believe that Bear Bachmeier will not let this affect him going forward, because I think that's a big storyline going into tomorrow is just how he responds, because he acknowledged, and so did Roderick, that he was taking that loss pretty hard, pretty personal. It's his first taste of defeat. But I think he gets back on track. He still only got 4 interceptions through 9 games this season. He's taking care of the football. I expect he gets back on track.
What about the health of L.J. Martin? I know that shoulder, obviously, everybody was worried about it last week, and I think that some people may have thought, and I was in this camp where I was like, I don't know how well he feels based off of how many touches they're giving him, and it just didn't seem like it was a lot.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's where that's going to be kind of the barometer, I think, for this game. Because if BYU's not giving him the ball much, then it might be start to be, sounding the alarms a little bit, because then they're concerned internally about his health. Now, they're saying all the right things this week, but we got to see it because, again, I think BYU needs to give LJ at least 25 touches. That's what it needs to happen. I mean, BYU averages 200 rushing yards per game this season. They were nowhere close to that last week. They got to get back on track.
Let me ask you, after last week ended up, are those burn ends, Kenny? Is that what just happened? Gosh, dang it. You could have waited 3 or 4 more minutes, because now I got to go through the break. 4 minutes before the break is not a good time to put those in front of me. Now I got to wait 5 minutes for this. And I love I put all the forks in it too, and then kind of walked away. You may as well flip us off on the way out of there. Yes, we're at Kenny J's. We'll talk to Kenny in just a minute here. But I already know what this tastes like. Mitch is over here is probably the one who's dying the most. Yeah, big time. So as they get ready for this TCU game, other health issues, I think that people saw the initial reports and went, okay, that's a good one. With TCU, too, and we're going to be able to break down TCU a little bit more later, but speaking of running backs that are injured, Kevorian Barnes, their biggest running back and the most important back for them, he's out, and that's it. That's a huge loss for them. A team that's going to lean heavily on the pass already, they really have nothing after Kevorian Barnes. I mean, you talk about the talent falling off if L.J. Martin isn't playing. For TCU, it's a really bare cupboard when it comes to the backups to Kevorian Barnes. How big of a deal is it for the Horned Frogs missing him tomorrow?
Well, you're talking about a TCU rush offense that's only averaging about 122 on the ground per game already.
They rely on that pass.
And they rely on that passing attack with Josh Hoover, but they got a guy named Trent Battle and Jeremy Payne. They used Payne a lot on 4th downs last week against Texas or Iowa State. But, I think it's a big loss because Kevorian Barnes is their best player. I think that BYU will be able to contain the run a lot better this week. I think this is probably the weakest rushing offense that BYU's going up against probably since, I'd maybe say Colorado, since the end of September. I mean, they've faced a stretch of really good teams that can run the football at a pretty good rate. So I think BYU's run defense should show up well in this game and make TCU one-dimensional, but TCU is okay living in that space with a guy like Josh Hoover. So it really comes down to the BYU secondary, which I thought in moments last week, played pretty well. I mean, there was that missed opportunity by Evan Johnson that was a huge miss where he had an opportunity to go intercept a Baron Morton pass, and instead the Texas Tech receiver steps in front of him, catches it, takes off for, I think it was a 43-yard gain. It was
a big chunk play.
It was a huge chunk play, and then that set up a Texas Tech touchdown. If you get that pick, it's a classic moment where BYU's seizing that momentum and kind of capitalizing. That was a big swing of events right there, and so I think BYU, the secondary, I feel good about where they're at. Raider DeMooney I thought was a real bright spot last week coming back from injury, and you pair him up with Falatau Satuala, Tanner Wall. You feel really good there for BYU. So I'm optimistic about BYU's secondary having the personnel to slow down TCU's passing attack because they've got some big play receivers. Eric McAllister, 17.4 yards per catch is McAllister. So these are guys that can get those big chunk yardage through the air. They got to be able to contain that. But I think BYU's secondary and coaches feel pretty optimistic that they're up for that challenge.
The weather's not supposed to turn until the beginning of next week. It's supposed to cool down, obviously, a ton after Sunday, and then rain and all those things. And so weather not necessarily going to be a factor. Tomorrow might be your last chance for a nice weather game at home. But 2 out of 3 games at home for BYU, that's a big-time deal here. From a big-picture perspective, it's one thing to get down into the weeds about what didn't go well at Texas Tech and what needs to go well with TCU. Overall, BYU has a chance to go to the Big 12 championship game, Mitch. All they have to do is all you have to do is win all your games. That's no problem. And if you want to go to the college football playoff, all you have to do is win all your games the rest of the way, including against. And I don't know. I'm one of these people that looks and goes, I think getting back to the college football playoff or getting to the college football playoff doesn't necessarily mean you have to be the outright champion of the Big 12 with the Big 12 championship game. I mean, you heard last week, and this is where I wish that more of the coaches would do like Joey McGuire did. I'm glad he swung his weight around and said, hey, BYU is a good team, and you know what they're doing? They're playing a conference schedule, and they have one loss. And I know a bunch of teams that are playing independent schedules out there. You know exactly who I'm talking about. I like the shot across the bow at Notre Dame. Why is it that Notre Dame, with their strength of record and strength of schedule, that's not actually up to par with BYU, and they have the 2 losses, why they would be put in front of a BYU team or even a 3-loss Texas team or a 3-loss Oklahoma team that feel like they're getting set up to be, that extra team to get into the college football playoff. Now, the good news is Oklahoma and Texas are both playing difficult schedules on the way out. I could see Texas losing 4 games. I think they're absolute frauds.
I agree. And, I mean, Texas has a loss to a 3-6 Florida team already. So the fact that they're ahead of BYU is just silly. But I do believe that if BYU wins out in the regular season and just gets to the Big 12 championship game, they're going to be in the playoff. I mean, now if you have another, blowout against Texas Tech again, does that maybe kick you out? I'd like to think not, but I think that BYU would be a lot more competitive that second meeting against Texas Tech. I'd like to think. Again, there's a big gap between BYU and Texas Tech, but I struggle to think BYU gets blown out twice in one season against one team. But I think if they get to that championship game, they should be in. BYU, I mean, they've got, the number 28th ranked strength of schedule in college football. That's pretty good considering with ESPN's metrics.
Well, ESPN says that stuff matters unless it's BYU,
The problem with the playoff committee, we always see this. Like you saw it with Texas Tech. Why are they not in the top 5? Well, their red zone offense. When does that ever get brought up? They always move the goalpost.
I know.
And that's always the fear that for Cougar fans and even Ute fans who are sitting at 13 that they have with this committee. They will always move the goalpost to justify keeping out certain brands and getting those brands that they want into the field.
Well, it's going to be interesting the rest of the way. We've seen enough from Utah in this stretch that they've had, and I feel like it won't stop tomorrow because the mess of what's going on in Baylor right now, I feel like I love how Dave Aranda was asked about it in his press conference, and he's like, hey, are there distractions there? That's an HR matter. I'm like, dude, you guys are a mess. Baylor is going to be a mess. Utah is going to put up 50 on those freaking guys tomorrow. There's just no way that Baylor – they're going to come out to play for like a half a quarter. They're going to get punched in the mouth, and they're going to go, look, our coach is getting fired. I don't know how excited I am about this. I'll put some tape out there, and I'll go to the transfer portal. Hell, I'll go play for BYU at this point. And look, if you're Kalani Sitake, you go, hey, man, we'd love to have you on the way out.
Need a running back, yeah.
I know.
Get some RBs,
That's exactly
man.
right. On the way out the door, you go, hey, man, we love what you do. It's great. Call me, like when things don't work out with Dave Aranda. Anyway, we got lots to talk about. It's a Football Friday, and we've got tons to be able to chop up still. We're going to have our Jazz Daily coming up in just a little bit because I want to talk to Jake Scott, pre- and post-game host, of course, on the KSL Sports Zone for the Jazz Radio Network, but also Jake and Ben fame, and he's going to dip in with us when we come back here after the break because I want to know about Ace Bailey, who's had his best week as a Jazz man. I think it was nice to be able to see him get over 20 points the last couple of games, and I think it's nice to see the Jazz getting a win, but also losing games, losing close games that you're scoring a bunch of points in. I'd like to see that as well, so we'll talk to Jake in just a little bit. First, though, we got to talk to Kenny J. Kenny J's Barbecue right here at the District. All you have to know is where the at the District where the Megaplex Theater is. It's in that it shares that same roundabout right here. Kenny, thanks for having us, man. You look good, brother.
It's a gloomy day.
It is a gloomy day, but you know what? Perfect day to come in and get some barbecue, man. It's not like the smoker doesn't work when those clouds are out, right?
No, and did you see we got our new smoker too?
Oh, you got the new one. The LV Smokers guys hooked you up, right?
The second one, yep. It got placed a week ago yesterday.
For some reason, Instagram, I think, has heard me when I've talked to you because then at some point I've started getting videos suggested to me of smokers being built, and so suddenly I start watching smokers being built. That's my new rabbit hole. I don't know why I got it suggested, but I'm a sucker for watching people weld these amazing smokers together.
If you think a Traeger's expensive, buy one of these.
No, I'm watching them put these things together, and I'm like, this, because they'll do these massive propane tanks that are as long as this building, and they'll start putting those things together, and you're like, holy cow! Yeah. So you got the second smoker out.
Second smoker, and it's been dubbed our brisket-only smoker.
Okay. Now, does that matter? I mean,
no, it's cool.
There's
mostly because customers can see right out the window into it, right?
Okay.
So,
well, I got to take a look
want to see
the
brisket. They want to eat the brisket and see the brisket.
Well, and again, if you're going to have a smoker that's going to be dedicated to one particular meat, brisket's the one that'll help you pay the bills, because that one is, that's the one that is top-notch. What do we have in front of us here? Some burn ends.
So, yeah, this is these are burned ends from our brisket. So now we do them different than what you would see in, like, Kansas City and stuff.
Okay.
What I do is I take our trimmings off of the point before it's cooked, and we actually cook those up, and then I cut them down and then finish them with sauce. And
this is that prime brisket.
Yep, U247.
That you guys trim yourselves, and you guys put them all together. I've watched you walk out and put them on the smoker. I've seen them coming in, wrapped in the foil off the smoker. And so this is a perfect way for people to come down. Now, I want to talk a little about Thanksgiving, because you guys are you guys still taking pre-orders for some smoked Thanksgiving meals?
We are, and I did something that apparently my wife and our GM didn't know about.
Oh.
Which was said, come pick it up on Thanksgiving morning.
Mary's all, I got family coming in, dude.
We hung up a thing that said close Thanksgiving. I'm like, people want their turkey hot and ready on Thanksgiving.
I love the idea.
So I'll be here.
So you'll be here, and you'll be sneaking it out the door to the people as they come and pick up their orders. That's great.
Yeah, I'll just go right out the back. You don't even have to get out of your car.
That's perfect.
I'll just give it
He'll
to you.
throw it right at you. What does that mean, though? What are you guys doing? Is it the smoked turkey? Is it because that's an underrated item you guys do, by the way.
Yeah. So we're taking orders for a full smoked turkey breast. It's just the breast. We don't do whole turkeys here. They're usually 3 to 4 pounds, probably feeds 6 to 8 people comfortably. If you're a skinny family, maybe 8 to 10. Bigger family, maybe 4.
Okay.
You can do a brisket, too, if you want.
Now, I have skinny kids, which is weird for me because I didn't grow up a skinny kid. But we have a large family, so that still counts as a big family, I guess.
They usually weigh around 4 pounds after they're smoked. So the turkeys,
the
turkeys weigh
children.
about 4 pounds.
Yeah,
so
no, this is an amazing thing. So people can just text you guys straight up. Tell me the number they need to text.
Yeah, they can text me at 801-230-5396. Or just contact us, and we're taking orders. You can go online and.
When's the cutoff? When's the cutoff to be able to get the order placed so people can? Because I know it's a couple. We're still a couple weeks away.
The night before.
Look at that.
I mean,
this is some customer service.
Maybe I should say I would need 2 days so that I could get a delivery if I had a million people tell me.
I was going to say,
Mary, I want a turkey breast.
Mary probably peek around the corner and go, did you just say the night before? You already signed us up for more work? Okay,
she doesn't do it.
I love how she's not here for her to be able to. Otherwise, we'd be hearing it right now. Listen, if you want to come down, check it out for yourself, but also get those pre-orders in. Let me give that phone number again if you want to make sure. And this goes right to Kenny. So 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. We're going to dive into these burn ends, and then we're going to chat here on the way back with Jake Scott, our Jazz Daily, coming up next. We're going to ask about this Jazz game last night. They give up 80 in the first half, but still they were in that thing in the fourth quarter. It was tied going into the fourth. So we'll come right back. We got more to go. It's a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
We're off to an early start to the southbound I-15 delays in Salt Lake County, slowing from the south interchange all the way down to the Bangerter exit in Draper. Southbound I-15 is also at reduced speeds in the roadwork zone between the Ogden-Hinckley Airport and 56 South in Roy. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
The holidays are coming. Is your home ready? Whether you're hosting a holiday party or reading a book, a brighter home makes your home more comfortable. Mountain Home Services can save you energy and brighten your space. Mountain Home Services can improve your home with LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls, perfect for cozy holiday nights and year-round savings. And KSL listeners can save with exclusive offers to brighten your holidays. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees and 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home with an electrical inspection, surge protection, and keep your family warm this winter with a generator. And KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, keeping Utah homes safe and warm since 1954.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
The Salt Lake Family Christmas Gift Show, November 13th through 15th at the Mountain America Expo Center.
3 days only to shop more than 400 booths.
Tickets available at FamilyChristmasGiftShow.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. Cougar head coach Kalani Sitake talking about being ready to move on from that Texas Tech loss. Get right on to the next opponent. Happens to also be a Texas-based team coming to Provo, TCU.
Looking forward to bouncing back from this bad taste that we have from the last game. But I say that Texas Tech did a great job. They're one of the best teams in the country. You know, we're looking forward to being better than we were last week and doing that against TCU.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress, bring home that slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text them right now, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. If you're driving, just call them. Mary will pick it up. We got Jazz Daily next right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time! All season long and even in the off-season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
this a typo on my rundown right here? Annapolis, 4 tickets? Is that right? Oh, my heavens. Our producer, Alex Annapolis, getting generous with the ticket giveaway. It's Jazz Daily, of course. Perfect time to be able to give out some Jazz tickets. How about a family 4-pack? Coming to see the Utah Jazz and the Chicago Bulls next week, 11/16. Check it out for yourself. Oh, no, that's on Sunday, right? Yeah. Check it out for yourself. Hit us up, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. You can check out the Bulls coming into the Delta Center this Sunday. Family 4-pack of tickets right now. Jazz Daily, of course, as usual, being able to chat about this Jazz team. And I know it's a Football Friday. We had to break away from it. And this is certainly a guy who could talk about football too. But Jake Scott, of course, Utah Jazz pre-post and halftime host on the Jazz Radio Network and SEG Radio Network and all of it. But he also has Jake and Ben fame. What's going on, Jake? How are you, man? Thanks for hanging out with us on a Friday.
Alex, Mitch, how we living? We doing good?
Oh, yeah, they got the food in front of us. It's you know how it is. I'm trying to be a good boy, and it's hard, man. It's hard to do. So, but it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to have the barbecue on a Friday afternoon. So
I'm not being a good boy.
No. Mitch and I. No, you got to dive in. Look, you're not going to refuse your host, who's going to give you a bunch of food when you show up to these things. You got to be nice. You got to. You know how it is.
Is your guy Alex Annapolis, who has to just listen to this the entire show.
I know, that poor guy.
I used to produce back in the day, and I'd be like, oh, great, you guys are having a lot of food. That's good for you.
Yeah, and we're turning it away. We're like, I'm full. I can't take any more. And our producer's back there.
And I've been there. It's cool. And then you complain that, like, oh, I have to sit here while I look at it. Meanwhile, Alex is again going, oh, how nice for you. That's
cool. He's all, let me throw this mac and cheese in the microwave outside of the studio here. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Exactly. Thanks so much.
Shout out to
Annapolis. Yeah, that's the sacrifice he's making there back at the station. I will say this, Jake, it's been kind of fun to watch Ace Bailey turn a corner this week. This is the best week that he's had as a Jazz man. Is it a little bit attributed to him getting kind of the full health? Well, also, what has he kind of learned in the last couple of games? I got to watch him in person on Monday, or not on Monday, I guess it was Tuesday when he had his first start. And, he's kind of getting his feet under him. He definitely looks like a rookie, but what's the biggest thing that rookies like him have to do to turn that corner to start having nights like he had last night and like he had the other night in the 152-point onslaught when he scored 20?
Short answer is he's going to have to listen. Rookies have a lot to learn, and it's Ace's journey. I think is going to be fascinating to watch because he comes out of Rutgers, and what was his kind of MO was like, oh, he's taking bad shots, and he's not necessarily thinking the game. He's super talented, but he's, on and on and on, right? We remember the pre-draft kind of what everybody was saying. And you could see a little bit of that, right? He nailed a couple of step backs. What was that, 2 games ago?
Yeah.
That step back corner 3, which is kind of in that vein, right? Where it's like, yeah, that's a bad shot for you, but I'm going to knock this down. But then he's also shown propensity to learn. And you want to talk about his journey just this past week. He's learning where to go on defense. It's really obvious. And you can see, it's not entirely there yet on some plays. Now, listen, Atlanta was doing whatever they wanted to in that game, and nobody was really playing any D. But you can, I think he's shown that he's willing to be coachable. And honestly, illness aside, I don't know anything about that. But the fact that he did come off the bench for a minute, I don't think is the worst thing in the world. It was funny after his first start, his post game. I think it might have been Ben who asked him. I can't remember, but somebody asked him. Somebody said, "Have you ever come off the bench before?" And he's like, "Nope, never once, never in his life." Right? He had ever come off the bench, and there is an earn it factor, and we're still so early in the season. The fact that he's in the starting lineup obviously has something to do with him being the 5th pick, but. I don't hate it that he got that experience, and he didn't have a bad attitude through it, right? You never saw that. You never saw bad body language, and now you see him kind of melding his natural instincts with what the coaches want him to do, and I think that shows he's coachable. So I think that's all good news. He's obviously talented. I mean, I don't think anybody could deny that.
40 points for Markkanen last night. With how good he's been this year, one of the top scorers in the league, does that maybe change how you think this Jazz team should go about this season with a focus to try to just get a better draft pick or actually try to make something of this season because of how good Markkanen has been this year?
Yeah, that's funny because this has been a big topic on our show, of course. I think Jazz fans in an ideal world, like my guy Gordon Monson, we used to call it the 100-acre wood, in the perfect world. The fans would want, and I think the franchise would want the team to try hard, play young, play as hard as you can. Let's try to win, but we're still going to lose, right? Because there's that draft pick out there, which I think it's so silly that this draft pick has just determined the Jazz strategy. They're just handcuffed to this draft pick. But it is what it is, as an old boss of mine used to say. So, I mean, at some point the rubber's going to meet the road. Because I agree with you, Mitch. I think they're a little bit better than I think if they tried hard and played well, they could get to the play-in. I mean, more than half the league now makes the playoffs, right? I mean, that isn't that crazy of a thing to think about if things break well. Now, I'll steel man my argument here in a second, but that is a possibility out there. And what do you do then when you need to decide between the play-in, which, let's be honest, who cares about the play-in, and the draft pick? And I don't know. I would guess they'd throw it in the tank again if when it came right down to it. But to the can they thread the needle and try hard and lose? Walker Kessler being out makes them extraordinarily flawed. Like we're going to see a lot of games like we saw in Atlanta where the Jazz actually played unbelievably well offensively, but it was a layup line because they just don't. I mean, Nurk is not Walker. How about that?
I'm watching. I was going to say that because I'm watching Nurk come off the bench. He's got the back brace, that he walks off, off the bench with and takes the back brace off. And I'm like, oh boy. And then when he would step back and start shooting threes, you're like, okay, maybe get under the hoop for a minute. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you give these opportunities to some of these young guys. I mean, I don't know if Kyle Filipowski will ever kind of develop himself into a defensive guy, but that's one of those things that kind of needs to happen because it's been a lot of Olay this year. I know that it pisses Will Hardy off because he gets so mad when these guys aren't playing defense, and that's like the biggest thing for him is like the effort, and defense is such an effort thing in the NBA.
Yeah, well, he's getting after the guys on the perimeter because they need to stay in front of their guy. I mean, that they got to do better at doing that, especially now that Walker's not there. But this is the NBA. I mean, look at Jalen Johnson last night. You're not going to stay in front of that guy the whole game. It's just not. It's just not possible. Excuse me. And then they just don't have a last line of defense. And listen, Yusuf Nurkic has maybe my favorite backstory in the NBA. When he broke into the NBA, I couldn't help but I'm going to follow this dude and I'm going to cheer for this guy. I don't know if I've ever talked to you guys about it, but his dad was a cop in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and he beat up 14 guys at once. And it made it into the newspaper. And one of the agents over there, Mitch, you know how this works with, there's not, agents or scouts or whatever label you want to get it, who are just scouring for young people to bring to the States and play basketball. And one of these guys shows up at that front door and meets, Nurk's dad and says, "Do you have a son? Because we're going to teach him how to play basketball." You can Google it. You can Google Nurk's dad. He's a mountain of a human. It's wild. Yeah. Anyway, I've always kind of rooted for Nurk for that reason, but he has never had lateral quickness. He has never been able to jump, and now he's a little bit older. It's not going to happen. And then Kevin Love is not going to be the answer. I think we all know why. And Filipowski, he's in this weird tween mode where he's not a wing and he's not a big, and he can't really function in the big land, so he's not going to be the answer. And so they're really flawed. So long way of saying it. Maybe they can thread the needle because that's really a problem. We're going to see a lot of games like we saw against the Hawks because they just don't. They don't have an answer to it.
Jake, I'm curious. It's kind of a off the beaten path question a little bit, but like with more than a handful of games at home in the new reconfigured Delta Center, does the Delta Center still to you kind of sound like the Delta Center's always been with the new reconfigured look of the arena? Like, does it still feel like Jazz games? And I bring that up because this has always been a building that prides itself on being one of the loudest in the league. Does it still feel like that and still feel like that same home court advantage it's been in the past?
Well, let me answer it this way. What was the number one reason for that environment? Was it A, the building, or B, the fans? I'm going to go with B.
Yeah.
Fans. Would you go with A?
I'd maybe go fans, but like but the layout though was so steep and just felt like you're on top of the game. And
but like when were they? But to Jake's point, like think about when it gets the most intense. It's during those playoff games that everybody goes, "Holy cow!"
That's fair.
You're not, and the games might be quote unquote sold out, but you know I've been in that building 4 or 5 times this year for the games, and I'm like, yeah. That's it's light compared to what it used to be.
I'm not going to discount A. All right, the building matters. Like look at the Spectrum up in Logan. You know the fans are responsible for that environment too. But the fact that there's a lid on that stadium and all that makes a difference. I get it. I get the question, but I think it's always been about the fans and some minor structural adjustments that you barely even notice if you do. I don't think has really any sort of impact. I mean, we could get measure the decibel or whatever, but I think it's fine. It's more. I'll say this: it's more cool for hockey. The way it looks for hockey is really cool. And I had a buddy who sat in that section for one of the games this year, and being right on top like that for hockey is unique and super sweet.
Jake, we appreciate you taking a Friday afternoon with us, man, and taking a few minutes to answer some Jazz questions. Appreciate it. And,
no problem. My cup of noodles is ready, so I'm gonna just dive into that. And
the old Don Julio bean burrito. That's good.
Yeah, say hi to Kenny for me. Tell him I admire his work.
There you go. Jake Scott, everybody. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Hey, by the way, we're going to speak with Kenny around the corner here. We'll come back. We've got more to go. We'll tell you how to get yourself hooked up on pre-ordering some of these Thanksgiving turkey to blow the family away, man. That'll be awesome. We'll take that break. We'll come back. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced Window Products. Of course, you know what Jake and Nate do. They're carrying on the legacy of almost 40 years of Advanced Windows, helping people here in the state of Utah not just get a better window and a better warranty, but really to save money on those utilities. I know everybody looks at it and they go, oh, well, look, somebody wants to sell you on the windows. The reality is that if you know how much you're losing that goes out the window literally with your with your heating and your cooling bills, the utilities will benefit massively from you making a change and getting the top end, getting the best government rebates. And Advanced Window Products, they are the factory. I've been able to tour it. It's awesome. They do such a great job. I've seen the family names on the windows that they've been making. And the craftsmen are there in the factory. And then at the front part of the factory is the rest of the staff. You've got the offices there. And so they sell the window, they make the window, and they warranty the window right here in the state of Utah. Go check them out for yourself. They're going to help you out. They're going to make sure that you get taken care of. And Advanced Window Products right now, if you go to their website, Advanced Window Products, they're doing right now $3,500 off of 10 windows or more. 801-580 3110 or 801-580-3110. They're going to help you out. They're going to make sure that you get those windows and you're going to get taken care of. It's Advanced Window Products. They want to make sure you have the best. Advanced Window Products. Go check them out online right now
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full-swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access, so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Sorry, we're at Kenny J's. We're having too much fun, man. Kyle Whittingham talking about the bye week and what they had to do to try to make sure they can get ready for this Baylor team.
All we can do is take care of our part, and that's job one, and that starts with Baylor this week. But yeah, we feel like we're 7-2. Everyone would like to be 9-0. We're not, but we're still in the hunt, and we're playing some good football right now. I think we've had a couple good outings the last 2 outings.
Modest. A couple of good outings for the Utes, sure, blowing people out. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress, get that slow smoke perfection to your house, and let's get it going. Impress your in-laws with the best Thanksgiving turkey they've ever had. Pre-order it right now. All you have to do is text Kenny, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396, or just call him right now. We're going to talk to Kenny momentarily. Stay with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone. We're having too much fun on a Football Friday. Thanks for being with us on the show. A very quick would you rather, Mitch. I'm looking at a couple of prognostications here. And admittedly, when the first college football playoff rankings rolled out, there's a couple of people that go, hey, here's what your college football playoff rankings would look like if you were to play today. That's different than, hey, what's it going to actually look like? And so I dip into the ones that fit my narrative, which is, hey, man, it would be a lot of fun to cover a college football playoff game that featured one of the teams here locally. Now, and if BYU was deep enough into the seeding situation, if they were a Texas Tech type team, that first round, if they're playing in the first round, although Texas Tech at this point probably not going to be a first-round team. They're going to get that bye, go right to the quarterfinals and play in a big bowl. But I think there's something cool about hosting these games. Like, I imagine a game at Rice-Eccles Stadium in the future, a game at Lavelle Edwards Stadium in the future, and we kind of like do this pie-in-the-sky thing. It's not that far off when you start to think about the teams that are possibly in this thing. Now, I think BYU would have to do a lot to be able to get to that spot. To host a team. However, last week's first playoff rankings, they had them hosting Notre Dame. So would you rather host Notre Dame at Lavelle Edwards Stadium on Christmas whatever day, or I saw another one that had not Christmas Day, a couple days before Christmas, like the 19th. It would have been the 19th, right? It would be the 19th if it were. So December 19th at Lavelle Edwards Stadium, or hosting Oregon, another big brand. That was another one that was thrown out there, and Oregon's not the best or very on top of the Big Ten table, so they could be maybe in that spot. So would you rather have a Notre Dame or an Oregon, who I don't know if Oregon has ever played at Lavelle Edwards Stadium. I'm sure there's probably some.
Once.
They have?
Against Ty Detmer.
Okay.
In the late 80s.
And by the way, that's back when the old Oregon Duck teams,
Rich Brooks.
Yeah, it's nothing you wrote home about.
Yeah.
They had the old Donald Duck on the helmet, So which one would you rather have? A big brand like Notre Dame that everybody like automatically says I want, or one that you've never seen maybe come to Lavelle Edwards Stadium?
I would go Oregon because there are more recruiting battles with Oregon, and to have the on-the-field data to say to recruits, hey, they might have the flash, the glitz, the glamour. We're beating them, though. I think that's where I would go. And heck, BYU's beating them on recruiting, too, with Ryder Lyons and some of the players that they've gotten in this last recruiting cycle. But I'd say Oregon because there's more actual head-to-head off the field with them. In recruiting.
Kenny J joining us on the program here. Kenny, people are gonna start blowing up your phone again like we did on the last one because hey, pass that off to somebody else, would you? Come on. The phone's ringing.
Answer it, Clay.
The phone's ringing because they want to make sure that those are the pre-orders of the Thanksgiving meals, man. So, do you guys just buy like a whole flock? I mean, how do you do this thing? How do you know how many turkeys you guys need, and how do you source turkeys for Thanksgiving too? That's a pretty cool thing to be able to do.
Well, that's the thing. That's so I told our meat supplier I'd just thinking. I mean, being brand new, 6 months, thinking maybe 50 to 100 pre-orders. I think we're at about 30 right now.
Okay.
And so
you got plenty of room for people to be able to get in today and make those pre-orders.
Yeah, the big smoker out there that we do the turkeys on, the rotisserie, it could probably do like 120 of them.
Oh, come on. Wow. At once?
At once.
I love it.
Easy. Maybe even more than that.
So there's the Thanksgiving meal. Of course, we're telling people to call you guys up today. But also, when it comes down to it, though, like what makes the difference? Like when people are thinking, they go, yeah, they have options. They hear of barbecue joints that are around. But what makes you guys, what you're doing, different here than what other people are getting across the valley? And you're really good to not like talk trash on other people's barbecue. It's like it's a pretty small club, but you guys are like, hey, we're all supporting each other. But you do it right, man.
Yeah, I don't know what other joints are doing. We just buy the highest quality meat and just use the best quality ingredients, and we use great wood, and the smokers. It all comes down and into one product that, I mean, I think second to none, here at least.
It is, and if you've ever tasted it, we were getting through these burn ends here. But if you've ever done the sides here, which are also top notch, like some places they'll kind of go, don't care about the sides. We're not going to put a lot of effort into it. And you guys are trying stuff out all the time. I think last time we had the potato skins, you know, that like you're like, hey, try these, man. We've been workshopping these, and they're phenomenal. And it's like to be able to have sides that accompany a really, really great barbecue product, that's also important to you guys. I know you don't like doing things halfway.
No, we do. Because if you do it halfway, if you do anything halfway, if BYU prepares halfway for TCU,
Mitch,
if Utah prepares halfway for Baylor, we might win.
Now I was going to say this week it might be all right.
This week, from what it sounds like.
Oh my gosh, it's a mess
BYU and TCU.
Yeah. No, there's no
never
room.
Halfway.
Yeah, there's no room. If you want to be able to get that slow smoke goodness, come down. The district is where it's located. It's that roundabout that they share right there with the Megaplex Theater. So this is awesome. First of all, it's going to be it's going to be a better priced option than probably trying to eat dinner at the movie theater, by the way. Do it here, man, and get slow smoke perfection, man. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. I only know that because my kid worked at the movie theater this summer. I'm like, I'm not paying that, buddy. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, unless you have a friend that's an employee and you know his phone number. It's like, hey, 40% off.
Come on, man. So come down to the district, or you can pre-order those smoked turkeys, and right now, and people have been calling, and so let's get it. I'm trying to help people understand, like, we can get those orders going up right now, and if you text or call 801-230-5396, that's 801-230-5396, you're going to be able to get a hold of Kenny or Mary, and we'll get you hooked up for that. Get your pre-order on that Thanksgiving turkey. Kenny, thanks for hosting us today, man. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Absolutely.
Right.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. Stay here. Steve Bartle going to join us next from Baylor. I don't know if he's at Baylor, but he's in Waco, probably on the Dr. Pepper tour as we speak. He'll step out, and he'll give us his impression of the 23 flavors, and then also how Utah wins this game tomorrow at Baylor. So stay right here with us. More to go. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy. Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
The Garden Restaurant. All things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famous Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What was it, Clay? What was the impersonation? What was was I doing somebody's voice? Oh, okay. All right. I don't know what it was, but I will. Sometimes I have some characters I can do, but I don't know. In my former life, I did those a lot more. So I don't know. Hey, happy Football Friday to you. Mitch Harper joining me today. Nice enough to be along for the ride as JJ and Sly are whatever version of working overtime on these. What's crazy is they do all the semifinal games and they do all the state championship games. So it's just this week, like Thursdays and Fridays during football season. JJ and Sly are watching awesome football games up at Rice Eccles Stadium, but man, it's a lot of work. So those guys are doing an awesome job. Did you see what Corner Canyon did to Mountain Ridge in the first semifinal today in the 6A? 59-20. 59-20. You score almost 60 in your semifinal game, you're going to be pretty darn good. So we'll see what the semifinal number 2 brings as Lone Peak and I think Sky Ridge. Yeah. Hey, all Region 3 all the time. It's 10-7 right now, Annapolis. Who's leading? Lone Peak is up? Dang. That region is a mess, man. Bunch of teams that are just too good. All right? Can't let the rest of us have a good time. Hey, we're going to kick off the hour here as we always do with the cut. Let's jump in here because we're going to talk with Steve Bartle. Our Ute Insider for KSLSports.com is down in Waco covering the Utes and the Baylor Bears. And, man, it's drama down in Waco right now. I love it. It's a little soap opera action. You can get the reality TV show action with Chip and Joanna. This is nothing, nowhere close to it. This is like, the Mormon Wives show down in Waco right now.
Season 3, it started.
I'm not going to say whether or not I have seen episode 1 or not.
Oh,
I stayed up. I stayed up late last night, though. Look, I'm a married man. I have to go along with whatever's on the TV. I have to watch it, man.
I'm Team Miranda personally, but go on. I digress.
All right, I'm going to take a break from that talk with the mom talks, the mom talk moms. Let's get into the cut right here. Let's jump in right here.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program. Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Nobody knows the Utes like Steve Bartle, who's, of course, joining us right now from Waco. What's going on down in Waco, man? It's been a disaster for Baylor from a PR standpoint. Can you smell the defeat already in the air?
I just smell barbecue, fellas.
Oh.
I just smell barbecue. As soon as I landed, I plugged in Goldie's Barbecue, and I went straight from the airport right to the barbecue joint. I wasted no time, and that's what's on my brain.
Some degenerates, they get to Vegas, they immediately hit the casino.
Yes.
But guys in there, guys that are like, married and have small kids, they take these work trips. They go, take me to the closest barbecue joint. Just get me there
guys
ASAP.
Being dudes,
Well, we're saying all that from Kenny J's, where they do Texas barbecue.
There
so
you go.
I get it.
Love Kenny
it's
J's.
all good. I know, man. This week has been not a good one for Baylor in terms of the off-the-field stuff, which, of course, I know they want to avoid all of that. But how much of it is penetrating kind of just like the whole vibe that's down there? I mean, Dave Aranda gets affected by it. Mac Rhodes has to step away from the playoff committee. He has to step away from the team as he's taking some personal leave. I can't imagine that all this is not going to be thought about among the fan base. It just happens to be a bad distraction when a really good Utah team is coming to town.
Yeah, it was interesting. As soon as I landed here in Dallas, I hopped on the shuttle to the rental car space, and there was a conversation about Mac Rhodes, being had by a couple people on the other side of the bus of me. And it was interesting in the sense that it's a hot topic, and it is a conversation being had everywhere. And, I was watching the Dave Aranda press conference, and, obviously he's going to say all the things that you would expect a coach to say, that it's not going to, bother us. We're focused on us internally and all of those sort of things. And that's what you hope for if you're a Baylor fan. But, the first 5 or 6 questions in his press conference were about Mac Rhodes and the situation there. And given what transpired earlier this season with Mac Rhodes and their star tight end, Michael Trigg, it's certainly something that I think there are going to be – it's going to be on the minds of people in that program. How much of it is going to play a role tomorrow, I have no idea. I have no real sense for, the Baylor football program, where they're at mentally, how this is all impacting them. But just in my short time being here in Texas, it is clear that this is, a hot topic, and it's something that everybody is talking about. And I think there's certainly it's fascinating in the sense of what it means and what it's done to the Big 12, having Mac Rhodes on the playoff committee as the chairman there this season, to lose that spot, and what it means for everybody else in the Big 12. Obviously, with Utah, Mark Harlan stepping into that role, he will do the best job that he can, but still he's not going to be filling in as the chairman. So just the impact of what Rhodes apparently has been alleged of doing, and the allegations against him, and having to step away, it's just a tough look for Baylor and a tough situation to put that program in, as well as, the Big 12 conference.
Steve, what were the biggest areas of focus during the bye week for Coach Whittingham and this Utah team, and how, coming out of the bye, what's the sense that you get that they're going to keep this momentum and high level of play going into a road game, first one in about 2 months?
Yeah, the top three priorities for Utah during the bye week was rest, and rest. That's that's been the big thing. The key, I think, in a lot of ways to Utah, what's helped them this season compared to the recent season. So, I mean, you go back to the last couple of years, they're being hampered by the injury bug, and they were having some pretty tough practices during their bye weeks. Still, even while dealing with the injuries, and part of that is to get some of the guys that need to fill in for the injured players, prepared and prepped for what's to come for them. But this season has just been totally different. I think there's been a greater, rest has become the top priority for Utah this season, and it's really benefited this group. You look at the injury report that was released again last night. No players on the injury report, and obviously that players are dealing with bumps and bruises, but nothing significant to this point of the season is really significant for Utah. Given that they are in the final three games of the regular season, and in terms of their play, it seems like they're peaking at just the right time, and to have health on their side, this season as they start to hit their peak on the field, it's exactly the sort of combination you want, to make a run, late in the season. So that's been the big thing for Utah is just, rest and recovery and getting guys right for these for the final 3 games of the season.
These final 3 games, everybody knows what Utah has to do, which is just win them. But it's not just that. The committee wants to see style points, and this Utah team has that ability. They've been doing that. The style points are one of the best defenses in the country, one of the best offenses in the country. What is this offense capable of? I mean, we've seen it week in and week out, but I feel like we haven't even seen the best version of this offense yet. Steve, what do you anticipate the next 3 games to look like for this Utah team?
Yeah, I think just more of the same, because you look at the matchups and, each of these 3 teams, Baylor, Kansas State, and Kansas, they're in the bottom half of the conference in rush defense. And you look at Utah, at the top of the conference and one of the top in the country in terms of rushing offenses, and you really like how Utah matches up. But, yeah, I agree, Alex, that there is another gear that seems like this offense is capable of. With Devin Dampier this season, in the big games, he's just had injuries that have impacted his ability to perform at a truly high level, against Texas Tech and against BYU late in that fourth quarter. And that's not to take anything away from Texas Tech or BYU in those games, but it clearly, from Utah's perspective, just leaves, that wonder, right? That question of, is there another gear for this offense to get to? Can Dampier get to that next level? And I think I think you're right that's kind of where we're at. But, do they need to get to that gear against these final 3 teams? Not necessarily, but I think it is something that you would rather have answered at this point of the season, knowing what Dampier is truly capable of, when he's fully right and fully healthy. We haven't seen it yet, but, hopefully over the next 3 games, we see that at some point. And I think with these 3 games, style points are going to be important. And, Utah has shown that they can do that. And it doesn't need to be something where they go out of their way to put points on the board. You look at when these points came and how the scoring went. This was all done early on in the game, and so I just, again, it speaks to Utah, what they're doing on both sides of the ball. They've done a really tremendous job and are peaking at just the right time.
Steve, it's kind of crazy to look at both Utah and Baylor, how much maybe things have changed since the last meeting 14 months ago at Rice-Eccles Stadium. I think for Ute fans, they might look at this and think maybe, Baylor, it's going to be a defensive matchup, but a lot has changed since that last meeting in Salt Lake. What's maybe the battle that you look at that you're maybe most intrigued by, because it kind of looks like Utah's got the decisive advantage across the board here, but is there something you're looking at that kind of piques your interest that you're going to be monitoring quite a bit in this matchup?
Yeah, it's been really interesting diving into this matchup and looking at some of the numbers and some of the individual matchups. And obviously, I talked a lot about Utah's run game, and you have to feel really good about Utah's ability to establish the run. And I think coming into this game, the question is no longer can Utah establish the run. It's whether the opponent is going to be able to stop Utah's rushing attack. So, that's going to be the biggest question for Baylor. But for Utah, despite the advantages on paper, across the board, Baylor has a quarterback in Sawyer Robertson that is just really, really good. And when you have a quarterback of his caliber, he gives you a puncher's chance in each and every contest, regardless of how many advantages the opponent may have. Sawyer Robertson is just that good of a quarterback. He can make throws. He can make elite throws. He can make elite decisions and can really overcome a lot of deficiencies on that Baylor roster. For Baylor, I'm talking about this like Utah is just far and away the better team. They've been hampered by injuries. They've lost guys, and that's sort of what led to what this season has been for Baylor. So it's not to discredit them or anything like that. They've had injuries that they've had to deal with, and fortunately for Utah, they've been healthy. But again, getting back to Sawyer Robertson, just a tremendous talent at quarterback. They've got arguably the most productive, I shouldn't say arguably, I think he is the top tight end in terms of production this year in Michael Trigg at 40 receptions, 600 yards, 6 touchdowns. He's a dynamic pass catcher. That's going to be an interesting matchup for me. Not so much in the sense of, who's going to match up with Michael Trigg, but in terms of Dallin Bentley and Utah's own tight end, and this being, an opportunity for Dallin Bentley to potentially steal some of the spotlight from Michael Trigg in the John Mackey Award race. This is something that I'm really interested in, is whether Utah can get Dallin Bentley some big-time production. And looking at some of the numbers, I think Bentley matches up actually really well with this Baylor defense, whereas, Utah has done a really good job of limiting production for tight ends. I think they've only given up 90 yards to tight ends this season. And so that's going to be a really fascinating matchup with the conversation around Sawyer Robertson. Is obviously Trigg has become Robertson's top target this season, and so limiting him and his ability to produce will be a big factor, but I also want to see Utah potentially get Dallin Bentley some big-time production in this game as well.
Steve, this is an interesting matchup, and Utah is favored heavily in this one, and it's hard to imagine that they would not be able to go in there and just absolutely push around this Baylor team that's got to be reeling right now. Might be in their own death throes for the season, so we'll see how this one rolls out. We appreciate you taking time. He's Steve Bartle. He's down there in Waco. Thanks, man. Have fun down there.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, fellas.
There you go. Steve Bartle. What's interesting about this is, I think because of the timing of when this story came out, that means the fan base is actually also like, oh, by the way, this isn't just a bad time for this. We actually wanted all this to come out right now.
Because the game and the incident happened September 20th. That's 2 months ago. And now it's coming out, so clearly there was an agenda.
No, there is. And the beat writers, they knew, and you know what this is? This is crazy stuff, too. This is the way Texas football is. They're like, hey, we are shoving this guy on the sword right now, and it's terrible for our program. This is bad for Baylor. You know what I mean?
Do you think it hurts that Aranda's not a Texan and he's just not tied? Would that have helped it?
No, I don't think it. No. Because even if he's a Texan or not, he has this weird low pulse. It just doesn't sound like a guy who. He just doesn't sound like a head coach. When you're listening to him, and it's not to say that you're down there,
guys.
You're just like, hey, do you have talks with your teams about how to avoid the distractions? All the time. It sounds like he's a soft hits DJ. Give us a call right now. If you love Delilah, you're gonna love Dave Aranda. I mean, it is wild the amount of like low pulse energy that he's got, and it just doesn't help. And yeah, this is a guy who's like a defensive, like he's supposed to be like a defensive genius, you know. Mm-hmm. And I think he's going to be a great coordinator somewhere. It's not going to be a head coach somewhere again, because he had that success. He got hired, and the guy who's probably the one in the foxhole with him is blowing up. So we'll see how that goes. Hey, Kenny J is here with us. Kenny is, of course, of barbecue fame now here in the state of Utah because, well, the product speaks for itself, Kenny. You guys have pretty top quality when it comes to not just the – tell us what – you gave us the grade on the – it's a prime brisket, but what does that mean? You said like something rather tell us what the lingo is on the top quality brisket.
I mean, it's not Wagyu, but it's prime. It's like – right.
Yeah.
Like –
well, Wagyu, you know like that.
Not a Japanese A5 Wagyu.
No. We're not. And by the way, that'd be tough to bring the
so
family
it goes select.
Yeah.
Choice. Then there's kind of another layer that's called upper choice, and that's kind of between
the prime and the
choice and prime.
Yeah.
And then there's prime and then Wagyu.
Yeah. So you guys choose really, really good quality. You make sure that your suppliers know, like, hey, this is the standard that we want. When it comes to it, though, then what's the reality on having great barbecue versus just kind of meh?
Well, I think just the whole process. I mean, it starts with selecting your proteins, right, and the sides that you're doing, and then are you just trying to be quick about it, or are you putting in the work? I got here at 4:15 this morning and put the briskets on, right? And so those briskets are going all the way till 9:30 or 10 tonight, and they're for tomorrow. So they'll rest for 13, 14 hours before they start getting used at all. And that's as important as the actual cook. Like so, They say the drop in temperature with a brisket is just as important, if not more important, as the rise in temperature.
Yeah, we're not talking about like getting to the stall. We're not talking about the cook part. We're talking about the part where it rests all the way until it gets sliced up to your plate.
So you think of the process. Everybody always thinks the process is going from uncooked to when it's finished.
And then you slice it up when it's hot.
It's finished at around 203 degrees, right? And then people are like, well, dang, that took like 15 hours.
And you're like, no.
And so I want to eat it right now, right? But then the next kind of even more important part is letting it rest and letting it do it right.
If somebody's listening right now, they could start to get those orders in for an amazing.
We've already had like 3 call.
I love it.
And I just had a text.
Let's get it going. I want people, and you told us that the turkeys are, you've got enough for people to be able to keep keeping those pre-orders coming in. And by the way, if you want to be able to get the best for if your family is going to have a get-together, and Mitch even said it, he goes, dude, I got the in-laws, we're in charge, and we got to roll up with the turkey. I'm telling you, this is a different, it's definitely not the traditional, because the traditional, I'm going to be honest, sucks. The traditional turkey is not the way you want to have turkey on things.
Before doing our barbecue company, I would smoke the turkey and then deep fry it. And that was a whole turkey, right?
Right.
And that was good. But here we don't worry about whole turkeys. Those take way too long.
Yeah.
We can do a turkey breast in about 3.5 hours.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
If you want to make that order happen, though, what number do they have to call? Who do they have to get a hold of? What do they ask for? What do they say?
Yeah, just call me, and my wife will answer the phone. Apparently, she's the one that I have her taking the calls.
It's been funny. Yeah, so let me give the phone number out.
Yeah, give it out.
801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Just ask them. Say, hey, what will it cost me to get that to have the best Thanksgiving turkey ever?
And tell us you're a Zone listener, and you get 10% off.
Oh,
too.
there you go.
Right,
Boom.
So that's another almost $8.
Perfect way to do it. Let's go. Let's get it going. Kenny, thanks for having us, man. We appreciate it. We're about to dive into these some sides and some ribs. I'm like mostly excited because I like introducing Mitch to it. Because I'm like, Mitch has never had it.
First time.
Does Mitch like barbecue?
Mitch like barbecue?
Oh, yeah.
And
say less.
And I was gonna ask one question.
Well, let's hear it.
You were talking about Dave Aranda, and you're like, he'll make a fine defensive coordinator someplace. Is that going to be said about Morgan Scalley when he's done?
Oh, you know what?
When Witt's done.
No, I think he has too much of the blueprint on how to make it work. And you talk about a guy, because part of the reason it doesn't work with Dave Aranda is he's not like he's a Baylor guy.
He's a Boise State guy.
It's not like he's a Baylor guy. So people go, hey, look,
yeah.
No one's gonna question the validity of
Witt's not a Ute.
That's a great point.
He is now.
He might be the most Ute of anybody I've ever met in my life, by the way.
I'm just kidding.
If you've ever played golf with that guy, I've been in tournaments with that guy before, and I'm like, oh, it's all gone. The blue is all the way gone out of this guy's veins. Oh my heavens!
Well, we're interested to see what happens there. For whatever reason that came up when you were saying that.
No, I think Morgan's a Utah guy, man. He'll always.
I know he is.
All right, Kenny, we appreciate it, man. Thanks. I'm gonna give that phone number out one more time. Let me throw it out there: 801-230-5396. Get a hold of Kenny. Like I said, you get that smoked turkey going for Thanksgiving, and let's dial it up. It's going to be awesome. 801-230-5396. We'll take a break here. I'm going to make Mitch dive into some of these ribs and some of these sides right here at Kenny J's at the District in South Jordan. More to go right around the corner on a Football Friday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash on Redwood Road is blocking a southbound lane heading into Utah County. It's just past Porter Rockwell with heavy delays stretching back into Bluffdale. Heading to Utah County, southbound I-15 is slow from 53rd South and Murray all the way to the point of the mountain. Advanced Window Products, factory direct, affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies are just one win away from bowl eligibility as they travel south for a battle against UNLV. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4 on 1280 The Zone. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. It's your new go-to for golf, games, and good times. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in their biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full-swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Trained like the pros with secure 24/7 access, so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George, there's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life. They'll thank you all year long, whether you're golfing with them or relaxing in a massage chair. Sign up for a free demo at theback9golf.com.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story, and sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It is your Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU's offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick talking about the TCU defense, giving praise to what the Horned Frogs have done on that side of the football.
TCU is just a great program. They have been for years. I had a bunch of good battles with those guys when I coached up the road, and I know BYU's had a bunch of good battles with them over the years. 2 years ago, we had a pretty humbling loss down there. We know what we're in for Saturday. We know this is a good football team, a well-coached team, and they're tough and they're super athletic, and we're expecting it to be a really tough game.
Kenny J's Barbecue, that's where we are today, and they are offering up some awesome deals for your Thanksgiving. Just skip the stress of Thanksgiving. Bring home some slow smoke perfection. Pre-order that Thanksgiving meal today. Give them a call right now, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Kenny J's Barbecue. We'll come back. Football Friday continues. A little bit of NFL Blitz around the corner. Stay with us.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's the NFL Blitz. You know what that music means on a Football Friday? Yeah, we talk Football Friday. We talk Sunday football on your Football Friday as well. Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week program. What do you have to do? You just go to KSLSports.com/contests, and then you go on there and make that nomination for somebody who is an awesome youth sports volunteer in your neck of the woods. And then they win a prize, courtesy of the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, who bring you the amazing Hercules Hero of the Week program. First of all, dog of a freaking game last night in Thursday Night Football. I guess you could say it's a dog of a game. Future MVP of the league, Drake May, showing up. I mean, it's hard. It's hard not to notice that the guy is playing like kind of out of his mind. And credit to Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the Pats too, who's just he's got his team rolling, man. And he's got like a culture thing that he's got turned on, that he's flipped the switch on there too. Stuff that he's probably trying to do at Tennessee, and probably is glad that he doesn't have to try to attempt in Tennessee anymore. So they're all buying in, and right now the Pats are 9-2, and the Bills are 6-3 in the AFC East. So you're talking about the possibility of going up 2 games on the Bills in the AFC East this week.
I don't usually apply college football talking points to the NFL because they're different sports
different,
in many respects, but sometimes it does feel like the Patriots, like when you look at their schedule, who they've beat, it has been a little bit light. Obviously, that's a byproduct of the AFC East, but they still beat the Bills. They've still won some big games. And at the end of the day in the NFL, what's so great about this league compared to college, just take care of the business, win games, and you're going to be in control of everything you want. And the Patriots, you bring up Vrabel, it's just they feel like the Patriots of old. And that might not be a good thing because they were so hated. But they're operating culture-wise as that same program, and they're getting it right with the quarterback position. That's the key in anything that happens with this NFL is you got to have one of the top 8 or 10 quarterbacks to have a chance, and Drake May is playing one of those top quarterbacks right now.
And he still looks like he's 12.
That he does.
I mean, you're like seeing him on the field, and you're like, holy cow. Man, they have some weapons. They have good defense, and I don't know what they were wearing last night. It looked like they were – I know it was like Nike, like Rival. What do they have? What do they call them? Like
the rival jerseys. It doesn't make sense. I do like the.
It looked like was they're all, hey, Nike gives their input and goes, we want your jerseys to look like you're wearing denim.
Nike has messed up uniforms in the NBA, in the NFL.
Kind of at the college game level, too.
They've kind of hurt the identity of these teams where maybe it's just as I get older, I'm like, just stick with some of the key looks of these teams and don't go completely away from their identity. This NE for New England, like that's not the Patriots. Like, what are you doing?
But when they do roll out, when they have the Seahawks wearing the old school Steve Largent green with the totem Seahawk on the helmets, like the silver helmets.
That's just magical.
Phenomenal looking. I mean, like, honestly, I could watch a Broncos-Seahawks matchup with them in the orange crush and them in the Seahawks in the old
just stunning.
The full blue. Yeah, back when they were both in the AFC West. Like, I'll watch those uniforms all day. I'll buy them all day, too. Okay, next up here on our NFL Blitz. In terms of big games for the weekend, lots going on here. Of course, the biggest ones are Lions at Eagles. That feels like, like the potential of being an NFC championship type game. Or look even further west to my Seahawks and Alex Napolis's LA Rams, who are firing off two heavyweights in the NFC West. Can you believe that these two teams are even heavyweights in the NFC West right now?
It's shocking. We speak about jerseys. The Rams are going to have, I believe, their blackout midnight jerseys. Those look good, actually. I will say the black Rams jerseys, those are sharp. But, yeah, that's going to be a huge game this weekend. And, the Rams, too, I think with, Puka Nacua, he continues to be a star in the NFL. It's been fun to see his rise. I think that's going to be one heck of a game. And Lions-Eagles, I think, on Sunday Night Football on KSL 5 TV, that game will be, I think that's going to probably be the NFC championship game potentially.
The NFC, or the Sunday Night Football games, you think about that matchup compared to like your Thursday night games. When like my kids go, hey, Dad, who's playing in Thursday night game tonight? They know now that you just don't even ask. You just go, okay, I guess we'll watch some football because it's the only thing that's on. Like, those are such garbage games. And then you have Sunday Night Football on KSL on Sunday nights, and you go, give me the best game possible. Lions at Eagles. Doesn't get much better than that. Lions at Eagles, who wins that football game, though? That's the question.
I'm going to go with the Lions. I think Detroit gets it done on the road and takes down the Eagles. What about you?
Goff is – I like Jared Goff. I used to not like him. I like him. I like him in Detroit. I like Dan Campbell. I like the idea that the Lions, who've just been absolute crap as a franchise as we grew up, and just in the past, I don't know how long, the last 5 seasons have been really when they're. There's a team that just never goes that far, and they still haven't been able to turn that corner. I wonder if they're going to be able to do it, but I would love to see them win. The Eagles, again, they hadn't won a Super Bowl in 50 years, and now they've won 2 out of the last 5, and so I like them. I like these two teams. It's fun to watch them. So I hope the Lions win, though. I want to see that one happen at Philly's place too. That'd be kind of fun. What's going to happen with Hendrickson, the edge rusher for the Bengals? He's going to be out versus Steelers, but what's going to be the future of that guy? Don't you feel like he's? I know that they extended him or whatever, but it just feels like such a disaster of a place. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on in Cincinnati, but they don't have things right. They got to figure it out. And I don't know if firing, Zach Taylor's going to get it done for you either, because I think he's a really good coach, and we just fire guys in the NFL. Well, really at any level now, but I don't know. The Bengals just seem like a team that are underperforming constantly, and if Joe Burrow's not playing, no one cares about him.
That's so true. And with Hendrickson, that future for him, gosh, he's so good, and I just feel like you want to see him at a different franchise, to thrive and really take off and be the star that he is. But, Cincinnati continues to be a mess. Without Joe Burrow, to your point, they have no future. Their future rests on the arm of Joe Burrow, and when he's not there, it's a disaster in Cincinnati, as it pretty much has always been, outside of some years with Carson Palmer. That franchise has always been a mess and since the days of Boomer Esiason. So I think Hendrickson, though, I eventually want to see him out of Cincinnati and somewhere else to really take off with his career.
Maybe send him down to maybe send him down to New Orleans. Although I don't know, Kellen Moore, it's not like he's doing a bad job. He just inherited some real garbage down there. But we'll see. Saints fans are asking for their GM to be fired, but, that's not going to get anything done either. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. I've got a top 10 here for you. A Football Friday edition of our top 10. We'll get you ready also next hour. Talk more about the matchups across the board here. You've got Utah State taking on UNLV, going down to Las Vegas. See if Bronco can get his guys bowl eligible this weekend. If it's not this weekend, and then it starts to get a little bit thin, and you start wondering, when can they pull this thing off? But, man, massive win for them last week against Nevada. Up 41-0 at the half. Not a bad way to get things started there. So we'll talk about Utah, of course, taking on Baylor, and BYU taking on TCU. More to go. Stay with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
From Murray to Draper, expect southbound I-15 slowing, some of it heavy, trying to get down to Utah County with additional slowing on Redwood Road because of a southbound crash just past Porter Rockwell. Northbound I-15 moving at a slow pace, too, from 33rd South in South Salt Lake City up to the 13th South area. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, SLCFatLoss.com, Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Hey, I'm able to tell you this while the candy and the barbecue is sitting right in front of me. I'll tell you what, you can allow yourself to have, some cheat days. You can allow yourself to figure out having a meal where you don't have to have the exact same thing every time. So many times on these diets that I've been on, you're barred from anything. And if you mess up a little bit, it's looked at like you basically don't have what it takes. And the reality is that it's way more nuanced than that. I have dropped weight on this program with Salt Lake City Fat Loss over the past 18 months. I've dropped 65 pounds, and I've kept it all off the entire time. And the reason is because I paced myself on this, and I decided I'm going to take this a little bit differently. But I needed the help. I needed the support from the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Go to saltlakeCityFatLoss.com and see the testimonials. You'll see JJ and myself. You'll see our pictures on there, the before and afters. You can see a lot of other testimonials there too. But also, and we've been doing $200 off for a little while here on the program. How about $400 off of the program thanks to a holiday special that they're doing with the folks at SLC Fat Loss. Go check it out for yourself, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Drop the weight, keep it off with saltlakeCityFatLoss.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown. Drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
The holidays are just around the corner, and Western Nut Company is here to make your gifting a breeze. From our beautiful gift baskets and nut boxes to our famous in-house fudge and brittle, We've got treats for every taste bud, crafted with the highest quality ingredients. Corporate gifting, that's our specialty. Just send us your list and we'll handle the rest. Beautifully packed, shipped with care, and guaranteed to impress. Calling all office managers or executive assistants. Call Western Nut now and let us make your holidays a little less nuts. But we actually do want you to eat more nuts. For 60 years, Western Nut has been a proud Utah tradition. Stop by our downtown shop for unique gifts, glittering ornaments, festive decor, and so much more. Western Nut Company, more than just the best gifts in Utah. We're a holiday tradition, in-store or online at westernut.com, where quality meets tradition, and every gift is packed with love.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, your Utes at 50 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah's quarterback Devin Dampier talking about the team playing for each other and the leaders stepping up as they've got 3 more weeks left of the season.
I think something significant about all us leaders on our team, who was voted leaders, our captains, we earned that respect from the beginning, not only verbally but obviously physically. We've shown that since day one. So when your team follows along, that shows self-leadership too. It takes each individual to tell themselves to follow lead. And I think we're just at a point where everyone's starting to play for each other. It's more than just everyone's playing single-handedly, everyone's playing for each other, and that tends to make our team better, elevated.
Hey, make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress. Bring home the slow smoke perfection to your home, or even better, to your loved ones. And Kenny wouldn't even mind if you say, I did this all myself. All you have to do is give him a call right now. 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Give him a text, 801-230-5396, and get that slow-smoked turkey perfection pre-ordered today. 801-230-5396. We'll come back. We've got our top 10 next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. We're at Kenny J's here in South Jordan over at the District. Do you notice, Mitch, every time they open the door to kind of get going and out, that smoke hits you hard, man. That is, and I'll tell you too, and Kenny will explain it, but the wood is even imported out of Central Texas as well. Kenny, will you help us understand then what's going on with the wood? Where you get your wood?
Yeah, well, and I just got back from down there too. I was thinking about this. I took my son down there.
Yeah.
He's home from his mission for a few weeks because of knee surgery. So I'm like, you're not going to sit around the house all the time. Yeah. So you're going to come down. You're going to come down with me, and you're going to go visit the wood guy. Anyway, we were just down in Waco last week. I'm like, I should have planned it around the game.
That was
and went down there.
What was I
thinking?
That was an oversight by you.
What an idiot!
Yeah, you look. I mean, I didn't want to say it.
Yeah. But so we were just down there. On the next break, I'll show you guys some pictures of their wood yard.
But I mean, like, you go through and you hand pick. Like, it's not just like, hey, I got some wood over here from just wherever. It makes a difference. You can smell the difference. And what is the difference?
So what they do is they put piles out, and then the piles, just as it sits in the sun, they lose the moisture, right? And so people that are owning barbecue shops and stuff like that are smoking with wood, hardwood, they want a certain moisture content within it, right? And so these are all at just different levels of moisture. And so I went down and picked out, and then they do different split sizes too. So I like bigger splits so the log lasts a lot longer and burns and gets into bigger coals.
How do they send it? FedEx. Yeah.
They send it on a big truck, a 53-foot trailer.
Big semi. They just
it pulls up to the front of my house. It's crazy.
That's
my
hilarious.
Neighbors are like, "What the hell is going on?"
It's my wood delivery. Get out of my face.
And I'm in my forklift. I open the garage. I get my forklift out and go up to the back of the truck. And then we have kind of one of those pallet jacks.
Yeah.
We have a pallet jack, and so we bring them to the back of the truck, and then I get the forklift and I drive it around.
That's awesome.
So they're usually there for about an hour.
See, this is not some rinky-dink operation here. All right, you got your neighbors wondering what kind of situation you got going on because you got your pallet jack and your forklift, and you got wood delivered from Texas.
I'll show you a video that my son-in-law took, a drone of our backyard, our side yard, that has like all of the wood from our last order, and so it's crazy.
Kenny, let me ask you this: what comes in if somebody wants to pre-order some Thanksgiving from you guys? Is it just the turkey we're talking about? You guys can do the sides, everything, right?
Well, we're only doing proteins this year, and we can do brisket. We're doing brisket too.
Yeah.
If people want, like, some people just don't like turkey, but I actually would rather have turkey than brisket, even just at the restaurant.
Yeah, the smoked turkeys, it is underrated, I think. You gave it to us last time. I was like, I don't think people understand. Like, they could have turkey like this all the time, and it kind of ruins the rest of the bland turkey they get for Thanksgiving.
Take it home and make sandwiches out of it.
Come on. All right, so here's what we got to do.
Yeah.
People can call you. They can text you guys. They can get the orders going on. And if you want the Thanksgiving brisket, you can order that too.
Yeah, 10% off of the brisket as well. That's just at our menu price, and a whole brisket.
Ribs?
But, no, I'm not doing
no Thanksgiving
ribs.
Okay.
No Thanksgiving ribs. We're just doing brisket and turkey.
Boom. You get both of them.
Yeah.
Why don't you just be a winner, get both of them? All people have to do is get a hold of Kenny and his guys and gals. Maybe call Mary right now. Say, hey, I want to get some of that turkey going here.
I did just call my meat guy and told him to up it by 50 turkey breasts.
Oh, there you go. I like it.
So don't let me down,
no,
Zone
don't.
listeners.
And here's the other thing.
Don't stick me with 50 turkey breasts.
Yeah, make Mary answer the phone call too. Let's get it going. Let's get these things going for you. You'll win Thanksgiving with it too. By the way, it's a different level of being able to have Thanksgiving. 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Get it pre-ordered today. We're going to come right back. We've got more to go from Kenny J's. We've got more to go from Football Friday. Stay here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox
with the KSL Sports Newsletter.
From the Jazz,
Utah Hockey Club,
BYU,
Utah,
Real Salt Lake, and more.
Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah.
Visit KSLSports.com to sign up
for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
This is Ethan Millard with Teton Wealth Group. In retirement, you need a plan for these unavoidable problem areas: income, investments, taxes, healthcare, and a legacy plan. These are unavoidable. You will have to deal with this whether you're ready or not. So be ready. Call Teton Wealth Group today at 844-838-6600. Because you're a Zone listener, we'll do a full ascent plan for you at no cost and talk you through all 5 of these unavoidable retirement problem areas. Call Teton Wealth Group at 844-838-6600 or visit us at retireteton.com.
At Bank of America, we're proud that more than 20,000 veterans and people with military backgrounds have joined our ranks since 2015. Now we're committed to adding 10,000 more over the next 5 years. By helping veterans achieve their career goals, we're moving from appreciation to action, and together, helping expand economic opportunity across America. Visit bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen, and Stevenson Sylvester normally sitting with us on a Football Friday, but they are calling a football game on a Football Friday. It's the second state semifinal for the 6A side of things, right? Lone Peak and Sky Ridge, right? This is the second time they've played this year. Alex Napolis, our producer, give us an update on the score here, brother, so I know what's going on with this in the game. Wow, Lone Peak is going to play Corner Canyon for the state championship, huh? That's a nice little low-scoring that's some low-scoring football right there. We'll see if that can continue. Got to play good defense. The only team that beat Corner Canyon this year, Lone Peak, right? And so, here in the state of Utah, I don't know if they played outside of the state, and I know they won that game in Florida, but I don't know. I think Lone Peak was the only team that beat Corner Canyon. So nice little matchup between two teams out of down there in the southern part of the valley in Salt Lake County and then northern Utah County. Neighbors right across the old mountain there. They do. They can just throw a stone over the old mountain and you hit Lone Peak from Corner Canyon over there. So there you go. Hey, we got lots going on. We're at Kenny J's here in at the district in South Jordan. Easy enough to find us right next to the Megaplex Theater here. We've got a Football Friday going on here. Mitch Harper, nice enough to join today. Mitch, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Happy to be here. I mean, enjoying all this good food. Hard to pass this up.
It is pretty hard to pass up. Last hour, we were chatting with Steve Bartle, who, of course, covers the Utes for KSLSports.com. He's down in Waco for Baylor and Utah. And, I think BYU fans, you tell me, Mitch, what the feeling is, because this is a matchup that over the years, BYU hasn't beaten TCU since 2007. It's not like they've played them on a super consistent basis since then, but it's just not a team that it just comes up as a little bit of a bugaboo. Like it's kind of gets in the craw of the old BYU fan who goes, TCU, huh? Oh, I hate those guys, because they have a history of beating BYU, including a couple of years ago, their first year in the Big 12. And frankly, they were losing everybody that year, it seemed like. But that was like the start of a really bad stretch because they lost 44-11 to this very quarterback, Josh Hoover. Does it happen again? Or what are we seeing out of Josh Hoover this year versus what they saw back in 2023?
Well, I think the biggest thing, first off, is that people got to remind themselves that losses happen. I think fans are a little bit still kind of in independence mode where you lose one and then it feels like the season's lost.
Yeah.
Everything's still in front of this BYU team. And last year I thought BYU kind of reverted back to their independent ways when they went to Arizona State and for the first 30 minutes just no-showed. And then Tyler Batty had to have an impassioned speech that was leaked to inspire the team.
TMZ.
So
exclusive. BYU defensive end says a cuss word.
Because I bring that up because it does feel like outside the building, fans are just like, well, BYU dropped the ball again, where it's like, that's not the case.
But there's a little bit of this feeling, too, that it doesn't help that the CFP and the vibe that BYU and teams – like, it honestly is like, it's not that the season's over after a loss. It's that the season's over when, like, all the pundits go, yeah, BYU wasn't even any good. Right? I mean, that's honestly what happened over the past week.
5 spots
that's
is insane because you should not have fell behind Texas, who has a loss to a 3-6 team, and I think there's an argument to be made that they should be above Notre Dame. Even though I'm one of those people that do believe that Notre Dame is legit, and I think they're one of the 5 best teams in college football this year, still – you lost 2 games, and that should matter, and 1 is better than 2. That should mean something. But still, I think with this matchup in TCU and BYU, I think BYU matches up really well. Now, I think, though, TCU is the second best rush defense in Big 12 games this year. And I think that's something to me that really catches my attention. Can BYU get at least 150 rushing yards or more? That's what I want to see, because when BYU's living in that space, that's their identity. And Aaron Roderick talked about how they want to get back to their identity this week. Well, to do that, you better run the ball effectively. TCU, they have some flaws at times defensively, but stopping the run, they're one of the best in the Big 12. Oddly enough, BYU, 13th in stopping the run in the Big 12 this year, where you would think they're one of the best. But really the last 5 or 6 games, BYU has not been great stopping the run. So that, to me, is going to be a key area of focus is can BYU get L.J. Martin and Bear Bachmeier rolling on the ground. And if they can do that, they're going to win this ball game. If they can't run the football, they could lose, and it could be a real discouraging night in a late night spot where you go, okay, Arlington's gone, and then opens the door for Utah to step in, and that's kind of a double whammy of sorts, too,
for
BYU.
Yeah.
So I think this is an important game, and I think a lot of it hinges on running the football and getting L.J. Martin and Bear Bachmeier going on the ground.
What about the pass game? Because I know that, BYU's only throwing for 210 yards a game, but they have such weapons, and you talked about how JoJo Phillips, his name came up so much. That poor guy last week comes off of an injury after breaking
Desmond
his
Howard's
collarbone.
going, my big storyline is JoJo Phillips. And I'm thinking to myself,
why?
Clearly Aaron Roderick told you this, because
Right.
there is no way that Dez is pulling out a guy that hasn't played since September 6th.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is, like, he plays the second week of the season, and then you go, oh, and you haven't seen him since. And then he comes back, and, look, the drop last week that was out in the middle of everybody
That was
be able
bad.
to see it, that was a bad drop. Chase had some uncharacteristic kind of drops as well. He just didn't look 100%. Where is it that this team is then this week, do you think, in their preparation? Because it seemed like a lot of last week was actually a mental situation, too, for BYU.
I agree, and I think they'll operate at a higher level this week because TCU's pass defense isn't great. Their run defense has been good this year, particularly in Big 12 games, but pass defense, they've been prone to giving up yardage. You look at TCU's pass defense giving up 241 per game through the air. So I think BYU has some opportunities there. Well, one personnel note, Cody Hagan, doubtful for the game, which was interesting because I did see him at practice suited up coming off the field on Tuesday and looked like he was no green jersey or anything like that, but
what did
listed as doubtful.
Did he get banged up on like a return or something like that in the game, or is it?
That's possibly it happened in that Texas Tech game, but he's listed as doubtful. So then you turn to Roberts, Kingston, and JoJo, and all three of those guys, to your point earlier, they all had moments where they kind of let BYU down. Kingston with the muff punt.
Yeah.
Chase with a deep ball where he drops the ball. JoJo Phillips in his drop. So those three guys all kind of have to have a bounce-back performance, and I think they will. Now, TCU, though, has some good secondary players. Bud Clark, one of the best safeties in the Big 12. But they don't have as many takeaways as, say, a Texas Tech. And so that's, again, where I think if BYU takes care of the football, getting back to that identity, and it all ties back to the run game, I think that's where BYU can open things up in the passing attack. But to me, it all starts establishing the run, because when this team becomes one-dimensional or one aspect of a game doesn't work for BYU, it seems like it can all come off the tracks for BYU. It's a complementary football team in every sense of the word, and I think that ground attack has got to get rolling early and often.
You and I, of course, do our Big 12 program during the week, 1st and 12. You can go download the podcast, listen to our conversations. Now, this week we weren't able to make our power poll, and so let's kind of do this and walk through it together here. Obviously, Texas Tech is number one in this conference, and it's not by a close margin for everybody. When you look at it, you go, look, this is the best team. One, because the two teams behind them in our power polls are BYU and Utah, two teams who they blew the freaking doors off of.
Mm-hmm.
So Texas Tech, nobody's going to question that. Is BYU the second best team in this conference? Is it Utah? Because right now, I think you have a lot of people who'd say Utah's playing way better football than anybody else besides Texas Tech maybe in the conference. Do you agree with that?
BYU's still the second best team because, one, they beat Utah.
They had the head-to-head.
And but when you do forecast ahead, I think there's a little bit more, higher ceiling potentially to Utah. But Utah's dropped 2 games. I still would lean BYU as the number 2 team right now because, again, I think everyone in college football is afforded one loss. It's so difficult to go undefeated in this sport anymore. One loss, we're going to learn a lot about BYU.
If it's the SEC, though, you're afforded 3 losses.
Yes.
All right?
That's a great point because Tuesday night, the playoff rankings, Reese Davis just making a case, hey, Texas, even if they lose, if they're close against, Alabama, there's a real argument for 9-3. Are you kidding me?
Is there really an argument?
Like if it's a 24-team playoff, okay, great. Have a 9-3 team. I'm fine with that. But 12-team playoff, no. You cannot have 9-3 football teams in the 12-team playoff. I don't care the strength or the depth of the SEC. No, there's no way that can be the case for a 3-loss team. Not a chance.
There's just no, but on top of that, right? Like Texas, you look at, and I think it was Rick Neuheisel who made this point earlier this week. He goes, this Texas team was 5 quarters removed from when they were about to lose to Mississippi State down in Starkville, by the way, a team who's only won 1 game in the SEC, which is also the same thing that Florida has done this year. Win 1 game in the SEC, and then their second win in the SEC over Texas, right? Yep. But no one talks about that Florida loss. No one talks about it.
Nope.
Why does no one talk about the Florida loss?
It blows me away because that's a 3-6 team. That should be just anchoring down a resume for a team. That would be the case for a Big 12 team. If Texas Tech lost, say, this week to UCF, they're done. If UCF beat Texas Tech, it's over for the Red Raiders. It wouldn't be, the eye test still shows that Texas Tech's a good team. No, it'd be done because for whatever reason, the Big 12 just doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. I think that's where I'm just leaning more and more as this process continues to evolve with these 12-team playoffs. Give me a playoff that just has 24 teams, 4 automatic bids for each Power 4 team, and then let's settle it on the field. I'm telling you, you get a BYU and a Utah, get these teams hosted to come to Provo and Salt Lake, they're not going to come out with wins, most of these opponents. And then we're going to start to learn who really is the best conferences in the sport, because this whole hypotheticals and playing within your league, because the strength of these resumes for a team like Texas is all coming from within the SEC, whereas when they did step out of their league, they lose, and they didn't play that great. They didn't even look good against UTEP. So I think it's hard to really gauge the strength of these teams until you get to a field that is like 24 teams. And I know it sounds crazy for football, but I think that's the direction it's got to go. When people say, no way can you have a 24-team playoff, why? Because I'm tired of these hypotheticals and the goalposts being moved. Let's settle it on the field. Let's play it all out there. And as long as you give equal automatic bids to each conference, I'm game for it. I think that would be great.
BYU or Texas Tech 1, BYU 2, Utah 3, and then I think the next thing to determine is whether or not you think Arizona State's better than Cincinnati. Cincinnati still has the one loss in conference play, by the way. If we're at home keeping score, why is no one talking about Cincinnati? They found their way into the top 25 polls in the college football playoff this week, and I know that everybody's thinking about that loss that they had against Utah because it made it feel like that they weren't definitely not a contender, but BYU had a bad loss at Texas Tech. So I don't know. Do you look and say Arizona State's better than Cincinnati or the other way around?
I think Arizona State's got a better defense, one. In Arizona State, you can knock them without Sam Leavitt, but ASU just, no matter who their personnel is, they show up. And Cincinnati, it was, even for BYU, I know they got blown out, but they go in the half, it's 13-0, and BYU's defense showed up in stretches against Tech, whereas Cincinnati, it was just a beatdown through in all phases from start to finish against Utah. And, Cincinnati's schedule has been a little bit lighter than some of the teams in front of them as well. So
what do they have the rest of the way, by the way, Cincinnati, in terms of – because I know that their schedule is going to make a difference. I mean –
Arizona this week, that's going to be very tough.
That's a
you
know what?
Game.
Arizona's been
6-3,
really good so far.
And since he's got BYU next week,
obviously BYU's got to go to Cincinnati.
One.
How tough of a go is that? I know we're looking a little bit too far ahead, but going to Nippert Stadium out there in Cincinnati, what's that look like?
Oh, sure, that'll be difficult. I think the big question on Cincy too is their running back Evan Pryor. He's questionable. He missed the Utah game. He's questionable for the Arizona game. If they get him back, I think that changes the outlook for them a bit, but if he stays out, I think that makes them – it goes all on the shoulders of Brendan Sorsby, their quarterback. They need Evan Pryor, their star running back, to be back in the lineup because they had no ground attack without Pryor when they faced Utah. So Cincinnati's got a tough stretch, but most of it is at home these next 2 weeks.
Houston took that bad loss, of course, a couple of weeks ago when they lost to West Virginia. They're coming off of a bye week, and I don't know if Houston is still right there. I mean, Arizona has been making strides. I think they've been quietly better than people thought they were going to be, right? I mean, Arizona is definitely better than teams, I think, than even Iowa State was this close to losing 5 games in a row until they came back in the fourth quarter against TCU last week.
Yeah, Arizona hung tough with BYU. They hung tough with Houston. I mean, this could be an 8-1 football team if you win those 2 games.
Yeah,
we're talking about 6-3, so that margin is very thin. Winning close games in the Big 12 takes you from solid season to great season, and maybe Arizona, after just crushing Colorado a couple weeks ago, they got some momentum behind them, but again, they've kind of had their successes against the inferior teams, which is no easy task in the Big 12 because anyone can get you on any given week, but they've clearly made progress to the point where you say head coach Brent Brennan is definitely, I think, off the hot seat because I think there was questions about that last year.
Matt Campbell's not going to be on the hot seat at Iowa State, but they were really close to losing 5 games in a row, like I said. What is Iowa State's situation right now? What is their real problem? Is it just the mental mistakes that they're making, or where's the real kind of they haven't been able to turn that corner and they've, in fact, taken a pretty big step backward from last year when they were in the conference championship game?
A lot of turnovers. Iowa State has had a lot of miscues that have given opportunities. Even in a win last week against TCU, they had a lot of mistakes. So that's been kind of the theme for Iowa State, is that it's a team that is really talented, and you feel like they should be a top 5 team in the Big 12, but they've had a lot of head-scratching miscues. And they only had 272 yards of offense in that win against TCU. So TCU just had a lot more mistakes even than Iowa State did in that game. So, Iowa State's still kind of a team that's solid. They're now bowl eligible, which is always a good thing, I think, for that program that historically hasn't been to bowl games much. But they were looking to take a bigger step this year and be in contention to go win the thing. They were in the Big 12 championship game last year, and this has been a huge step back year this season.
So Houston and Arizona, 6-7. See what I did
yes.
there?
Well done.
I actually hate myself. I apologize. Kenny, that made me actually – but you know what? It got Connor. It got Connor going. It got Mitch going. Yep. All right? We're going to talk about young guys trying to reach out to the younger crowd here. All right? Then we've got Iowa State 8, TCU 9, Baylor at 10. I don't know what to think of the
you could fade them maybe even further.
You really could. I don't know. Kansas State, one of the biggest question marks in the entire conference so far this year. And then we start to get into the doldrums here. West Virginia at 12. Kansas is a surprising 13. Although, should we be surprised? It's not like Kansas has ever shown us anything in the past 5 decades of watching these guys. I just don't. I have no idea what to think of Kansas. Is Lance Leipold on the hot seat, or is he maybe looking around for maybe another job, or maybe he could walk out get a nod at a place like Wisconsin that Luke Fickell might be wearing out his welcome at, and Wisconsin feels like they have enough money to get the buyout going on Lance Leipold?
I would say no, because it feels like the chain always turns to, okay, if you have a dip year where you're expected to do some great things, what's the first course of action? Fire the coordinators. And
okay.
That's kind of what I would expect this year.
Wasn't Jeff Grimes, wasn't he at Kansas for a hot minute?
He was. Then he goes to Wisconsin, and they
How'd
moved
that
on
go?
from him.
Okay.
And so maybe it does center on Leipold, but I think that they give him one more run, because still, Kansas, even though they're low on these power rankings, they're still 5-5. Like you can tell a Kansas fan 15 years ago, hey, you're going to be 5-5.
Right.
Oh yeah, sign me up.
Well, but they also, and they're still recruiting pretty well.
Yeah.
And they got this new stadium rebuild, and it looks good. And there's an energy around them just doesn't match the winning.
They've got money too. I mean,
Yeah.
that David Booth guy donated, what was it, hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean, they've got money to spend. So,
UCF at 14, Colorado 15, Oklahoma State 16. Oklahoma State, we put them at 16 because you can't put them at 18, because that's kind of really where I have them in.
Colorado's been the biggest disappointment, though. I think, no question. I mean, 3
Talk
and
about
7.
Talk about a forgettable rest of the year. Like they were going okay, and then I don't know. Did you see Juju Lewis's hair get pulled out last week when he was sacked? They had like the shot on the field of that big wad of hair, which, by the way, it's part of the jersey.
Yeah,
it's part of the uniform. I don't know what to think though. UCF is one of those opponents that BYU still has to face, and I don't know what to think of Scott Frost's team, because they have some like talented guys here and there, but they're not a real serious threat.
You look at this when you tie it to the local teams. Utah's remaining schedule: Baylor, K-State, and Kansas, all 10 spots or the double digits in our power rankings. I do think, to your point earlier, what you asked Steve, style points are going to matter against these teams for the Utes. Like, you gotta, if you have the chance, if you're Whittingham, you got to put your foot on the gas and go beat someone by 40 if you can.
45 per.
Like, if you can, if it's in reach, like if you want to get to the playoff, you got to add some style points and not take any chance to make it closer than it needs to be. Sportsmanship has to go out the door, I think. I really do, because I think you got to put
say
those,
less to Utah. To Utah, say less. Well, let me ask you this: do you think they have those kind of conversations in their meetings? And he goes, Jason, put the foot down, put it on the neck, and don't let up. We need to kill these dudes. Like, let's go.
K-State's the only team that maybe could give them some headaches, but that's in Salt Lake.
I just don't know what to think. The rest of the year, so I mean, BYU going 3-0 over the next 3 weeks is a pretty tall order too, I think.
Yeah, no question. I mean,
you got TCU, then you have to go to Cincinnati, which I don't know. It's not like you look and you go, man, what a tough place to play. But Cincinnati's also been one of the better teams in the entire conference this year, and they've been certainly a shock to the rest of us.
Yeah, I mean, good offense, and again, when you dive into the numbers on BYU's defense, they have not been great stopping the run.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what you thought would be the calling card for BYU this year, and that's been an area where they've been attacked. And then you also pair up the special teams for BYU. I was looking at it today. 15th in the Big 12 in field goal percentage. I mean, you think Will Farron's automatic, but he's in Big 12 play. He has not. So all three phases are not working at the highest level for BYU right now. They've got the potential, but, yeah, you could go to Cincinnati and absolutely lose, and, Cincy could be on its path to go into the Big 12 title game. So a lot of football left to be played.
Guaranteed win, though, right here at Kenny J's at the district in South Jordan. And it's a real automatic W-2. If you rolled up to somebody's house and they've got slow-smoked turkey and brisket on the table for Thanksgiving, that's the person who wins Thanksgiving, right? Like, that's a little different level.
You just said W-2, and you know where my mind went?
You're an employer, so I get you.
I'm an accountant.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an accountant, and so that's what I think. Anyway.
Yeah,
whatever.
My wife is the same way. She's like, I don't know, let's 1099 them, and I'm like, all right.
And by the way, Whit does not know how to pile it on.
Oh, I don't know this year, but that's why he's turned it. I think he's turned it over to Jason Beck, who does, I think, right? Like, come on.
I've been sitting there for 21 years in the stands just asking myself, like Urban Meyer would.
Yeah.
Whit, no.
Yeah, but if they come to him and they say, hey, dude, you got to score 50 and then leave and then keeping everybody else.
I'll tell you what Whit would say. He says, you show me that person, I'm just going to beat him up.
But they've done it. They've been doing it the last few weeks. It's not
but they do it until, like, the middle of the fourth quarter, and then they stop. They don't do it down to the very end. Whit does not know how to do that.
He might have to make that to turn that corner. If somebody gets a hold of him and goes, make it so, score 60, boom.
Maybe if someone said you're in if you beat somebody by X.
Harlan can give that info. Harlan can give that intel.
Isn't that funny that they picked Harlan? It's not funny. I mean, they had to. I'm assuming they went with somebody who had already been on the committee, and they just needed somebody in a pinch. They didn't want to have to try to train a new AD on how to do the college football playoff committee thing, and so that's an interesting one there. All right,
nice,
Kenny. First of all, thanks for hosting us, man. We appreciate it. We're trying to get people to call in and get their turkeys ordered. You ordered some extra turkey breast for the smoking.
I did. I just had heard we had pre-sold like around 30. And then phones started ringing. So
yeah, we had
I called and upped it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get it going.
I think it's just going to keep getting more as we get closer.
People will go, I'll do it myself, and then they start to get the reality hits, and they go, I won't do it. Like for me at least, I know. I'm not going to be the guy.
I mean, look,
you're
going to go get a frozen turkey at the grocery store. You'd be like, "Oh, this is a great, like it's $30, whatever, right?"
Don't burn your house down and try to fry it. Don't do all that stuff. Come on, have Kenny do it for you. Do the slow smoke perfection. What number do they have to text or call to be able to get in on this? Then
might as well just text me 801-230-5396.
801-230-5396.
And if you're lucky, Mrs. Kenny will.
Yeah, Mary's right there.
Yeah,
she's in the room. She heard us talking about her.
She'll be the one responding.
Yeah, the phone will ring and he'll hand it off to her. So
she watches my phone like a hawk.
That's good. 801-230-5396. 5396. Okay, so 801-230-5396. Pre-order those turkeys and briskets for your Thanksgiving, and your family will thank you later, and you'll be the winner. Maybe your in-laws will actually like you this year. After this year, maybe this is the year they finally like you.
I don't know if my in-laws ever liked me.
I'm in that same camp. 801-230-5396 to pre-order those smoked turkeys and briskets for Thanksgiving from Kenny J's right here in South Jordan, the district. We'll come back. We got more to go right around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A southbound crash on Redwood Road is causing big delays from Bangerter Highway heading down to Porter Rockwell, with northbound big delays as well from Camp Williams. The intersection of 118 South and 40th West in Riverton is the site of a crash possibly involving a bicycle, and emergency vehicles are there in the middle of the intersection. Traffic's tough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth with expert asphalt maintenance at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Utes, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. After a much-needed week off, Kyle Whittingham and the Utes get set for the final 3 games of the season, starting with a trip to Waco for a battle against Baylor. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Utah football. Then catch college football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com.
Let's go then. Let's go, baby.
Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
This holiday season, give your home the gift of smart upgrades with Mountain Home Services. Electric vehicle? Meet your new best friend. A professional EV charger installed from Mountain Home Services. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Want to save energy to brighten your space? Ask about LED lighting upgrades, smart switches, and modern lighting controls. Perfect for cozy nights and year-round savings. Serving Utah since 1954, Mountain Home Services was the first to offer upfront pricing with no hidden fees, and every job comes with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Protect your home and power up your lifestyle with expert electrical services you can trust. Plus, KSL listeners enjoy a discounted price on a fireplace tune-up for just $99. Visit mountainhomeutah.com or call 801-543-2222 to schedule your upgrade today. That's mountainhomeutah.com or 801-543-2222. Mountain Home Services, powering Utah homes since 1954.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
During the Mazda More to Move You sales event, Tim Daly Mazda Southtown is offering 0% for up to 63 months on 2025 Mazda CX-50 and Mazda CX-5 turbos. And to make it even easier for you to drive away in your new Mazda, you won't pay till next year. That's right, 0% and no payments till 2026. There's no better time than now to get your new Mazda. Come in today to Tim Daly Mazda Southtown in Sandy.
Some restrictions apply. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Brought to you by the folks at Kenny J's Barbecue. Hey, that's where we are today, by the way. BYU offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick expecting the leaders to step up this weekend as the Cougs try to get back to winning after their first loss of the season last week.
We have talked about that. We've addressed it, and we're trusting in the fact that we have a lot of veteran players who I think have learned a lot of good lessons from the past. Kalani always talks about situations like this, it's an opportunity to learn, and if you don't use it as an opportunity to learn, then it's a waste. And so we're disappointed with losing, but it's a great chance to learn some good lessons and try to play better this week.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable. The way you do it is just by giving Kenny J a call, having them make sure and slow smoke your Thanksgiving. Pre-order those Thanksgiving meals, your Thanksgiving proteins today. Turkey, brisket, get it all going. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396 to get it pre-ordered right now. Coming right back, we have our Week 12 predictions. Yes, the games in front of us for this week. Let's get you going right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All college football all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Football Fridays right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Mitch Harper right here with you. Mitch, of course, filling in for JJ, who's been calling games with Sly, of course, up at Rice-Eccles Stadium. They're probably wiping the sweat off the brow after a couple of long days of semifinal games up there. And we've just gone final with the last one there. Annapolis, did it end up, 13-7 in favor of Lone Peak? Oh, and they probably have another 5A game that they've got to figure out tonight too, right? Isn't that what's another 4A? Sorry, okay. Okay, and Ridgeline's the class of the 4A folks, right? They're gonna kind of roll to an easy victory in the state championships in 4A, or it'd be a shock if they lost, right?
It would be a shock. They are the number one for a reason.
They've got all the 4-star talent. Crew Jones. I mean,
Crew Jones is a guy from Ridgeline. Is he going to BYU? Did he commit to the Cougs?
He's got a top 7 or 8. BYU's in the mix, and he's taken some visits to BYU. He's a top priority for them in their 2027 cycle. That's for sure.
Okay, there you go. Let me see here. We got our predictions here. Before we get to it, though, Jake and Ben are going to be up in Ogden. Their weekly visit to Bellison Jewelry. 10 to noon on Tuesday. Go check it out up there. Bellison Jewelry's 1155 36th Street in Ogden, just right across from Weber State. Locally made just for you, cherished for generations. It's Bellison Jewelry. You can find Jake and Ben on Tuesday up at Bellison if they've been there all season long. Okay, let's get to some predictions here. We'll start with some of the bigger dogs and work our way up to the local ones. I say the bigger dogs is in like the ones that are of national interest. Now, Texas going to Georgia. You've never been a bigger Bulldogs fan if you're a fan of Utah or BYU. You want to see Texas lose as much as possible before the end of the season, and certainly there in Athens is one of those places that could be a big L for the folks there in Texas.
And I think it will be. I think Georgia wins this game. Now, Georgia's not
They haven't been the Kirby Smart, perfect Georgia Bulldogs that we've seen in the past.
The defensive side, like personnel-wise, they're still excellent. But defensively, they're just not as maybe nasty as you've kind of grown to expect from Kirby Smart's Georgia teams. But I'll go with the Bulldogs to get it done. I think they win by 10+. I think this will be a sound victory and make it clear Texas doesn't belong in the 12-team playoff.
I bet if they lost by a couple touchdowns there in Athens, people would go, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. And again, Texas has got to face Georgia, and then they have to host Texas A&M the last game of the year, which, by the way, it's wild to think. Growing up in that part of that part of the country, when Texas and Texas A&M played, first of all, you talk about a big brother, little brother complex. And it's definitely Texas A&M being the little brother. And they definitely, right now, are in a place they are not used to being. They are undefeated, top of the college football playoff rankings right behind the two undefeated Big Ten teams. And not only are they controlling their own destiny here, they're more talented than that Texas team. I could see Texas getting 2 more losses before the end of the season. I go Texas losing to Georgia as well. I'm hoping for a 2-touchdown loss. Speaking of the other team, that's another 2-loss SEC team. Oklahoma goes to Alabama. Give credit to Kalen DeBoer, who has been under fire like crazy. And after they lost against Florida State and people wanted to just kick him to the curb, they've done only the type of stuff that Nick Saban does, which is just rip off win after win in the SEC. Are they going to be able to beat up Oklahoma as they come to Tuscaloosa this weekend?
I'm tempted to go an upset here. I'm really high on Oklahoma.
You're a big Mateer guy?
I like Oklahoma's personnel a lot. You know what? I'll go with it. I'll say Oklahoma pulls off the upset. I know Cougar fans and Ute fans don't want that to happen, but let's say Oklahoma pulls off an upset
I don't
in
hate
Tuscaloosa. They got the win last year over Alabama, remember? And that basically knocked out the Crimson Tide. I'll say the Sooners get it done in only their second visit to Tuscaloosa.
All right, I don't hate it. Notre Dame at Pitt. Now, interestingly enough, Pitt has rattled off 7 wins in a row. Pat Narduzzi, one of the biggest weirdos in college football coaching, this week was asked about this game. Did you hear his comments about this game? And he goes, no, it's not a must-win for us. It's not a conference game. Who cares? We lose this game by 50. We still have to play. I was like, Narduzzi, come on, man. You got to act like you want to win this game. And by the way, maybe he's trying to soft pedal this thing. Notre Dame, this is the last real big push, I think, from a team that they're going to get because they have such a friggin' Charmin soft schedule the rest of the way through here. Notre Dame goes to Pitt, and they play there at Pitt. Do you think this one could happen for Pat Narduzzi and his guys, or do you think Notre Dame's too good?
I think Notre Dame's too good. I'm going to go with the Fighting Irish, but it would be cool for Big 12 fans to play the transitive property game and say West Virginia is better than Notre Dame. Because,
sure.
Because West Virginia, one of the worst teams in the Big 12, beat Pitt, and then to play that whole game.
God bless West Virginia.
God bless the Mountaineers. But no, I think that's not going to happen, and Notre Dame cruises. I think this is going to get ugly for Pitt.
I'm going to say Pitt at home, riding the 7-game win streak, knowing that everybody is just loving on Jeremiah Love. I think Pitt gets the win there at home.
Okay.
And it's weird, too, because they're 12.5-point dogs at home. Double-digit, almost 2-touchdown dogs at home to TCU. To Notre Dame. That's kind of crazy to me. Next up, Utah State goes to UNLV in a battle for trying to get to bowl eligibility for Bronco. I like Bronco, what he's done this year with Utah State. Do they have enough to be able to get there, though, Mitch?
This one's tough. UNLV 7-2 this year in Vegas at home. I'm going to go with the Rebs. But you're right. I think Bronco Mendenhall, he's going to have Utah State in the thick of Pac-12 races in future years for the Aggies.
That sounds so weird to say, right?
I know. He's going to have them in the mix, though, at Utah State. It'll just be kind of a question of, can he get it to the mountaintop for the Aggies? But this has been a solid first year. But I'm going to go with UNLV here. I think Dan Mullen, when you talk about the coaching carousel, I think he's going to be someone that lands one of these big jobs. Everywhere he gogoes, he wins. He took Mississippi State once upon a time to a #1 ranking, and he's got UNLV rolling
on the back of Dak Prescott.
UNLV's 7-2. I think the Rebs get it done in Vegas.
I could see Bronco going in there and Bryson Barnes just having one of his signature 180-yard rushing, 175-yard passing game, gets 2 touchdowns in each category. I'm going to say Utah State goes down there and gets bowl eligible because I don't think UNLV is actually that good.
I love it. I mean, Miles Davis, former BYU running back, he's been solid.
He's running like crazy
for the Aggies this year. More than 600 yards, and then former Ute Bryson Barnes, the pig farmer. Really some decent numbers for him this season. I wouldn't be surprised because Bronco, one thing he does know, he gets to bowl games. He gets to the postseason wherever he coaches, and what a breakthrough that would be if they could get this done. But I just think UNLV's got more speed, more talent on the defensive side to kind of keep Utah State in check, but it should be a good one.
Fun one down there at Allegiant Stadium. Now let's go to BYU versus TCU. The Horned Frogs come to Provo. It's been a minute since they've been in Provo playing a football game. Josh Hoover, of course, beat the Cougs last time he played them, but that was seemingly ages ago compared to where these teams are now. Where do you have this one, Mitch?
I've got BYU. I think it'll be, I don't think this will be a game in the 30s. I think it's played kind of in the 20s. I got a BYU 27, TCU 21. I could see, BYU maybe, needing a fourth quarter touchdown, maybe being down 21-20, and Bear needs to pull off something midway through the fourth, and he gets that touchdown to put BYU in front and get that win. But I think the Cougs get it done and improve to 9-1 with two left. What about you?
I think the offense last week was we got to figure out who we are, and we know who we are. We can figure some things out. I think that's what you're going to get from some of these guys. And I think BYU is going to get to the 30s, and I think they're going to win by 10 over this TCU team. I'm going to go 30-20, right straight up, 30-20 in favor of the Cougs down there in Provo. Finally, Utah going to Baylor. Waco playing host to Utah. I want to say a couple of years ago. Remember when they barely eked that one out, speaking of the pig farmer
Which
down there?
was also
in 130
against
degrees or whatever it was down there.
And that one was also against Sawyer Robertson. I remember he had 2 picks in that game 2 years ago in Waco. I think the field was, 120 degrees?
I just remember Sly being like, if they ever have this game in September again down here, I'm refusing to go. So there you got it. It's a November game down there at Baylor, and they're going through all sorts of stuff off the field, and Utah is just absolutely rolling. Does that change it all this weekend?
No, I don't trust this Baylor team. They haven't been good at home against quality opponents this year. I think the UCF game where they had some success and held the Knights to only 3 points, I don't buy into that. I think UCF just got a bad offense. Baylor's defense is not good. I think Utah wins by at least 3 touchdowns. This could be a 30-point win. I really do. I think Utah cruises comfortably because I think also, Baylor offensively pretty explosive. But, again, you wonder about all the off-the-field distractions. What does that play into this team? I mean, you have a player in Michael Trigg, your leading receiver, is at the center of an AD getting dismissed. It's got to be a little awkward and a little bit of a distraction, and Baylor's still fighting to get to a bowl game. So is that enough motivation to get this team motivated for a spot where, this season feels lost? They were looking for a Big 12 title, not just to get to a bowl game. Mm-hmm. I think Utah wins big.
I'm going to stay in that 21-point frame that you just queued up there. I'm going to say 38-21. 38-17 in favor of Utah down there at Baylor. So there you go. There are our predictions right there. We'll come right back. We've got more to go. We've got our best and worst. We'll wrap things up, get you ready for Utah Mammoth hockey coming up top of the hour as well. Stay here with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
A crash southbound I-15 in Centerville right before Parrish Lane, and it's blocking a center lane with delays back to Farmington. Southbound Redwood Road still down to 1 lane because of a crash just past Port of Rockwell, and the slowdowns because of that are all the way back to Bangor Highway. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Samples here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Even after their first loss of the season, the Cougars' dream of a spot in the Big 12 title game is still alive and well as they welcome TCU to Provo on Saturday. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch College Football Saturday game day at 10 a.m. with a postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. We've been telling you about this. JJ and I have been on this program for more than 18 months. And after the first 60 days, when you get into the reduction phase of this program, I dropped 65 pounds in those 60 days. The average person drops about 10 to 20% of that body weight in that reduction phase. And then the more important part is the maintenance phase. When you get into that maintenance phase, you get a long-term commitment from the folks at SLC Fat Loss to help you out. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. We've talked about this program, and we've given you $200 off the program when you mentioned JJ and Alex, but we're going to give you $400 off now. Go to their website, SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. See the website right there. See all the stuff they've got going on, and click on the link there and get yourself a conversation with somebody, a 15-minute free phone consultation, and $400 off of their award-winning program to drop weight and keep it off. It's SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Taqueria 27, where every taco tells a story. And sometimes it's a hilarious one. Check out Taqueria27.com. You'll thank us later. On the go? Don't worry. Locations in downtown SLC, Holiday, Fashion Place Mall, Lehigh, and Eagle Mountain. So if you miss one, there's another waiting to serve you tacos, sizzling fajitas, enchiladas, margaritas, like a ninja. Taqueria 27's got Mexican cuisine, including gluten-free, that's so tasty, your mouth will thank you.
Turnpike Troubadours are coming to Utah.
Picking up barges on a long hot summer day. Well, good Lord.
Wild America Tour. Friday, March 27th at Maverick Center. Special guests Charles Wesley Godwin and Buffalo Traffic Jam. Turnpike Troubadours.
Gin and smoke and light.
On sale now through Ticketmaster. Produced by Mammoth.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
All college football, all day. It's a Football Friday right here on the Zone. Whether it's the Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, we've got you covered. This is a Football Friday edition of JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Best and worst on the program as we wrap things up here on a Football Friday, brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. They're going to take care of you there. Speaking of taking care of you, our best and worst has time for just one of the best. You ready for this? It's been officially put out there by ESPN and all the other networks that are out there that are a part of this, but YouTube TV and the Walt Disney family have come to a nice big old agreement. Mitch, what are we looking like here? Multi-platform, all the companies under one umbrella.
Where's the
extended? Yeah, man, bust it out. Let's go. Well, we got to turn this guy on. What number is this guy? 2? 6? All right, there you go.
Multi-year distribution agreement with YouTube TV has been official through Walt Disney Company.
There we go.
Full suite of networks is going to be restored to YouTube TV subscribers immediately.
Okay. Let's get Kenny going on here.
Should I turn on our – we got
Let's
YouTube TV. Should I see if we got ESPN on there?
See if we got it.
I will right after this.
Kenny, thanks for having us, man. We're out of time here, but let's give out that number for people to pre-order their smoked turkeys, man. Let's do it again.
801-230-5396.
801-230
5396.
Yep. So people can take advantage and get it going. And thanks for having us today, man. As usual, it's been awesome. We love being able to come in. I like.
I've been waiting to meet Mitch Harper.
I know,
man.
man.
The Mitch Harper. I've heard him
Harper.
for years on the radio.
That's actually what we call him at the office. Is the Mitch Harper?
Yeah.
Is the Mitch Harper going to be there today? Absolutely. Absolutely. Hockey coming up next. Mitch, thanks again, man. Connor, thanks for hitting the buttons. And our producer, Alex Snapolis, will be back again on Monday. We'll be back tomorrow for College Football Saturday, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready for unbeatable deals? At Tim Daly Nissan Southtown, drive home a new Sentra starting at just $19,900. Need more space? Get up to $9,000 off new Pathfinders. Or grab a rugged Frontier for as low as $399 a month. With 99% approval, 0 down, and 90 days until your first payment. There's never been a better time to buy. Plus, every vehicle comes with the Tim Daly Forever Warranty. Only at Tim Daly Nissan Southtown.
Progressive presents Employee of the Month. Small Business Edition. Today's recipient from Terry's Tiny Homes, Terry! Sure, as the only employee of her company, Terry was probably the front runner, but saving money getting personalized discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive, well, that gave Terry the edge. Over Terry.
Terry, Terry.
Keep awkwardly
Terry,
chanting your own name, Terry. You
Terry.
deserve it.
Woo!
Be your own Terry. See if you could save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from